Hi everyone, part 12 is already here. If you'd like to support me and watch new episodes of your favorite stories ahead of everyone else, consider subscribing to my Patreon. You'll find all the necessary links in the comments. Thank you for your support and enjoy watching.
Is everything ready? In a quiet courtyard in Tianfeng City, several figures were engaged in conversation. One of them, a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a conical hat that concealed his face, exuded an aura of pure malice. His voice, raspy and dry, sounded as if it came from the throat of a desiccated corpse. Just hearing him speak would send chills down anyone's spine. Reporting to you, Apostle. Everything has been arranged. Based on the timing, the person we used secret techniques to control has already made contact with the target. In front of the black-robed man stood several similarly dressed figures. One of them stepped forward and answered the question. Good job. The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction. Then, after a brief pause, added, This mission is critical. It directly concerns our Lord's plans. Success is the only option, failure is unacceptable. You know what will happen if someone's negligence causes a failure, don't you? Understood. The subordinates shuddered at his words, bowing their heads in unison. Go. Let me see if the training our Lord has given you hasn't been wasted. I hope that after this mission, you'll still be standing in front of me. The black-robed figure let out a cold, raspy laugh, waving his hand dismissively. The black-clad figures said no more, nodding firmly before turning into black smoke and disappearing. How dare they challenge an apostle of the gods, and even dare to plot against the divine thoughts of the gods themselves? Let them taste true despair. Once his subordinates were gone, the black-robed figure sneered again, his eyes flickering with a dark and sinister energy. Then, his form slowly faded away into the courtyard. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, He Mingyu, the wife of Lin Fan, was meeting with the chief steward from her family. My father has urgent business with me. He Mingyu was surprised to hear the steward's message after the meeting. The steward nodded. Yes, young mistress, the master has urgent matters to discuss with you. Why didn't he come to me directly? He Mingyu frowned slightly. The distance between the general's residence and the Lin family estate was quite short. With her father's abilities, he could have arrived in no time, so there was no need to send someone to deliver a message. The steward lowered his head a bit. I'm not sure, young mistress. It seems to be an internal family matter. A family matter? He Mingyu gave the steward a sharp glance. Something about the situation didn't feel right, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The He family wasn't an ancient noble clan, but it also wasn't insignificant. There were indeed some matters that couldn't be easily discussed. Could it be that the old members of the family are stirring up trouble again? Her brow furrowed further. She had heard about the occasional issues caused by the older generation in her family. It wasn't anything serious, but some of them were eyeing the Lin family's success and trying to get some benefits from it. However, He Zhenqian, her father, was determined not to let this affect how Lin Fan viewed their family, and so he had decisively rejected these requests. This had left some of the elders in the family harboring resentment. In their view, He Mingyu was still part of their family, so now that she was successful, why couldn't she help her family out a little? With the steward bringing this up, He Mingyu's first thought was that it must be related. All right, you can head back first. I'll make arrangements and return shortly. After a moment of thought, He Mingyu nodded, deciding to go back and resolve the matter once and for all. Yes, young mistress. The steward bowed in agreement, keeping his head slightly lowered the entire time. From the moment he entered, he hadn't dared to meet He Mingyu's gaze. He Mingyu didn't give it much thought, her mind occupied with her family's issues. After the steward left, she went to inform Lin Fan about the situation. Lin Fan didn't involve himself much in his wife's family matters. After all, that was just human nature, and he saw no need to interfere. Whatever decision his wife made, he would support her fully. At most, they would give her family some small benefits. The Lin family wasn't lacking in resources anymore, and it would make his wife happy. Handle it as you see fit. No matter what you decide, I'll support you. Lin Fan finally said, showing his unwavering support for his wife. He Mingyu was delighted. That sense of being valued felt sweet to her. Then, I'll head back now. She smiled, already planning how to handle the situation. All right. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Just as He Mingyu was about to leave, he transferred the magical dragon god armor to her. It's a bit chaotic outside lately. Take this armor with you for protection. Lin Fan spoke gently. Thank you, husband. He Mingyu playfully bowed in thanks, then stood on her toes to give Lin Fan a quick kiss before happily bouncing off with her maidservant, Xiao Hong, to return to her family. The general's residence was located within Tianfeng City, not far from the Lin family estate, so there was little to worry about. Especially now that Lin Fan had infused the armor with his dragon god power, capable of unleashing unmatched force. The weather's nice today. The fish should be biting well. I think I'll go fishing. Lin Fan glanced at the sky, feeling it was the perfect day for fishing. He instructed Su Erhu to prepare the fishing gear, and they headed to their usual spot by the river. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's two youngest children, Lin Annuo and Lin Feng, both 3 years old, eagerly followed their father with smaller fishing rods of their own, excited to join him. In the past, it had been Lin Shi and Lin Hao who had accompanied him fishing, but as they grew older, they became more focused on their responsibilities and dedicated themselves to intense training. In just 3 years, their progress had been astonishing. Despite Lin Fan's efforts to suppress their growth and help them build a solid foundation, they had already reached the 5th stage of martial mastery. For children not yet 10 years old, reaching such a level would shock anyone who heard of it. This was the power of divine lineage. Even when intentionally held back, their growth was unimaginable. But, Father, let's have a contest today. Let's see who can catch the most fish. Lin Annuo, the quiet and obedient daughter of Tan Jingjing, smiled sweetly, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she suggested the competition. Lin Fan smiled affectionately at her. All right, today your father won't lose to you, or to you either, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, the son of Ye Xiaoru and the family's eldest son, immediately jumped up, shouting that he would definitely win today. Lin Fan laughed heartily at this. Today he would show his children that their father was still the master of fishing, even if it meant cheating a little. With Su Erhu's help, his 7th stage mastery made placing a fish on the hook underwater an easy task. The competition would be an amusing one. Back in Tianfeng City, as Lin Fan enjoyed fishing with his children, He Mingyu arrived at the street where her family's general's residence was located. Seeing the familiar gates of her family home, she instinctively let her guard down. But in the next moment, a tremendous force suddenly engulfed her. Before she could react, both she and her night shroud lion tiger mount, along with her maidservant Xiao Hong, were swept up by the overwhelming power and disappeared from sight. The world spun around her. By the time He Mingyu managed to stabilize herself using her inner strength, the surrounding environment had completely changed. The bustling cityscape was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of yellow sand. There was no sign of human life, and even the vegetation was sparse and lifeless. With just one look, He Mingyu immediately knew she was no longer in the mild climate of the Southwest Province. The Southwest Province, bordering the Mo River, never lacked rain, and the land didn't have this kind of barren desert terrain. In an instant, she had been transported to a completely unfamiliar region. Such a feat was beyond ordinary comprehension. He Mingyu, now at the peak of the 7th revolution, possessed the battle saint body, making her one of the strongest martial artists. Even when facing an ordinary great saint, she was confident she could escape unscathed. But now, her expression darkened. She realized she had been tricked. The chief steward from her family had been manipulated, luring her into a trap. I thought she would be more impressive, but she still fell into our hands. As He Mingyu's face grew grim, an unpleasant voice filled the air. Soon, several black-robed figures appeared, surrounding her. These were the same figures who had received orders earlier in the courtyard. Seeing their plan unfold smoothly, smug smiles spread across their faces. One of them sneered mockingly. A look of disdain on his face. "Miss." The maid Xiao Hong, who had been swept up along with her, saw the black-robed figures and immediately grasped the situation. She couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread, gripping her sword tightly in fear. He Mingyu said nothing. At this point, words were meaningless. The only thing she could do now was to figure out a way to escape. Fighting head-on was impossible. Each of these black-robed figures exuded an aura on par with a great saint. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 of them. Even with her formidable strength, she stood no chance against such terrifying opponents. And even more alarming was the strange ability they had used to instantly teleport her here. She had a strong feeling that this situation was far more complicated than it seemed. These people weren't targeting her, they were targeting Lin Fan, the man behind her. "Who are you?" He Mingyu asked, taking a deep breath, trying to buy some time. The black-robed figures saw through her attempt, but remained indifferent. To them, she was already trapped. "Don't bother with pointless struggles. We are thousands of miles away from the Southwest Province. No one can save you today." One of the black-robed figures sneered. "Surrender, and you might still have a way to live. After all, you're not our real target." Hearing this, He Mingyu's heart sank further. Her instincts were correct, these people were after Lin Fan, not her. That was the only reason they'd gone to such lengths. 5 great saints. And, possibly someone even more powerful behind the scenes. It wasn't just that she was outmatched. Even if she broke through to the 9th revolution, she'd still have to be cautious. But to surrender without a fight, that was out of the question. Especially now that she knew they intended to use her to threaten Lin Fan. With a swift motion, she raised her golden spear, pointing it defiantly at the black-robed figures. You're nothing but gutter rats who don't even dare show your faces. You think you can scheme against my husband? Let's see how strong you really are. He Mingyu's voice was cold and firm, showing no fear despite the 5 great saints standing before her. Xiao Hong was trembling with fear, but she stood resolutely beside He Mingyu. The Night Shroud Lion Tiger, having reached the level of a saint beast, roared with fury, ready to charge at its master's command. Ha ha ha, such arrogance. Seeing He Mingyu's response, the black-robed figures burst into laughter. A 7th revolution martial saint, a mixed blood saint beast, and a maid who had barely broken through the 1st revolution. Did they really think they could measure up to them? What a joke! Let's capture her quickly. There's no need to waste time. One of the black-robed figures said, his smile fading as he gave the order. This mission could not afford any mistakes. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions growing serious. Without a sound, an overwhelming, sinister energy erupted from them. It was dark, evil, and thick with demonic power. Kill. Faced with the oppressive force of the 5 great saints, He Mingyu didn't sit idle. With a shout, she charged forward, choosing to strike first. Her battle saint body was born for combat. No matter who her opponent was, fear had no place in her heart. Foolish resistance. One of the black-robed figures sneered as he raised his hand and sent a giant, demonic claw crashing down toward her. The sheer force of the great saint's power tore through the void as the massive claw reached for He Mingyu. Yet she remained fearless. With her golden spear in hand and her mount beneath her, she met the demonic claw head-on. Break. As they collided, He Mingyu let out a fierce shout. The golden spear in her hand emitted a piercing, radiant energy, concentrating all its power into a single point as it struck the demonic claw. Crack! Like a steel hammer against glass, the massive claw, capable of tearing through the void, shattered into pieces. Black shards flew in every direction, and a terrifying shockwave rippled outward, like a monstrous hurricane sweeping across the desert. Standing at the eye of the storm, He Mingyu's robes fluttered wildly in the wind. With her golden spear in hand, she stood tall, like a fearless goddess of war. After shattering the demonic claw, she did not slow down, charging straight toward the black-robed figure who had attacked her. How dare you! The black-robed figure's face darkened. This was a grave insult to him, a great saint. His rage flared. Though their mission was to capture her alive, he now intended to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. He Mingyu's fighting spirit was high, and fear was the last thing on her mind. But against 5 great saints, she was still struggling to hold her ground. By the river. By the river. Lin Fan, the devoted father, had gained a clear advantage in the fishing contest thanks to Su Erhu, who was secretly placing fish on the hooks underwater. Though it was technically cheating, both Lin Fan and his children were thoroughly enjoying the moment. But just as they were about to declare a winner, the Tiger King, who had recently developed a close relationship with an exotic beast of the Bay's bloodline, suddenly charged out from the family grounds. Ignoring everyone in its path, it rushed straight to Lin Fan's side, emitting a warning like never before. Lin Fan was initially puzzled, but after using his fully mastered star-gazing technique to investigate, his expression changed drastically. You're asking for death. On the Yellow Plains, when the great saints finally unleashed their full power, He Mingyu was instantly overwhelmed by an unimaginable force. After several exchanges, she was already bleeding. Her hand, gripping the golden spear, had been torn open, and blood soaked the weapon. The immense power clashing within her caused her internal energy to boil, and her breathing became erratic. The battle saint body was incredibly strong, but facing not just one great saint, but several, it was impossible for her to hold out. The fact that she hadn't been instantly subdued was already a testament to the invincibility of her unique constitution. After all, her cultivation was 2 levels lower than a great saint, and the gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. Your strength is impressive, but if you think you can contend with us, you're still far from capable, one of the black-robed figures sneered. I'll give you one more chance. Surrender quietly, or you'll suffer unbearable pain. Judging by your figure, it would be a pleasure to toy with you first. His eyes roamed He Mingyu's body lustfully, licking his lips in greed. Originally he only meant to intimidate her, but now he was genuinely tempted. Their mission was simple: capture He Mingyu alive to lure their true target into a trap. What happened to her along the way wasn't important, as long as she remained alive. With that in mind, the black-robed figure's thoughts shifted. He Mingyu's expression grew cold as she gripped her golden spear tighter. She didn't bother hiding her disgust and raised the weapon, pointing it directly at his forehead. "Let me take care of her myself," the black-robed figure said with a sinister grin, signaling to his companions not to interfere. He wanted to handle He Mingyu on his own. The other 4 black-robed figures hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Be quick about it. This mission is crucial. If anything goes wrong, the apostle will not be forgiving," one of them reminded him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll make it fast," the black-robed figure said, still licking his lips as he slowly approached He Mingyu. "Little beauty. Let me have a taste of you today," he laughed lewdly as he reached out to grab her. He believed that He Mingyu was already at her limit. With his great saint power, he was confident she wouldn't be able to resist. Her slowed movements and chaotic energy weren't fake. She was like a small boat in a raging sea, about to be engulfed at any moment. "Miss Xiaohong," the maid cried out in terror, trying to scramble to her feet and rush to He Mingyu's side. "Hey, the struggle of an ant. Having an audience will only make this more interesting." The black-robed man chuckled, sending Xiaohong flying with a wave of his hand, still focused on He Mingyu. Though she was defiant, He Mingyu had no strength left to resist. Just as the black-robed figure thought he had her in his grasp, a wave of metallic energy surged from He Mingyu's body, covering her in an instant. In the blink of an eye, He Mingyu transformed into a cold, armored warrior. This was none other than the demon dragon god armor, the precious treasure Lin Fan had entrusted to her before their parting. As the armor fully enveloped her, a powerful force awakened from within, lighting up the divine runes etched across its surface. A dragon's roar faintly echoed in the air, disorienting those nearby. With the armor now covering her, the golden spear in He Mingyu's hand moved simultaneously. A sharp gleam shot out from the tip, and the spear lunged forward like a dragon in flight. The black-robed figure was still grinning when, in an instant, the golden spear pierced through his forehead. He had no time to react. A surge of sacred energy flowed through the spear, annihilating his life force completely. This all happened in the blink of an eye. In that brief moment, the situation had shifted entirely. What was supposed to be an easy capture had turned into a complete reversal. He Mingyu stood victorious, while the black-robed figure who had been so sure of his victory now lay dead. With a wet gurgle, the black-robed man collapsed, his body lifeless. One of the great saints had fallen. How? How was this possible? The remaining 4 great saints were in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. It had all happened too fast. They hadn't even had a chance to react, and their companion had already been killed. The woman who was supposed to be subdued had reversed the situation in an instant. "It's her armor," one of the black-robed figures quickly realized, his voice filled with panic. "That's what caused this. Damn it," another of the black-robed men cursed in frustration. Losing a companion was one thing, but this unexpected turn of events meant their mission was now in jeopardy. They would face severe punishment if they returned empty-handed. The thought of the consequences made them tremble with fear. Their hatred for He Mingyu intensified, their eyes burning with rage. "You're dead," the remaining 4 black-robed men roared in fury, unleashing their full power as they charged at He Mingyu. "You're the ones who are dead." He Mingyu's voice was as cold as ice, her battle spirit soaring to its peak. The dragon god armor contained a portion of Lin Fan's stored dragon power. When it activated, it was as though Lin Fan himself were fighting by her side. Though it was only a fraction of his strength, the spiritual boost was immense. Fighting alongside her husband in spirit, what did she have to fear? Her night shroud lion tiger beast, though injured, also sensed its master's renewed strength and charged forward with renewed vigor. Empowered by the dragon god armor, He Mingyu's strength soared, as though she had been blessed with an invincible force. Facing the onslaught of 4 great saints, she not only held her ground but even began to gain the upper hand, fighting with increasing ferocity and dominance. How can she be this strong? The remaining 4 black-robed figures fought with growing fear. This wasn't just the power of an ordinary armor, not even a divine weapon could account for such strength. What was happening defied all reason. "You worthless fools!" a hoarse voice suddenly broke through the battle. A dark figure wrapped entirely in black cloth, radiating sinister energy, appeared on the battlefield. The moment the 4 black-robed figures saw him, their faces drained of color, their fear palpable. They cowered like mice before a cat. The newcomer was the one known as the Apostle. Though he lacked the overwhelming presence of a great saint, his mere presence seemed to freeze the very air. He Mingyu's spirit, which had been soaring, sank once again upon seeing him. Her suspicions were confirmed. There was indeed someone far more powerful behind this entire scheme. Apostle. The remaining black-robed figures, trembling with fear, bowed as they greeted him, completely abandoning their attack on He Mingyu. He Mingyu, too, didn't seize the moment to strike, her expression growing heavier. Even the great saints were terrified of this figure. What kind of power must he possess? She dared not imagine it. In the current martial world, great saints stood at the peak of power, unless some ancient god had returned to life. A great saint was the strongest being there was. But now, standing before such a figure, how could He Mingyu remain calm? I expected you to be worthless, but I didn't think you'd be this worthless. The real target hasn't even appeared, and yet you've failed so miserably. What's the point of training you at all? The apostle coldly scanned the remaining 4 great saints, his voice dripping with disdain. We are guilty. The 4 great saints responded immediately, lowering their heads even further. Great saints were the masters of life and death in the world. In any other situation they would be the ones in control, the rulers. But now, they groveled like slaves before the apostle, not daring to look up or defend themselves. Even a fool could see the situation clearly. He Mingyu was no fool. She knew exactly what this meant. Of course you are guilty. You dared to defile the mission entrusted to you by our Lord. Who else would be guilty if not you? The apostle's voice was filled with scorn, especially as his gaze fell on the corpse of the black-robed figure who had been killed. His tone turned even more contemptuous. Yes. The remaining 4 great saints didn't dare protest. Instead, they knelt even lower, pleading for mercy as though they had committed a grave sin. Step back. Your punishment will be judged by the Lord himself. For now, just watch how the mission should be carried out. The apostle commanded, showing no interest in hearing their excuses. He ordered the great saints to retreat, humiliating them without a second thought. Yet they accepted this humiliation with relief, as if a weight had been lifted. What are you people? He Mingyu's voice was cold as she stared at the apostle, trying to gather any useful information about her enemies. Such powerful and mysterious beings posed an unimaginable threat. If given the chance, she needed to uncover their background. Otherwise, who knew what catastrophe they might bring? You will know soon enough. When that time comes, you'll feel honored to be part of today's events. The apostle replied with a calm smile, his demeanor strangely friendly, as though they were old friends chatting. But the truth was far from that. Only He Mingyu, who faced him directly, understood the terrifying reality. Since his appearance, even the power contained within the demon dragon god armor had been gradually suppressed. The apostle had done nothing but speak, yet the force he radiated was akin to an oppressive rule, making it harder and harder for her to breathe. The immense pressure was steadily eroding her will to resist. Our target is not you. Surrender now, and your suffering will end. The apostle said gently, smiling as if offering a kind gesture. But He Mingyu knew better. It was these gentle, seemingly harmless individuals who were the most dangerous. You dare plot against my husband? Aren't you afraid that he'll wipe all of you out? He Mingyu retorted, refusing to back down even as she stood before such a formidable opponent. Your husband is indeed remarkable, daring to challenge even the god's authority. But to think he could actually defeat a god is just seeking his own destruction. The apostle chuckled, his friendly expression unchanged, as if he found her words amusing. Attack. Attack. Not wanting to waste any more time, He Mingyu charged forward, unwilling to let herself be used as a pawn, even if it meant her death. Such courage is admirable, but that only makes you more useful. The apostle sneered. The more defiant she was, the better it suited his plans. Each step he took toward her made his presence more overwhelming, until he stood before her like an insurmountable mountain. Cracks began to form on the demon dragon god armor. The armor, empowered by Lin Fan's dragon force, had been able to suppress even great saints, but against this apostle, it couldn't hold up. The cracks spread, and it seemed as though the armor could shatter at any moment. The apostle's power was beyond description. He didn't summon any grand displays of energy or perform any extraordinary actions. Yet each of his simple movements carried an overwhelming force, suppressing all around him. Even with the protection of the armor, the immense force caused He Mingyu to spit out blood. This time she was gravely injured, with no more tricks up her sleeve. Invincible apostle, the 4 black-robed great saints cheered from the sidelines, eager to flatter their superior. Flattery wasn't beneath them. In fact, they welcomed it. The apostle was fully aware of their sycophancy, but his mood remained unaffected. As long as they captured He Mingyu, half the mission would be complete. With such a precious wife as a hostage, he was certain their target would walk right into their trap. Lin Fan, I'm sorry. I won't be able to walk this path with you any longer, He Mingyu thought, her eyes dimming. She felt no fear, only regret. The armor retracted, revealing her pale face. She had no intention of begging for mercy or compromising. With one cold glance at her enemies, she reversed her life force, severing it herself. Stop, the apostle roared, losing his composure for the first time. He Mingyu will never be used as leverage against him, she said with a cold smile, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as her life force quickly faded away. How dare you? Seeing He Mingyu's intent to end her own life, the apostle panicked. He had expended considerable effort to capture her alive. A great saint had already been lost for this cause. Now, to see all his efforts go to waste, it was unbearable. Furthermore, after alarming the enemy, it would be much harder to attempt such a scheme again. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, sending a terrifying claw of demonic energy toward He Mingyu, tearing through the void. It moved at a speed that seemed to transcend time, aiming to stop her from taking her own life. He absolutely would not allow her to die. But just as the demonic claw was about to land, a furious voice rang out. You dare! In an instant, the terrifying claw shattered, completely obliterated. Boom! A powerful shockwave forced the apostle to stagger back. When the dust settled, a new figure stood in the clearing, a figure seething with rage. You all deserve to die. The figure was none other than Lin Fan, who had arrived at the scene in response to the earlier warning. Seeing He Mingyu's injured state, his eyes burned red with fury. Unprecedented killing intent radiated from him, like an ancient beast that had been provoked and awakened. Husband, He Mingyu's voice trembled as she spoke, unsure if what she was seeing was real. It's me. I'm sorry I was late, and let you suffer, Lin Fan whispered, cradling He Mingyu in his arms. The dragon force within him surged, calming the turbulent energy inside her. As he gazed at her blood-soaked clothes, the fire of rage within him rumbled. Like a volcano on the verge of eruption. A dragon has its reverse scale, and those who touch it must die. For Lin Fan, his reverse scale was his wife and children. Anyone who dared touch them would not live. It really is you. I thought I'd never see you again. He Mingyu smiled faintly, though blood still stained the corners of her mouth. Her smile was filled with sorrow, yet she was deeply happy. She wasn't afraid of dying. What truly saddened her was the thought of never seeing Lin Fan again. That will never happen. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Rest now and watch how I settle the score for you. Lin Fan gently wiped the blood from her mouth and set her down carefully. Okay. He Mingyu nodded obediently, her demeanor soft and sweet, completely different from the cold and resolute warrior she had been just moments ago. Once Lin Fan had taken care of He Mingyu, he slowly turned to face those who had dared to provoke him. So, how do you want to die? His voice was calm, but the fury behind it was palpable. The black-robed figures, led by the apostle, had specifically targeted Lin Fan. They were no strangers to him and knew full well who they were dealing with. The moment they saw him, their expressions shifted, and they hesitated to make a move. Well, plans never go as expected. I knew these fools would mess things up, the apostle muttered with a sigh. His eyes, glowing with demonic fire, fixed on Lin Fan. But now that you're here, let's see how much strength this man, who dares defy the gods, truly has. Apostle, leave him to us. Let us redeem ourselves. 4 of the black-robed men stepped forward, eager to prove themselves. Though they had initially been intimidated by Lin Fan's reputation, seeing that he was only at the 6th revolution gave them confidence. They had made grave mistakes earlier, and they were desperate to make up for them. The apostle's eyes flickered slightly at their request. After a moment, he nodded. Very well. You may test him. Thank you, apostle. Grateful for the opportunity to redeem themselves, the 4 black-robed men grew excited. But in their eagerness, they failed to consider one crucial question: was Lin Fan truly as weak as his displayed power suggested? They would never get the chance to learn the answer. Lin Fan's fury had reached its peak, and he had no interest in exchanging words. These rats had plotted against his wife, driving her to the brink of suicide. For that alone they all had to die. All together. Nem? The 4 black-robed men, though overconfident, were not entirely reckless. They attacked Lin Fan together, a sensible decision in the face of danger. But would it make a difference? Lin Fan's expression remained cold as he faced the 4 great saints charging at him with all their might. He simply raised his hand and clenched it slowly. Screech. The air twisted violently with a deafening sound. The very space where the 4 black-robed great saints stood was distorted and compressed, as if being wrung out like a wet cloth. The 4 great saints, seeing the space around them collapse, desperately unleashed all their power in an attempt to break free. But it was futile. In their terrified eyes, the crushing force only grew stronger. "No! Apostle, save us!" they screamed in panic, reaching out to the apostle for help. But before the apostle could respond, the space around them twisted further, and their bodies were crushed into bloody pulp, their remains indistinguishable. 4 invincible great saints, reduced to nothing in an instant, without even a chance to resist. Hiss! Is this? The true power of the young master Xiao Hong, the maid, had just managed to get back on her feet. She had been tending to He Mingyu but happened to glance up in time to witness the horrifying scene. Her eyes widened in shock, and she drew a sharp breath. Great saints! These were the strongest beings in existence, recognized as invincible in any era. Yet in front of Lin Fan, they were crushed like ants. No, 4 of them, all at once. What kind of terrifying power did he possess? He's grown even stronger, the apostle muttered, his expression darkening with unprecedented seriousness. The apostle knew Lin Fan well. He had secretly observed Lin Fan's battle with the Crimson Blood Demon Lord, and had even spied on his sparring sessions with Shen Changqing. It was no exaggeration to say that the apostle knew more about Lin Fan than anyone else. That was why he hadn't attacked directly, instead following his lord's instructions to target Lin Fan's family, knowing that they were his weak spot. The plan had been to lure Lin Fan into a trap by exploiting his love for his wife and children. The apostle had overestimated Lin Fan's strength, at least. That's what he had thought. But the scene before him proved just how disastrously wrong he had been. Lin Fan was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. "So, how do you want to die?" Lin Fan's voice cut through the air as he turned his cold gaze on the apostle. To him, killing the 4 great saints seemed as effortless as swatting a few flies. But the apostle did not laugh. His expression was more solemn than ever. "How do you want to die?" The apostle had heard these same words twice in a short span, yet each time, they carried a completely different weight. Huff, he exhaled deeply, staring at Lin Fan. "You truly are someone even the gods remember, unpredictable as expected. But if you think you can take my life, you're not there yet. At least not now." As he spoke, his resolve hardened. A terrifying aura, far beyond that of a great saint, erupted from him. Boom! The sky darkened as demonic energy surged into the heavens, casting the entire area in shadow. The once brown ground turned black under the oppressive force, and the surroundings transformed into what seemed like a demonic realm. A sinister blood axe appeared in the apostle's hand, and the strips of cloth around him fluttered violently, making him look like a demon emerging from the abyss. "All show, no substance," Lin Fan commented calmly, unfazed by the apostle's full display of power. "You'll find out soon enough if it's just for show," the apostle retorted. His voice was raspy and dry, like that of a desiccated corpse, enough to send chills down anyone's spine. But Lin Fan remained indifferent, his gaze steady. His fury simmered beneath the surface. The man who had driven his wife to the brink of suicide would not die easily. He intended to make him experience true despair. Die. Now fully empowered by demonic energy, the apostle seemed possessed by evil intent. With a roar, he swung his blood axe down toward Lin Fan, tearing the sky apart as if splitting the heavens. The blood-red fissure raced toward Lin Fan, threatening to cleave him in 2. Lin Fan, however, simply closed his eyes for a moment before snapping them open. Whoosh! Like golden lightning, his fist shot forward. It was the same martial art he had first learned, Tiger Fist. For most martial saints, this was a basic, rudimentary technique. But in Lin Fan's hands, it unleashed a force powerful enough to shatter the heavens. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, creating an explosion akin to planets colliding. The resulting shockwave ripped the world apart. But as the shockwave neared Lin Fan, it abruptly dissipated, unable to even ruffle his hair. Those standing behind him, including He Mingyu, remained completely unharmed. The apostle, however, was not so fortunate. The shockwave hurled him back, his blood axe vibrating violently from the impact. His hands throbbed in pain from the force of the clash. In just one exchange, he had been thoroughly outmatched. How? How can someone at the 6th revolution be this strong? Not even the descendants of gods should have such power. The apostle's expression darkened. The clash had torn the black cloth from his face, revealing his gaunt, dried features and unsettling, pupil-less eyes. He found it impossible to accept. His cultivation had reached a level just shy of surpassing a great saint. He should have been able to suppress anyone below that level effortlessly. Yet in the face of Lin Fan, he had been decisively defeated. It was unthinkable. This is impossible unless he's a reincarnated god. If I don't eliminate him today, he will become unstoppable. Even by the gods, the apostle's thoughts grew sharper, his determination stealing. No matter what, Lin Fan had to be destroyed before he fully matured. If given more time, dealing with him would be impossible. Today was his last chance. O mighty demon god, grant your loyal apostle power. Kneeling in mid-air, the apostle prayed with fervent devotion. Boom! In response, a force that transcended the laws of this world descended from the void, infusing the apostle's body with immense energy. Gif whoosh! The moment this power entered him, his eyes ignited with demonic flames, and the malevolent aura around him surged to its peak. This is the power of my God. It's intoxicatingly strong. The apostle slowly rose, flexing his hand with newfound strength, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The fear and uncertainty he had shown earlier vanished completely. You are powerful, far more than I anticipated. But the real fight starts now. Are you ready? He gazed at Lin Fan with fiery eyes, his lips curling into a wicked grin. All show, no substance. Lin Fan repeated, his expression unchanged. The apostle's smirk faltered. Once again, Lin Fan's indifference prevented him from relishing his newfound power. Enough talking. Show me what you've got, or you won't get another chance, Lin Fan said calmly. The apostle's face twisted with fury at the insult. As you wish. Boom! With a deafening crack, the space around the apostle shattered as he disappeared from sight. In an instant, he reappeared above Lin Fan, blood axe in hand, glowing with a blinding red light as it came crashing down toward Lin Fan's head. Silently, the blade sliced through the void, as though splitting heaven and earth. Even a great saint would be cleaved in two under such an attack. The apostle's face contorted with glee, imagining Lin Fan split open before him. But that moment of triumph was short-lived. As the blade neared, Lin Fan casually raised a hand, catching the massive blood axe mid-swing. The blade stopped cold, unable to move an inch forward. The apostle's grin froze. He tried to speak, but only choking, raspy gasps escaped, like a duck with its throat caught. He was speechless. No matter how much power surged through the axe, it couldn't advance any further. The mighty swing of the blood axe, meant to cleave the sky itself, was caught barehanded. All the divine power it carried shattered, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Lin Fan held it effortlessly. No matter how much the apostle unleashed his strength and divine energy, the weapon wouldn't budge. So, this is the strength you're so proud of? Seems pretty ordinary to me, Lin Fan said calmly, as if simply stating a fact. The apostle, who had been filled with pride moments ago, now found himself utterly speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. His cultivation had surpassed that of an ordinary great saint, and with the additional blessing of his God, he had transcended even further. He should have been invincible. His level alone should have made any opponent kneel before him. Yet here he was, completely overpowered by the very target he had tried to trap, a situation he couldn't fathom. This can't be. No one in this era should have this level of strength, the apostle muttered to himself, shaking his head as if trying to wake from a nightmare. Normally, Lin Fan might have humored him with a few more words, but today he had no such patience. Anyone who dared touch his reverse scale, his wife, deserved nothing but the harshest of fates. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the axe. The demonic blood axe, seemingly indestructible, cracked under the pressure. With a flick of his wrist, the axe shattered into countless fragments. The apostle stared in stunned silence at his now empty hands. He couldn't believe it. Someone at the mere sixth revolution, the lowest of martial realms compared to his, had destroyed a weapon he thought was unbreakable. It was beyond terrifying, it was an unspeakable taboo. Who are you?" the apostle finally shouted, eyes fixed on Lin Fan, as though trying to see through him. "What do you think?" Lin Fan responded coldly, intent on breaking the man's spirit, making him understand the true meaning of despair. The apostle couldn't answer, or rather, he had no time to respond. In a flash, Lin Fan moved, delivering a powerful kick that bent the apostle's body like a shrimp, sending him flying like a rag doll. The impact launched him across the battlefield, crashing into a nearby mountain, causing it to crumble into dust and debris, forming a massive burial mound. The apostle was buried alive, entombed under the rubble. That was Lin Fan's first gift to him. But it wasn't over. Lin Fan's dragon force surged as he formed a glowing sphere of energy in his hand, which he then sent gently toward the burial mound. The ball of energy quietly embedded itself into the pile of debris. For a moment, all was silent. Then boom, a deafening explosion rocked the landscape. Shattered rocks and dirt flew everywhere as a blinding light pierced the air. From beneath the debris, a blood-curdling scream echoed. The apostle was violently ejected from the mound, his body ripped apart by the explosion. First buried alive, Then blown out of his grave, the pain wasn't just physical, it was a complete destruction of his pride and spirit. In Lin Fan's presence, the apostle had become nothing more than a toy, tossed around at will. His once invincible strength now seemed as fragile as paper. Severely wounded, the apostle was finally pinned to the ground by a blood-red spear that pierced through his chest, pinning him in place like a bug under a collector's glass. Lin Fan landed softly on the ground, walking slowly toward the defeated apostle, towering over him with cold indifference. "Please, spare me." The apostle, utterly broken, began to beg for his life, his voice trembling with desperation. Even ants will fight for their lives, and so would he. To reach his current level of power, he had sacrificed everything, even becoming a servant of the demonic forces, just to stand at the peak of martial arts. "Do you think that's possible?" Lin Fan asked quietly, his gaze never leaving the apostle. "I." The apostle opened his mouth but found himself unable to say anything. At this moment, regret consumed him. He regretted underestimating his opponent, and he regretted provoking such a terrifying force. "Don't worry. Your master will soon join you," Lin Fan said, gripping the blood spear firmly and giving it a sharp twist. With that, the apostle's life came to an end, following the same fate as the black-robed figures before him. With the battle finished, Lin Fan turned back to He Mingyu, who was waiting patiently. "Let's go," he said softly, extending his hand to her. "Where does?" she asked, reaching out to take his hand, sensing that he didn't mean to return home. "To kill a god," Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile. A god? He Mingyu was stunned by his calm response, momentarily dazed by the weight of those words. But Lin Fan said nothing more. He simply held her hand and ascended into the sky. After being schemed against again and again, it was time to put an end to this. The so-called gods had crossed the line, touching what should never be touched. Watching the couple leave, Xiao Hong and the injured Night Shroud Lion Tiger could only stare. At first, Xiao Hong was filled with admiration and envy. Her mistress had such a protective and powerful husband. But soon, she realized something was wrong. They had left her and the beast behind. Where were they? And how were they supposed to get home? With a helpless sigh, Xiao Hong raised her hands, as if to call out, but Lin Fan and He Mingyu were already far off in the distance. At the celestial burial grounds, the sky had once again been covered by a yellowish shroud of deathly energy. This toxic fog, known as burial gas, had the power to corrode the life force of any living being. For years, no one had dared venture into the area while it was enveloped in such deadly mist. Even the most powerful great saints feared this place. But today, that unspoken rule was broken. Lin Fan and He Mingyu, hand in hand, moved through the burial gas without hesitation. A holy golden light surrounded them, with a faint image of a golden dragon coiling around them for protection. As they plunged deeper into the deadly mist, the burial gas dissolved upon contact with the light, unable to halt their progress. Onlookers, drawn to the mysterious and fearsome place, gasped as they witnessed the spectacle from afar. "What's happening? Was that bright light someone entering the burial grounds?" one observer asked in disbelief. "Yes, a man and a woman. They're heading straight for the core of the burial grounds," another responded, his eyes gleaming with a special vision technique. The crowd collectively gasped, their minds reeling. But that was just the beginning. What they witnessed next would shake them to their core. "Is it that divine corpse?" He Mingyu asked, realizing where Lin Fan was heading as they ventured deeper into the celestial burial grounds. They passed through the celestial chessboard, moving toward a hidden space within the burial ground. Only now did He Mingyu begin to understand Lin Fan's intentions. When Lin Fan had previously mentioned killing a god, she had thought he was speaking metaphorically, perhaps referring to some cult leader who fancied themselves a god. But now she realized he was serious. He truly intended to confront the divine entity spoken of in legend. As Lin Fan's wife, He Mingyu knew a bit about the divine remnant. She had even faced the divine corpse alongside Lin Fan before. However, as soon as Lin Fan broke through the celestial chessboard, something inside the hidden space stirred. Or rather, it had been prepared long before. The apostle and his allies had arranged everything with the goal of luring Lin Fan here by kidnapping He Mingyu. Now that Lin Fan had walked into their trap, it seemed to be going according to plan. A massive hand, large enough to blot out the sky, reached out from the hidden space. Despite the burial gas between them, the hand's oppressive force penetrated every layer, pressing down on the hearts of those nearby, making it difficult to breathe. Those watching from the outskirts of the burial grounds saw the colossal hand and felt their souls nearly leave their bodies in terror. It was as if a single palm could cover the heavens, its size unimaginable, and the void around it shattered into endless darkness. "Good. You came at the right time. Lin Fan stood at the center of the giant hand's path, showing no fear. Instead, he welcomed the challenge with a loud shout. Summoning his blood spear, Lin Fan activated his divine dragon transformation and unleashed his heaven and earth empowerment technique. In an instant, his body grew to dozens of meters tall, covered in golden dragon scales. The twin powers of yin and yang flowed through him, amplifying his heavenly abilities and strengthening his godlike form. Lin Fan had mastered a complete system of strength. Each movement he made now carried a profound sense of power capable of shaking the heavens. Without any hesitation, he wielded his blood spear and charged toward the descending giant hand. Boom! The blood spear expanded to match his size, becoming a towering pillar of destruction in Lin Fan's hands. With a single swing, he struck the massive hand with all his might. The resulting impact was catastrophic. The burial gas within the celestial burial grounds was stirred into chaos, nearly spilling beyond the bounds of the space. Those outside watching were forced to retreat, their faces drained of color. With terrifying power. Could this be one of the invincible great saints from legends? Someone shouted in awe as they stumbled backward. Many agreed with the assessment, though an elder, an 8th revolution martial saint who had recently awakened from a long slumber, shook his head. An invincible great saint is strong, but even they would struggle to resist the burial gas here, let alone fight within it. The elder said. He was the most powerful figure present and had brought his most promising descendant to witness the world outside the family's domain. Hearing such a respected figure speak, the crowd grew even more anxious. If this wasn't the power of a great saint, what level of being could it be? Above a great saint? Or perhaps a god? No one could answer the question, not even the elder. Could gods really exist in this world? A young onlooker asked, his innocent face filled with confusion. No one had an answer. But the scene before them seemed to provide one. Boom! The battle intensified. The colossal hand, though separated by a dimensional barrier, displayed unimaginable strength, seemingly drawing from some higher plane of existence. The power it wielded was akin to divine law, overwhelming all ordinary strength and reducing most martial powers to dust. But Lin Fan showed no signs of retreat. The power coursing through him was balanced with yin and yang, and his every move hinted at mastery over some kind of cosmic rule. Far from being suppressed, Lin Fan grew stronger as the battle progressed. The dragon force within him made him an unyielding, tireless force. The blood spear in his hands danced through the air, and rather than passively defending, Lin Fan launched a relentless assault on the massive hand. Each strike was heavier than the last, hammering the hand with devastating force. Though the giant hand was incredibly resilient, appearing to be formed of some invincible law, it finally began to crack under Lin Fan's attacks. Fractures spread across it, and with one final blinding explosion of energy, the hand shattered into countless pieces. The onlookers outside saw only this final moment, the destruction of the colossal hand. They watched in stunned silence as Lin Fan, now in his full battle form, charged deeper into the burial grounds, taking He Mingyu with him. The shattered hand had only been a manifestation of some power. The true enemy still lurked within the hidden space. When Lin Fan said he intended to kill a god, he wasn't speaking in metaphors. Today he truly meant to slay a god. Inside the hidden dimension, deep within a subterranean abyss, a divine corpse lay bound by chains upon a sacrificial altar. As Lin Fan broke through the hand's defenses and charged into the space, the corpse stirred. Its head slowly lifted, and though its eyes remained closed, its eyelids twitched, as if about to open. Such growth. Dragon God, your foresight remains as sharp as ever. Given time, his potential would be limitless. But alas, in this era, he is doomed to tragedy. The divine corpse spoke, not with its mouth, but from deep within its body. Clang! The chains binding the corpse rattled, and a rainbow-colored light shimmered around it. But almost immediately, a sinister black energy arose, clashing with the light until both dimmed and faded. As the battle between light and darkness subsided, an overwhelming aura of malevolence began to reawaken within the divine corpse. It was at this moment that Lin Fan and He Mingyu arrived. Lin Fan had returned to his normal size, standing before the divine corpse with He Mingyu at his side. Their gazes met the corpse's closed eyes facing Lin Fan's sharp, unwavering stare. "So, we meet again," the divine corpse said, breaking the silence with a voice that carried a hint of amusement, not the overwhelming evil one might expect from such a being. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" Lin Fan responded, his tone calm and steady. "It is," the divine corpse admitted, confirming that it had indeed orchestrated recent events. "You are impressive. Not only have you inherited the Dragon God's legacy, but your own power is quite unique. How about this? Become my apostle. If you serve me, I will overlook your past offenses and grant you even greater power. The divine corpse offered, extending an olive branch to Lin Fan. Clearly Lin Fan's strength had earned the god's recognition, enough for it to consider recruiting him rather than immediately fighting. A half-dead old relic like you thinks you can recruit me. Do you even deserve it? Lin Fan laughed, as though he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. His words made the ancient god's corpse twitch beneath its closed eyelids, and its aura darkened. Clearly this insult had provoked the god's remains. To be recruited by a god was considered the highest honor, something countless people yearned for but could never attain. Serving these gods did, indeed, grant immense power, even allowing their followers to borrow divine strength in times of need. But to Lin Fan, the offer was beneath him. He dismissed it without a second thought, even mocking the god. His words were simple, but the scorn they carried cut deeper than any other insult. A half-dead old fool like you. Do you think you're worthy? Such biting mockery was stronger than any direct insult. It seems your power has blinded you, making you forget the reverence owed to gods. Since that's the case, let me show you what true despair feels like. The god's corpse finally spoke, its voice growing icy. Boom! As soon as the words fell, an even more terrifying aura erupted. A swirling torrent of dark energy enveloped the underground abyss, filling the air with the wails of countless tormented souls. It was as if the entire area had transformed into a demonic realm. But that wasn't the scariest part. The true horror was the appearance of an immense, law-bound force, manifesting as pitch-black chains that slithered through the air like demonic dragons, aiming to bind Lin Fan and crush his spirit. Clang, clang. The chains rattled with a sharp, hypnotic sound, as if weaving an enchantment. Even though Mingyu wore the dragon god armor, she swayed under the influence, struggling to stay upright. However, with a surge of golden light, Lin Fan stabilized her. Wait for me here. Tonight your husband will treat you to some roasted godly meat, Lin Fan said with a gentle smile, using his dragon force to shield her from the external pressures. Mingyu regained her composure and wrinkled her nose in disgust. I'd rather not. Even a dog wouldn't eat such disgusting meat. Haha, Lin Fan roared with laughter, while the god's remains remained deathly silent. The couple's light-hearted banter treated the god as if he was worthless, as if a divine being held no value in their eyes. You dare blaspheme against a god? You will both stay here and atone for your sins. The icy voice rang out again. The chains of law shot toward Lin Fan and Mingyu, ripping through space. You're not worthy of the effort. Lin Fan scoffed, summoning his blood spear once more. He met the black chains head-on, not retreating an inch. Clang, clang, clang. The blood spear spun like a windmill, colliding violently with the chains of law. The clash produced sharp, ear-piercing sounds as sparks flew. The power contained within these chains exceeded human comprehension. Though it wasn't a true manifestation of divine law, the chains held remnants of such power. After all, the gods' remains before them were no more than a lingering corpse, far from their former glory. Still, the pressure on Lin Fan was immense. He had already transformed into his dragon form, and with each strike, the surrounding void crumbled. The burial ground shook violently, the landscape twisted and torn, as if a cataclysm had been unleashed. Fortunately, this battle was confined within the Forbidden Zone. If fought elsewhere, the clash would have destroyed countless cities. This is your pride, the gods remained sneered, its tone filled with mockery. To me it's laughable. Lin Fan said nothing in response. Actions spoke louder than words. He activated heaven and earth empowerment once more, his colossal form towering with the power of the universe. Every move he made carried the weight of heaven and earth, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. On top of this, he unleashed his 3 heads, 6 arms technique. Weapons of all kinds, spears, swords, blades materialized in his hands. In the next moment, Lin Fan became a whirlwind of weapons, his attacks tearing through the web of black chains as he charged toward the god's corpse at the center of the altar. Boom! 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 The relentless collisions blurred into a continuous roar of thunder, shaking the very depths of the underground abyss. Only the glowing altar remained untouched amidst the chaos, as though protected by some unseen force. The god's remains fell silent, clearly sensing the mounting pressure. Although Lin Fan was only at the 6th revolution in terms of cultivation, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary great saint. His defiance of natural laws was enough to make even this ancient deity take notice. A freak of nature. But still not enough. You've come too early. The god's corpse murmured, and with a slight tremor of its arm, the entire world seemed to tilt. Everything around them vanished into a gray void. Time, space, and dimension lost all meaning. The world appeared disorienting and limitless, as though there was no end in sight. This was the divine realm. In the next instant, a colossal demonic claw swept across the void. It moved as though it could grasp the entire world in its palm. Despite Lin Fan's enormous size, standing dozens of meters tall with his heaven and earth empowerment, he appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust beneath the looming claw. Such overwhelming divine power came from nothing more than a twitch of the god's corpse's hand. For the first time, Lin Fan's expression turned serious. This half-dead god was far stronger than he had anticipated, stronger and more terrifying than words could describe. Ancient gods. What kind of beings were they? How glorious was their era, Lin Fan muttered as he stared at the claw, a mixture of admiration and awe flickering in his eyes. But that awe quickly gave way to a steely resolve. If this were the god in its prime, he would have no chance of victory. But against a half-dead remnant? Lin Fan feared nothing. Full dragon transformation. A majestic voice echoed through the void, shaking the very fabric of the realm. The heavens seemed to tremble in response as Lin Fan's body glowed with divine golden light. In an instant, he transformed into a radiant dragon, his heaven and earth empowerment fully activated, drawing upon the limitless power of the universe. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated across the battlefield as Lin Fan's golden dragon form continued to grow, expanding without end. This was the complete dragon transformation, a divine technique Lin Fan had obtained upon unlocking his sixth seal. Now, with both the yin and yang seals fully unlocked, the legendary dragon had truly descended into the mortal world. Roar. The dragon's mighty roar shook the heavens as its claws collided with the demonic claw in a titanic clash. For a moment, the world stood still. Then, a blinding flash of light obliterated all vision, and everything turned pure white. It was as though the entire world had been consumed by that light. Sound vanished as well, as if every noise in existence had been erased. The void was torn apart, and the resulting shockwave flattened the altar and the surrounding abyss. The very fabric of the hidden dimension began to crumble. The brilliant light surged outward, evaporating the burial gas in the celestial burial grounds. In that moment, the entire burial ground was illuminated, and the disturbance was felt across the entire Qin Empire. Everyone, even in the farthest reaches, turned to look in the direction of the burial grounds. In other forbidden zones across the realm, ancient beings took notice, their deep, shadowy eyes flickering with interest. Even the restless forces within the zones seemed to fall silent. A single battle had stilled the entire world. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Lin Fan asked, perplexed, as he noticed Shen Chengqing's intense gaze within the Lin family estate. "Are you human or ghost?" Shen Chengqing asked, his eyes wide as if he had just seen a ghost. "Of course I'm human." "What the hell, old Shen? Are you trying to insult me?" Lin Fan snapped back, clearly unhappy and looking like he was ready to fight. Shen Chengqing didn't respond right away. He just kept staring at Lin Fan, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Several days had passed since the epic battle at the celestial burial grounds, but the shockwaves of that fight still rippled across the world. A battle that shook the entire realm. How could anyone easily forget it? Shen Chengqing had been one of the few witnesses. While most people didn't recognize Lin Fan during the fight, Shen had sparred with him before and knew his style all too well. That's why, even from afar, he had no doubt that Lin Fan had been battling the ruler of the celestial burial grounds, a being that was nothing short of a surviving ancient god. Despite being half dead and barely clinging to life, a god was still a god. Such gods were the ones who had created forbidden zones like the celestial burial grounds, zones that even peak great saints like Shen Chengqing dared not approach. The terror of these zones lay in the fact that gods occasionally emerged from them during millennial cycles. Yet, Lin Fan had not only ventured into the forbidden zone but had also fought its master, leaving the battlefield alive and well. How absurdly strong must one be to pull that off? "I'm not insulting you," Shen Chengqing said, finally speaking again, though his voice was still filled with disbelief. "I'm just curious. How can someone at the sixth revolution be so powerful? It defies the natural laws of martial cultivation." Lin Fan smiled and replied casually, "It's simple. You just need to refine your martial path to its fullest." "The fullest?" Shen Chengqing murmured, clearly lost in thought. Lin Fan's words didn't seem like a joke, and Shen sensed there was truth in them. Yet, knowing the answer didn't mean he could replicate it. Even Lin Fan's own family couldn't follow this path to perfection. "So, what was the outcome of your fight at the celestial burial grounds?" Shen asked, shifting the conversation back to the main topic. Although he had witnessed the battle, he had been too far away to see the conclusion. The burial gas and the distortions of the hidden space had obstructed his view, and he only knew that the battle had ended abruptly after a massive clash. "We called it a draw. Lin Fan said nonchalantly. A draw? Really? Shen Changqing asked, unconvinced. He knew Lin Fan too well. There was no way he would storm into a god's domain without deep-seated grudges. Lin Fan wouldn't end a battle unless he felt his vengeance had been fully satisfied. Lin Fan laughed, seeing through Shen's skepticism. All right, you got me. I did manage to gain a little advantage, but only a small one. My strength is still lacking in some areas. Shen Changqing was left speechless. He had nodded at first, feeling that his suspicions were confirmed. But hearing Lin Fan claim his strength was still lacking was too much. To fight against the master of a forbidden zone, come out alive and even claim an advantage, how could that be considered lacking? How could someone like him, who didn't even dare step into the zone, not feel utterly dwarfed? Beside him, the Crimson Blood Demon Lord, who had just finished his daily sparring duties, overheard the conversation. His expression became one of silent resignation. Even for someone forced to be Lin Fan's sparring partner, hearing this was too much. Lin Fan, have you ever noticed that sometimes you just really make people want to hit you? Shen Changqing said, half joking but mostly serious. If he weren't aware of Lin Fan's overwhelming strength, he would have thrown a punch by now. I mean, come on, old Shen, don't be so hot-tempered. I'm just telling the truth. Don't people have the right to speak honestly anymore? Lin Fan said, shrugging innocently. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Shen asked through gritted teeth, glaring at him. Of course. After a hard-fought battle, I only gained a small advantage. Isn't that proof my strength needs work? Shen Changqing nearly choked on his words, feeling like he might cough up blood from sheer frustration. He pointed at Lin Fan, unable to find the words to express his exasperation. The Crimson Blood Demon Lord was equally stunned, standing there like a statue. Dear little dragon is here. Long Kiwi called out, arriving with their young son Lin Long in tow. Born with the innate physique of a dragon, little Lin Long had grown rapidly. Among the children of the Lin family, his physique was the most powerful, and he was already taller than most boys his age. Despite only being a few years old, he was nearly as tall as his mother, Long Kui, who was a statuesque woman, taller than many grown men. His personality matched his size, bold and carefree, and he was beloved by all the elders in the family, including Lin Fan. Father. Lin Long greeted his father with a bright smile. Lin Fan affectionately ruffled his son's hair, though Lin Long was nearly his height. Where's your pet? Call it over. Sure thing. Lin Long nodded enthusiastically, and used his mind to call out to his dragon companion, which had been out hunting. In the span of a few years, the young dragon had grown to nearly 10 feet long, soon big enough for Lin Long to ride. Little Gold, where did you go today? Did you bring me anything tasty? Lin Long asked, rubbing the dragon affectionately. The dragon let out a series of grunts and gestures, clearly communicating with its young master. Their bond was strong. Lin Fan watched them with a satisfied smile. Then, reaching into his spatial ring, he pulled out an object, a dried, shriveled arm, looking like it had been preserved like old cured meat. The moment it appeared, everyone, including the young dragon, Shen Changqing, and the Crimson Blood Demon Lord, was immediately captivated. They couldn't tear their eyes away from it. A god's remains, Shen Changqing stammered, his voice trembling as his eyes widened in disbelief. God's remains. Mains. Shen Changqing, a powerful saint, was utterly shocked. He stood there frozen, staring in disbelief at the shriveled arm that Lin Fan had taken out, a dried, shriveled hand that looked like a piece of ancient cured meat, yet radiated an undeniable divine aura. This kind of holy presence could only come from something associated with the gods. And an object that exuded such an aura from the inside out could only be one thing: an actual remnant of a god. So, you actually cut off this arm? Shen Changqing's eyes widened even more as he stared at the severed limb, his gaze now fixed on Lin Fan like he was seeing a ghost. Yep. Lin Fan replied without hesitation, smiling as he handed the divine arm to the young dragon, teasing it like one would with a puppy. The golden eyes of the dragon widened like light bulbs, following every movement of the godly arm with unwavering focus. Though this young dragon was born sacred and destined for unimaginable power in the future, it had its drawbacks. A growing divine creature required immense amounts of nourishment. Without enough sustenance, its growth would slow or even halt altogether. Regular food wasn't enough to provide the necessary nutrients. Such a beast needed the highest quality meat, the flesh and blood of extraordinary creatures. And the flesh of a god? It was the ultimate nourishment. Attracted by the powerful energy of the severed arm, the young dragon stared with saliva nearly dripping from its mouth. You cut off a god's arm, and you're calling that just a little advantage? Shen Changqing asked, still in disbelief, when Lin Fan had mentioned earlier that he got a little advantage. Shen had assumed it meant Lin Fan had merely injured the god, maybe made it cough up some blood, but to cut off nearly an entire arm? That was hardly a small victory. If that was a small advantage, then what would it mean to truly come out on top? Decapitating the god entirely? Thud. Nearby, the Crimson Blood Demon Lord couldn't take it anymore. His legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees. Don't ask why, he just couldn't stand anymore after hearing such madness. Dear, is this really the arm of a god? Even Long Qi, usually calm and collected, couldn't hide her shock. She knew full well what it meant to possess the remains of an ancient god. Only little Lin Long remained unfazed. To him, his father was invincible. Whether cutting off a god's arm or taking its head entirely, neither seemed particularly out of the ordinary. Father, did you call little gold back just to feed it this god's arm? Lin Long asked, his concern more focused on the practical matter at hand. Exactly. Lin Fan replied, nodding to Long Qi and smiling warmly at his son before tossing the godly arm to the young dragon. Ancient gods were undeniably powerful, even when half dead. Despite Lin Fan's best efforts, fully transforming into a dragon and using divine formations, he hadn't been able to kill the god outright. In the end, he had only managed to sever an arm. Still, the battle had given Lin Fan a clear understanding of his current strength, and he could now confidently say that his cultivation was fully complete for this stage. This meant he was ready for his next breakthrough. At just the 6th revolution, Lin Fan had the power to challenge gods. What would happen if he advanced to the 7th or 8th revolution? Or even reached the pinnacle 9th revolution, elevating both his light and dark aspects to their corresponding levels? He had told Shen Changqingyan that his strength was still lacking, not to be modest, but because he genuinely believed it. Only after breaking through to the 9th revolution in both aspects would he truly be at his full potential. Roar. The young dragon eagerly devoured the severed arm in one gulp, a look of excitement flashing in its eyes as it felt the immense power coursing through the godly flesh. This was the ultimate nourishment for a divine beast like it. Once it finished digesting the arm, it wouldn't just grow larger, it would transcend its infancy and step into the next phase of its life cycle, edging closer to its true dragon form. The real power of a divine dragon was something to behold, and it was a transformation Lin Fan was looking forward to seeing. Roar. With the godly arm now inside it, the young dragon quickly drifted into a deep, restorative slumber. Seeing this, Lin Long stepped forward and gently wrapped the dragon around himself. As its bonded master, Lin Long would also receive some of the benefits of the dragon's growth. Will he be all right? Long Qi, concerned for her son, couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, it will only benefit him. That's good to hear. Long Qi sighed in relief, glancing at her increasingly sleepy son. Mom, I'm so tired. Lin Long yawned, rubbing his eyes. Long Qi knew that the dragon's digestion of the godly arm was feeding energy back to Lin Long. Come on, let's get you to bed, she said softly, but don't fall asleep completely. You need to stay awake enough to absorb the energy little gold is sharing with you. I know, Mom, Lin Long replied, nodding obediently. Despite his size, he was still very much a mama's boy. With a nod to Lin Fan and Shen Changqing, Long Qi took Lin Long by the hand and led him away to rest. Having a good father really does make all the difference. Shen Changqing sighed with admiration as he watched them leave. Between the young dragon and the god's remains, Lin Fan had provided his son with unimaginable resources. With such support, even a pig could soar to greatness. And Lin Long wasn't just anyone, he was already blessed with a powerful divine physique. It was hard not to imagine the heights he would reach in the future. Lin Fan, do you have room for another son? Shen Changqing suddenly asked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. What are you up to? Lin Fan tensed, sensing where this was going. Shen Changqing wasn't joking. He genuinely thought being Lin Fan's adopted son might be the best deal ever. So what if he had to call him father? If it came with all these benefits, it was worth it. Stop right there, Lin Fan said quickly, cutting him off before he could go any further. I'm not interested in having you as a son. Come on, think about it, Shen Changqing protested, grinning. I might be old, but I still look youthful. Plus, I'm incredibly respectful and filial, I'd take great care of you. Get lost, Lin Fan laughed, playfully kicking Shen Changqing away. What kind of nonsense was this? A grown man, thousands of years old, wanting to call him father? That was pure insanity. After sending Shen Changqing flying, Lin Fan spent some time with his wives before retreating to the secret chamber beneath the estate for a period of closed-door cultivation. This time, he would perfect his current realm. And when he emerged, the world would be a completely different place. Haha! The mighty demon lord, Reduced to failure at the hands of a mere human? It seems you're only growing weaker with age. In an unknown realm, several powerful entities had gathered, their towering presences filling the space. Among them, a shadowy figure radiating dark, oppressive energy was the same ancient god who had lost an arm to Lin Fan, the weakened demon god, who still held mastery over the dark rules of the demonic realm. Yet here, he was the subject of mockery. And despite the ridicule, the demon god could only endure it. After all, the taunt was true. Being injured by a mere human and losing an entire arm was an unbearable disgrace for any god, even if they were in a half-dead state, clinging to life by a thread. It was a humiliation of the highest order. "Enough," said another voice, stepping in to stop the jeers. We all felt what happened. But the question remains, was that human truly that strong? The demon god was silent for a moment before nodding. The human was indeed powerful, but the real issue was his strange ability. His strength was able to match our rule-based powers without being overwhelmed. To stand against rule-based power? How could such a being exist in this broken world, where even the understanding of martial arts is incomplete? The mediator was visibly shaken. He knew the demon god wouldn't lie, there was no need for excuses at their level. The fact that a mere human had accomplished this was troubling. This unstable element cannot be allowed to grow. If left unchecked, he could become a threat to us. Though he can only endanger our remnants and not our true selves, these remains are essential for harvesting life force. They are our most critical tools. Losing them is out of the question. Another entity spoke, its voice resolute, and quickly, others voiced their agreement. Even the one who had mocked the demon god earlier joined in. The demon god, of course, needed no convincing. After suffering such a loss, he couldn't let it go. If we're all in agreement, then it's time to act. We've slept for millennia, and this world is long overdue for a change. A united empire is unacceptable. Only scattered, defenseless sheep are easy to harvest, declared the final voice. With that, the gathering of ominous entities dispersed into nothingness. In the central capital of the great Qing Empire, ripples were spreading from the battle at the Forbidden Zone. However, the true disturbance wasn't from one fight, it was from the awakening of all forbidden zones across the land. Every major and minor life forbidden area had begun to stir simultaneously, throwing the world into chaos. Monstrous beings, which had previously stayed confined within their forbidden zones, were now emerging, breaking old rules. As the supreme power of the world, the Qin Empire could not ignore such threats. The imperial court convened immediately, with military commanders fully armed, ready to march at a moment's notice. The Qin emperor soon appeared, his arrival heralded by a procession of eunuchs and palace attendants. He ascended the 9 golden steps of his throne, radiating an unshakable authority that filled the hall. "Long live the emperor!" The gathered officials and ministers all bowed in unison, their voices carrying the weight of their utmost respect. The emperor of Qin was recognized as the strongest ruler in the empire, a leader whose prestige had reached its peak. Just his presence was enough to inspire confidence, as if nothing was beyond his power to resolve. "Rise!" the emperor commanded, his voice resonating with the very essence of order and power. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the officials replied, standing upright and awaiting his decree. "The Forbidden Zones have begun treating our people like cattle, slaughtering them at will, reducing my citizens to mere livestock. Such blasphemy is intolerable." The emperor's words were brief, lacking in flowery language, but the fury within them was unmistakable. His anger spread through the hall, igniting the spirits of the officials and generals. "The Forbidden Zones treat our people like fodder, an unforgivable crime. They must be eradicated." A fiery-tempered general was the first to step forward, his face contorted with rage. "Indeed, they must be destroyed. We request the emperor's decree to suppress this uprising." A minister followed, voicing the same determination. Unlike mere scholars, the ministers of Qin were warriors who excelled in both governance and battle. Zhao Gao read the decree. The emperor ordered. The head eunuch stepped forward, unfurling the imperial edict. Within hours, Qin's vast armies were mobilized. The emperor's elite forces, the true dragon guards and the divine dragon guards, were also deployed. This wasn't a defensive effort, it was a full-scale assault against the monstrosities emerging from the Forbidden Zones. Blood flowed freely across the land. Futile resistance. A cold voice muttered. In response to Qin's military might, even more powerful entities began emerging from the Forbidden Zone: skeletal knights, rotting corpses, and grotesque insectoid creatures. Each of them radiated the overwhelming power of a great saint. Facing such an onslaught, Qin's own great saint-level defenders fought back, but for every one of the Forbidden Zone creatures they killed, another emerged to take its place. But just as the monstrous tide seemed unstoppable, A brilliant cascade of starlight descended from the heavens. A white-haired elder appeared in the sky, surrounded by endless stars, like a god controlling the celestial bodies. This was the chief astronomer of Qin, the emperor's own mentor. With a wave of his hand, the starry light crashed down upon the great saints of the Forbidden Zones, causing them to explode in a rain of foul-smelling blood. Seeing this, the Qin armies cheered, their morale soaring. Yet the celebration was short-lived. Another figure emerged from the Forbidden Zones, cloaked in dark energy, and engaged the chief astronomer in a terrifying battle that threatened to tear the sky apart. With the chief astronomer occupied, more eerie great saints emerged from the Forbidden Zones, signaling the beginning of a cataclysmic event that had been dormant for 10,000 years. The Great Calamity had begun. The world in chaos. The upheaval across the land had shaken even the Lin family. The far-reaching operations of the Dan Pavilion and the Divine Weapons Pavilion, despite their precautions, were deeply impacted by the growing chaos. Though Lin Fan had anticipated the coming disaster and ordered the consolidation of their businesses into major cities, it was impossible to completely escape the effects of such a massive calamity. In just 6 months, several branches reported devastating losses. Some had been completely destroyed, while others were looted by opportunistic individuals taking advantage of the turmoil. The damage was incalculable. One word summarized it all: chaos. The disorder was unprecedented, spreading far and wide. It wasn't just the catastrophes from the Forbidden Zone's human-made disasters multiplied as people exploited the situation. These people deserve to die. It's bad enough that they don't work together in such times. But to cause even more chaos, don't they fear total destruction? Jianling, one of Lin Fan's wives in charge of managing external affairs, was fuming as she reviewed the reports. Her righteous heart burned with anger at the opportunists who worsened the already dire situation. The other wives shared her sentiment. Any decent person would be outraged, just as one would be at traitors. Only Gu Lingxi, the oldest among them, remained calm. She had seen too much of human nature to be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these people have secretly aligned with the Forbidden Zones, just like those who plotted against Mingyi Yu. They'd sell their souls for power, becoming the lackeys of the creatures in the life-forbidden areas. This is inevitable, Gu Lingxi said evenly. But now we need to decide whether to further consolidate our operations or even temporarily shut them down. Though Jianling was still angry, she understood the wisdom in this. All eyes turned to her, as she was in charge of the family's external businesses. After a brief pause, she calmed herself and replied, "We do need to consolidate further, but we can't shut everything down. It's not just about our family's expenses, these businesses help sustain us. Besides, this chaos could be an opportunity to solidify our family's reputation." She's right. Ye Xiaoru, Lin Fan's first wife, agreed. Fan is in seclusion, and it's our responsibility to ease his burden, not shy away from challenges. Zhu Yu, another wife who had once been a high priestess, nodded in approval. Every period of chaos reshuffles the deck. This could be a chance. The other wives agreed. They wanted to lighten Lin Fan's load and prove themselves capable. But with the current upheaval and the once-in-10,000 years calamity, even ancient empires were at risk of collapse. While the Lin family had some strength, they couldn't recklessly expose themselves to danger. Jianling knew this as well. It was a dangerous situation, but with the strength Lin Fan had painstakingly cultivated in them, they were now capable of facing certain dangers independently. In the 6 months since Lin Fan had entered seclusion, they had all made significant progress. Following Gu Lingxi's lead, He Mingyu and Shu Yu had also broken through to the 8th stage, quickly reaching its peak. Even the odd one out, Xiao Qing, had reached this level. Besides them, Lu Yu Woyan, Qingji, and Long Kui, all possessing saintly bodies, had also reached the 8th stage. Although Jianling lacked a saintly body, her pure sword heart had allowed her to reach the same level of power. Others, like Dao Miao Miao, were slightly behind, but had achieved the 7th stage, making them capable of handling substantial responsibilities on their own. The most remarkable, however, was Qingzhu Er, the youngest of the wives. Having inherited the legacy of the ice Qilin and consumed divine pills Lin Fan had acquired, her cultivation had skyrocketed. Although she hadn't surpassed the first group of wives, she had also reached the 8th stage, and with her divine body, her combat power was unpredictable. The wife army Lin Fan had envisioned had truly come into its own, each one powerful enough to stand on their own, especially with the divine armor and weapons Lin Fan had provided them. After assessing their combined strength, the wives were filled with confidence. They were ready to make their mark. Just as they were gearing up to act, Wang Nanan, who had remained quiet until now, spoke up. "Sisters, I understand the desire to help relieve Fan's burdens, but before he entered seclusion, he specifically told us to avoid leaving the estate. I think we should listen to him, she said, her voice calm but commanding attention. Wang Nanan was usually quiet and unassuming, with little presence due to her non-competitive nature. But as one of Lin Fan's first wives, she held the same status as Ye Xiaoru. Her words carried weight, and when she spoke, no one dared ignore her. Remember what happened to Mingyu. Fan is in seclusion now, possibly at a critical point. We shouldn't make things worse by taking unnecessary risks. Though the other wives had been emboldened by their newfound strength, Wang Nanan's words struck a chord. They remembered how Mingyu had been targeted, and how only the warning from their white-furred sacred beast had saved her from becoming a lifeless corpse. If Lin Fan hadn't been strong enough, the consequences could have been disastrous. Thank you, Sister Nanan, for reminding us. Jian Ling was the first to acknowledge Wang Nanan's words, knowing how much Lin Fan meant to her. The last thing any of them wanted was to jeopardize his safety. He Mingyu, too, expressed her gratitude, her recent experience still fresh in her mind. Sister Nanan is right. We must take this to heart. But we can't abandon the family's external businesses entirely. They are our foundation, Ye Xiaoru concluded, trying to balance caution with practicality. Zhu Yu added, Lin Xiaotong and his shadow guards have been out training. Why not let them handle this? Also, it's time for the subordinate forces Lin Fan has supported to step up. That's a good idea. The others quickly agreed. Lin Xiaotong, a ruthless warrior, thrived on combat, and the shadow guards excelled in such tasks. Additionally, the sects Lin Fan had nurtured over the years, such as the Buddhist and poison sects, could finally prove their worth to the Lin family. Wang Nanan had no objections. The family's businesses were too vital to simply abandon. With the decision made, preparations were underway without disturbing Lin Fan's seclusion. However, the unseen eyes watching the Lin family from the shadows were not pleased with this development. Damn it. We only intended to stir things up a little, but the Lin family has become so vigilant. What do we do now? Just sit and wait? Those watching the Lin family's response were clearly displeased. Wang Nanan's firm stance had disrupted their plans, and once again, there were forces at work behind the scenes. This time, however, the people causing trouble weren't strangers, they were old foes. A group of black-clad, masked figures stood together, each wearing a token engraved with the blood-red characters for Blood Raven after lying low for some time. The assassins of the Blood Raven Pavilion were back, targeting the Lin family once again, and their intent was clear. Waiting isn't an option, said the leader of the assassins. But barging into the Lin estate is suicide. Their defenses are too strong. Our mission is to disturb Lin Fan's seclusion, to make things difficult for him, not to charge in recklessly and get killed for his amusement. The leader's words were quickly agreed upon by the others, though one of them hesitated. That's all well and good, but if we don't do anything, how will we report back to the pavilion master? Even if he's lenient, that so-called divine emissary won't care about how hard we've worked. At the mention of the divine emissary, the assassins collectively shuddered. Ever since Lin Fan had crushed the Blood Raven Pavilion, wiping out their branches one by one, and even humiliating their pavilion master, the organization had kept a low profile. Their operations had all but ceased. But recently their pavilion master had returned from a long period of seclusion in the blood domain. He hadn't come back alone, he had brought with him someone they all feared, the divine emissary. She was a delicate-looking woman, frail and innocent in appearance, but her cruelty was unmatched. At the slightest offense, she would pluck off someone's head and use it as a ball. And that's exactly what she had done when she first arrived. A few young assassins had stared at her too long, overcome with desire. In response, she decapitated them and kicked their heads around like toys, laughing with the sound of tinkling bells. Even some of the senior members had been horrified. An elder, who had recently reached the rank of a great saint, spoke out against her cruelty. But before he could finish, he too was decapitated and turned into yet another plaything for the emissary's sadistic amusement. This elder had reached a level of strength that even the pavilion master had to respect. Yet, in the face of the divine emissary, he was reduced to nothing more than a soccer ball. Now, just the mention of the emissary's name was enough to make the assassins tremble. They knew that if they failed their mission, they could very well end up like those before them. So, what do we do? Charging in is just suicide, and we've already proven that doesn't work. We don't have to charge in directly. One of the senior assassins suggested after a moment of thought. Our target this time is Lin Xiaotong, the leader of Lin Fan's shadow guards. According to our intel, he's highly valued by Lin Fan. If we can cause trouble for him, the Lin family will be forced to act. Even if we can't lure Lin Fan out, we can at least force some other important figures to show themselves. Then we can proceed according to plan. Hearing this, the other assassins brightened. Compared to attacking the Lin estate head-on, this plan was far more feasible. Let's do it. The leader agreed, and they quickly sprang into action. Lin Xiaotong was known to be incredibly powerful, with a reputation for mercilessly slaying even great saints. But the assassins didn't plan on confronting him directly. With the world in chaos and countless strange saints wandering about, they could easily manipulate the situation to their advantage without putting themselves in danger. As the assassins set their plan in motion, they were unaware that two figures were watching their every move. Your subordinates aren't too bad. A clear, bell-like voice chimed. At least they're smart enough. The speaker was a young girl with an innocent-looking, doll-like face. Her large eyes sparkled with a childlike purity, and despite the blood-red dress she wore, there was no trace of evil in her appearance. Instead, she radiated an almost angelic purity. Her white, delicate feet were encased in intricately embroidered shoes that occasionally shimmered in the light. But despite her innocent appearance, the man beside her, none other than the pavilion master of the Blood Raven Pavilion, stood tensely, his face grave. He had reached the pinnacle of great sainthood, his aura deep and menacing like a bottomless abyss. Yet, even with this newfound power, he remained humble and deferential to the girl. "Divine emissary, you flatter them," he replied carefully. "As long as they don't disappoint you, I will consider it a success." The girl giggled, her laughter as light as bells ringing in the wind. "You're a fellow servant of the gods now. No need to be so formal with me. We're equals." Her tone was light and friendly, but the pavilion master merely nodded without responding. Unbothered by his silence, the girl turned her gaze toward the direction of the Lin estate, or more precisely, toward Lin Fan's secluded chamber. "This man has the gods worried," she murmured. "I wonder, will he turn out to be as boring as the others?" "Commander, a group of people are spying on the branch pavilion of the big city ahead, taking advantage of the chaos. A few days ago, they even ambushed the caravan responsible for delivering supplies," reported a man dressed in black with dark gold patterns, kneeling respectfully before a young man whose cold gaze showed no emotion. This emotionless young man was none other than Lin Xiaotong, leading the elite shadow guards on an external mission. The man reporting to him was one of the elite scouts tasked with gathering intelligence. Upon hearing the report, Lin Xiaotong's already emotionless eyes grew even colder. "Kill," he commanded with chilling brevity. Yes, the moment the word was uttered, figures emerged from the shadows, kneeling in unison to receive their orders. These were all elite shadow guards, emanating a strong scent of blood, a testament to the countless lives they had claimed recently. Among them were formidable martial saints, yet there was no arrogance in their demeanor. Their eyes were filled with fanatical reverence as they gazed at Lin Xiaotong, their commander. For the honor of the clan, Lin Xiaotong solemnly clenched his fist over his chest, uttering the vow he had lived by his entire life. For the honor of the clan, the shadow guards mirrored his gesture and, like shadows themselves, vanished into the darkness, their presence as cold and deadly as their intent. The slaughter began. Tianqi City, one of the main cities in the prestigious Upper Province, was a hub of martial arts and commerce. Various organizations, such as the Shenbing Pavilion, the Dan Pavilion, and Gu Lingxi's Tianxing Trading Company, had major branches here. Despite the distance from the disaster zone, business had been booming, and peace had mostly prevailed in the city. But recently, a group of troublemakers had appeared, harassing the local branches and even ambushing the caravans transporting vital supplies. These people were strong, and the local forces were struggling to handle them. However, with Lin Xiaotong and his elite shadow guards arriving, the end of this group was imminent. "This is their hideout," reported an intelligence officer, one of the many loyal subordinates the Lin family had developed over the years. Among the best were those who collaborated with Buddhist sects and Lai Sindao's intelligence network. These devout followers, spread across the land, provided a vast and formidable source of information. Whenever needed, these believers could be mobilized, forming a force capable of terrifying even the royal court. There was no exaggeration in this. The troublemakers were quickly rooted out with precise intelligence. Armed with accurate information, the elite shadow guards unleashed their merciless onslaught. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the night, jolting the city awake. It was just the beginning. As the first scream echoed, countless others followed, each one a death cry as the troublemakers were hunted down and slain in the darkness. These damned killers. Not only are they ruthless, but their intelligence is terrifyingly accurate. "It looks like none of our men will escape this time," cursed one of the assassins hiding in the shadows, his face darkening as the massacre unfolded. The men they had sent were supposed to be expendable bait, but they had all been wiped out before they could even retreat. We should be thankful that we never showed our faces or took part in any of the actions. Otherwise, with their intelligence and efficiency, we'd have been next, one assassin remarked, still shaken. The slaughter in the darkness had ceased, but the cold blade of death still hovered, ready to fall at any moment. The other assassins, hearing this, shuddered with fear. The Lin family's blade in the dark, led by Lin Xiaotong, had once again displayed its terrifying power to the world. We can't stay here any longer. If we do, we'll be next, one assassin couldn't bear the pressure anymore and urged the others to leave. The preliminary mission was over, and it was time to move on to the next step. Agreed, the others didn't hesitate to follow, breaking into smaller groups to escape. Commander, our surveillance team has spotted a group of masked individuals sneaking around in the dark. Their movements are suspicious. The scout reported again. They had specialized surveillance birds that allowed them to monitor from the skies, unmatched in the land. Capture them. Lin Xiaotong ordered without hesitation. He didn't need to investigate further. Anyone fleeing after their operation was likely involved. And if they were wrong? It didn't matter. Damn it, the assassins cursed as they tried to flee, but it was too late. Lin Xiaotong had acted decisively, ordering their capture without investigation. His ruthless policy of better to kill by mistake than let any escape left them no room to survive. Surrender or die. The elite shadow guards confronted them with no explanation, offering only a final ultimatum. Faced with this, the assassins hesitated but knew they couldn't surrender. They were too deeply involved. Resistance offered a slim chance of survival. Surrender meant certain death. Fight your way out, one assassin shouted. The shadow guards responded with the same simplicity. Kill. Blades flashed once more in the night. The battle was fierce, for these assassins were from the first tower, all at or above the 7th rank, with their leader at the peak of the 8th rank. But when Lin Xiaotong himself joined the fray, it turned into another massacre. The stench of blood thickened, as if it had enveloped the entire city. The local authorities, strong and backed by the imperial court, remained silent in the face of the Lin family's dark blade. They could only do their best to prevent the battle from spilling over to civilians. By dawn, the killing had ceased. The sunlight dispelled the night, but the memory of the slaughter lingered. The name of the Lin family's dark blade would once again resound across the land. At the same time, the Forbidden Legion, which had been planning to move toward the city, hastened their approach. One wave had subsided, but another, fiercer one was brewing. Strange creatures from the forbidden zones were closing in on the city, where Lin Xiaotong and his men had conducted their night of bloodshed, preparing to encircle them. Sis, we've seen enough now. Let's go back before Mom and Dad start to worry, said Lin Hao with a sigh, trying to persuade his sister, who was eager to explore everything, like a bird that had just flown out of its cage. Why rush? We're not little kids anymore. Not only do we have invincible divine bodies, but with our 7th rank cultivation and Xiao Jin, who's grown stronger, there's nowhere in this world we can't go. Lin Shi said confidently, waving her hand like a big sister taking charge. She had finally managed to sneak out and had no intention of returning so easily. But we shouldn't deceive Mom and Dad by sneaking out like this. Lin Hao replied helplessly. He knew there was no easy way to convince his sister. In truth, Lin Hao understood that his sister wasn't entirely wrong. With their current strength, the three of them together were indeed capable of going anywhere in the world. But there were no guarantees in life, and besides, their father, Lin Fan, had warned them before. Lin Hao would never go against his father's words. Unfortunately, both his sister and younger brother, Lin Long, were determined to sneak out. Feeling uneasy, Lin Hao had no choice but to follow them. He initially thought they would just wander around for a bit, watch their uncle Lin Xiaotong punish some wrongdoers, and then head back. With Uncle Lin Xiaotong there, and their own abilities, safety wasn't much of a concern. However, things didn't go as expected. Lin Shi, after wandering around for a while, became completely uninhibited. Not only did she refuse to return, but she also wanted to contribute to the family by violently dealing with those causing trouble. This changed everything. If word got out that they were Lin Fan's children, there could be unpredictable consequences, and Lin Hao understood that clearly. This doesn't seem right. Sister, why don't we go back? With Xiao Jin's ability to fly through the clouds, we can sneak out anytime we want later. Lin Long, who had been silently following, spoke up after considering his older brother's words. Although he loved to play, he realized Lin Hao made sense. Fine. Lin Shi reluctantly agreed. She wasn't truly rebellious, just eager to prove herself now that she had gained strength. She wanted to contribute, rather than just live under their parents' protection. But with both of her younger brothers urging her to return, she couldn't insist any longer. Thinking about it more, she realized that dragging her brothers along on such a risky adventure wasn't right either. If something happened, how would she explain it to their parents? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she began to feel guilty and dropped her insistence on staying outside. Just as they had all agreed to return, Tianqi City, where they were staying with Lin Xiaotong, was suddenly engulfed by a thick, gray mist. The mist descended so quickly that those inside the city could no longer see the outside, and their senses were completely blocked, as if they were sealed off from the world. In the fog, ghostly figures clad in tattered armor and wielding broken weapons appeared. They were skeletal soldiers, countless in number. Among them were mounted figures, riding the skeletal remains of various beasts, their presence distorting the very fabric of reality. But the real terror came from a group of massive skeletons, each carrying a dark spear and exuding a chilling aura. These beings stood in the sky above Tianqi City, immediately becoming the focal point of the entire area. Their aura, though not intentionally released, created a domain where the very heavens seemed to collapse around them. These were great saints from the Forbidden Zones, 8 of them in total, each radiating murderous intent. Their black spears dripped with blood that bore the sacred aura of slain martial saints, likely those of the highest ranks, given how potent the energy on the weapons remained. Not bad, not bad. The prey in this city looks quite promising both in quality and quantity. Looks like we'll have a bountiful harvest today, one of the eerie great saints remarked, scanning the city with a grin. Another great saint agreed, his hollow eyes filled with gray flames as he gazed in a specific direction. Indeed, and especially that one exuding pure killing intent. That will make a fine offering for our god, he said, his gaze locking onto Lin Xiaotong, who had just sheathed his blade after a recent battle. Let's start the hunt. We've ventured deep alone, and we can't afford to linger. There's more to be done, a third great saint declared. The others nodded, their cruel smiles signaling agreement. The gray mist covering Tianqi City began to churn and press downward, bringing with it the skeletal soldiers and knights. Roar. It's the creatures from the Forbidden Zones. They've come for us. Grab your weapons, they won't show us any mercy, shouted one of the city's warriors. Kill. Fight, brothers. This is the heartland of the QN Empire. If we hold out, reinforcements will come. The Emperor won't abandon us. I am the Lord of Tianqi City. Stand with me, and we will repel these invaders. I have already alerted the Emperor through the official seal. The Empire's army will soon arrive. Hold on, and these creatures will perish. Many of the city's strong warriors were no strangers to these eerie beings, and they mounted a resistance. The city's lord, who had been absent, finally appeared, rallying the people with a speech through the imperial seal, bolstered by the nation's power. His words restored hope to those who had fallen into despair. These ants always struggle in vain. Why don't they just accept their fate and become our god's food? It's an honor, sneered the lead great saint. To them, humans were weak insects, and being devoured by their god was a great privilege. Their resistance was nothing more than futile defiance. The city lord heard these words but couldn't refute them. His own cultivation level was only at the 6th rank. He cast his gaze in the same direction as the great saints, the direction where Lin Xiaotong, the Lin family's dark blade, stood. Lin Xiaotong did not disappoint. Even when facing the terrifying beings from the Forbidden Zones, his expression remained unchanged. The stares of the great saints didn't stir him in the slightest. Only when the gray mist descended did he unsheath his divine bone blade and pointed at the approaching skeletal soldiers. Kill, he commanded coldly. The shadow guards beneath him raised their weapons once more, and Lin Xiaotong himself charged at the eerie great saints. Everything in his path was sliced to dust by his sword. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and a faint aura of holiness began to radiate from Lin Xiaotong's movements. Unbeknownst to all, he had broken through to the great saint realm. As his full power erupted, even the high and mighty great saints could no longer maintain their composure. At the same time, 3 small children, watching from the shadows, felt a stirring of their own primal instincts. Need help? Lin Long asked eagerly, standing next to the young dragon, now grown into its adolescence, baring its teeth in anticipation. The dragon had never truly fought in a full-scale battle, and as a member of the dragon clan, its love for combat was in its nature, an instinct that only grew stronger as it matured. Lin Shi, their sister, shared this battle-hungry spirit. Thanks to her own war god physique, she was already rolling up her sleeves, ready to join the fray. Let's not rush, Lin Hao said, stretching out his hand to stop them. He watched as Lin Xiaotong unleashed his divine power. These great saints from the Forbidden Zone are nothing to worry about. Uncle Xiaotong can handle them. I have a feeling that there's a larger force manipulating things from the shadows. It's not the right time to act yet. As he spoke, His eyes glowed with a sacred green light, an ability granted by his special divine physique. This unique eye technique allowed him not only to see through the void, but also to sense fortune and misfortune. This was why he had insisted on coming along to help guide his sister and brother away from danger. His earlier suggestion to return had been based on these feelings, even though the exact danger had been unclear. Lin Shi and Lin Long, though eager to fight, trusted their brother's judgment. They were far from reckless, especially when it came to listening to Lin Hao's advice. As they discussed their plan, a fierce battle had already erupted. The first battlefield, without a doubt, was where Lin Xiaotong faced off against the great saints. Without any unnecessary tricks, Lin Xiaotong immediately activated his slaughter domain, enveloping all 8 of the eerie great saints. "How dare you!" the great saints snarled, their faces dark with anger. For Lin Xiaotong to take on all 8 of them alone was a blatant insult. "No need to waste words, he's just a mere human ant. Let's crush him," one of the great saints declared, lunging at Lin Xiaotong with his black spear. The others quickly followed, joining the assault. Boom! The clash of 9 great saints shook the entire area, tearing the atmosphere apart and creating a vacuum in the gray fog that had shrouded the battlefield. Lin Xiaotong, despite his strength, couldn't engage directly with all 8 saints at once. These eerie saints from the Forbidden Zone had unique abilities, some even capable of borrowing power from the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. But Lin Xiaotong had no intention of confronting them head-on. The strength of his slaughter saint body wasn't in brute force. Instead, he vanished into the void, becoming a ghostly killer, slipping between dimensions. His movements were unpredictable, his form flickering in and out of sight as he alternated between reality and the void. Despite the great saints' powerful attacks, they couldn't land a single blow, their efforts futile. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaotong's bone sword slashed through the air, forcing the great saints to retreat. If they had physical bodies, they would have been drenched in sweat by now. Though they had no flesh to tire, they were still being pushed back, their bloodlust subdued. 1 against 8. And not only did Lin Xiaotong hold his ground, but he also managed to suppress the great saints of equal rank. This sight greatly boosted the morale of the humans in Tianqi City. The elite shadow guards led by Lin Xiaotong fought with even more vigor, cutting through the creatures of the Forbidden Zone like a powerful machine, flattening everything in their path. Glory to the Lin family. The slaughter the night before had revealed Lin Xiaotong and his men to be the dark blade of the Lin family, earning them widespread recognition. People began to wonder if the Lin family's covert guard was so terrifyingly powerful. What kind of strength did the true rulers of the Lin family possess? What about their renowned leader, the Lin family patriarch, who had already made a name for himself with countless victories? These thoughts spurred even greater courage among the soldiers, who fought harder, emboldened by hope. Though the overall situation was still dire, they were confident they could hold out until reinforcements from the Qin Empire arrived. The Empire would never abandon them. "What a bunch of useless fools," a voice rumbled through the gray fog. Seated on a towering throne made of bones was a skeleton, clothed in a royal robe about the size of a regular human. His bones gleamed like jade, without the eerie aura of other skeletons, instead exuding a divine sheen. Watching the battle unfold below, the flame of his soul flickered coldly in his eye sockets. In one hand, he held a bone cup, which he crushed in his anger. Lin Hao's intuition had been right. There was indeed a mastermind behind the Forbidden Zone army. The Bone King, seeing that his minions were failing, especially the 8 great saints struggling against Lin Xiaotong, grew increasingly furious. How could he maintain his reputation in the Forbidden Zone if news of this got out? "Stand down!" the Bone King roared from his throne, stepping out from the fog. His voice sent a shockwave across the battlefield. The 8 great saints, caught mid-battle, immediately halted and retreated without hesitation. "Forgive us, Bone King," the great saints said, bowing their heads in shame. The Bone King showed no mercy, his cold gaze cutting through them. These incompetent subordinates had humiliated him. Lin Xiaotong, watching from afar, furrowed his brow. The presence of the Bone King was like nothing he had ever faced before. It weighed heavily on him. "Human, are you ready to die?" the Bone King asked, his voice dripping with authority as he glared down from his throne. Lin Xiaotong didn't answer. He simply raised his sword, pointing it directly at the Bone King. "Impressive," the Bone King said, his aura freezing the air. He stood up from his throne. "Everyone, attack." What had seemed like a climactic duel between Lin Xiaotong and the Bone King suddenly shifted. The Bone King, rather than fighting alone, commanded all of his forces to join him. Even the 8 great saints were momentarily confused, but quickly followed orders, surrounding Lin Xiaotong. "The hunter doesn't need to follow any rules when hunting prey," the Bone King declared. "The only goal is to catch the prey." That's what makes a true hunter. The Bone King's declaration served not only as a command to his subordinates but also as a challenge to the three young siblings watching from the shadows, who were already itching for action. The battle had only just begun, but the tide was about to turn in ways no one could have predicted. The sudden turn of events on the battlefield shocked everyone. The Bone King had given the order to gang up on Lin Xiaotong, expecting a quick victory through sheer numbers. But before the eerie Great Saints could even start their assault, the Bone King himself was the one who got ambushed. A golden dragon, still in its adolescence, along with three young children, used the dragon's space warping abilities to silently appear behind the Bone King's throne. "Hey Skullhead, take this without any flashy tricks." Lin Long swung a fist straight at the Bone King's skull. Thud. A heavy sound echoed as the Bone King was knocked from his throne before he even had time to react. "Uncle Xiaotong, we've come to help," called out the three Lin siblings, delighted at their successful sneak attack. Even though their cultivation was only at the 7th rank, each of them possessed an unparalleled divine body, giving them strength that rivaled even great saints. Using the dragon's spatial abilities, their ambush was as deadly as any full-force assault by a peak great saint. The Bone King was powerful, far stronger than a typical great saint. However, the suddenness of the attack left him dazed, his head ringing from the impact. For a moment, he was completely stunned. Young masters and Lady Lin Xiaotong, who had remained calm throughout the battle, was momentarily taken aback by the sight. He hadn't expected the Lin family's children to appear here. But he didn't let the surprise slow him down. Seizing the opportunity, his bone weapon gleamed with cold light as he swiftly slashed at the Bone King's neck. He didn't know how or why the children were there, but he wasn't going to waste the opening they had created. Crack. A piercing sound echoed as the bones connecting the Bone King's head to his neck nearly snapped. A chilling scream erupted from the Bone King. The injury was severe, even for a strange creature like him. The gray soul fire in his eyes dimmed, and his powerful aura began to fade like melting snow. The combined effort of Lin Xiaotong and the children had dealt a serious blow to the Bone King. Damn you! Enraged and wounded, the Bone King was about to retaliate, but before he could, Lin Shi launched another attack. This time, Lin Shi led the assault, her war god physique unleashing a divine power that could turn any martial art into something extraordinary. Yet what made her truly terrifying was the sword she had carried with her since childhood, a divine weapon forged by their father, Lin Fan. It had been nurtured by her from birth, containing an unimaginable level of sword energy. Now, the sword was drawn. The moment it left its sheath, the sky resonated with the hum of 1,000 swords. The brilliance of the blade was so intense that it was painful to even look at. Slash. Without a sound, the sword's energy swept out, becoming the sole presence in the world. The Bone King, regaining his senses, instinctively prepared to launch a brutal counterattack against the children who had ambushed him. But the instant he saw the sword light, the soul fire in his eyes flickered as though it might extinguish. Danger, extreme danger. In his weakened state, if he tried to face this attack head-on, he would likely be cut down. Without hesitation, the Bone King unleashed his divine power, throwing 3 of the eerie great saints between him and the deadly sword light. Bone King. The 3 great saints, rushing to his aid, were left dumbfounded by their sudden sacrifice. Before they could say anything, Lin Shi's sword light flashed through them. Crack. The 3 great saints froze. Their skeletal jaws opened as if to speak, but the next moment, their heads rolled off their bodies, the soul fire in their eyes extinguished. Their consciousness was completely shattered. One slash had destroyed 3 great saints. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, stunned by the terrifying power that had just been unleashed. Of the 8 great saints, only 5 remained. Though they were still strong, they were paralyzed with fear, their fighting spirit crushed. None of them doubted that if they had been in the path of that sword, they too would be dead. Even the Bone King, who had narrowly escaped the blow, felt a cold fear wash over him. If that sword had landed on him, he would have met the same fate as his subordinates. Retreat without a moment's hesitation, the Bone King chose to flee. He suspected that such a powerful sword strike couldn't be repeated easily, perhaps only once, but he wasn't willing to take that gamble. Moreover, he was already injured, and with 3 of his great saints dead, continuing the fight seemed pointless. If the Qian Empire's reinforcements arrived, none of them would escape. Seeing their leader retreat, the remaining 5 great saints hesitated only briefly before following suit. The eerie creatures from the Forbidden Zone withdrew with the rolling gray fog, vanishing from the battlefield. What had seemed like an inescapable hunt had been broken by a single sword strike from a young girl. Even the terrifying Bone King of the Forbidden Zone had been forced to flee in disgrace. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed such a thing? Is she a goddess of war? How could anyone be so powerful? She must be the legendary Valkyrie. The gods have sent her to save us. The survivors, who had barely escaped death, stared in awe at Lin Shi. Some of the more superstitious villagers fell to their knees, chanting praises to the Valkyrie. Wow, sis, you were incredible. That sword of yours is worthy of the war god title. Lin Long, still riding atop the dragon, cheered in excitement. Though he was young and mainly supported his siblings, watching his sister fight made his blood boil with admiration. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. He knew it was the divine power of the sword she had nurtured over the years, but without her war god physique to bring out the sword's full potential, such an overwhelming attack wouldn't have been possible. Lin Shi blinked her big eyes, still surprised at how powerful the strike had been. But that didn't stop her from basking in the praise of her brothers. Of course, your sister is still your sister. Lin Shi grinned proudly, thrilled to have made such a strong impression in her first public battle. However, her incredible display of power had not gone unnoticed. The mastermind behind the attack, the girl in red, and the wise king standing beside her, were already paying close attention. They couldn't allow the enemy's children to grow up to be such monstrous talents. Are those his children? The red-clad girl stood in an unknown void, her eyes taking in the scene below with great interest as she asked the question. Next to her, the wise king remained silent, his expression flickering with subtle unease at the inquiry, but he didn't respond immediately. What's wrong? Are you unsure, or are you trying to hide something on his behalf? The red-clad girl turned her gaze toward him, her face still wearing a playful smile, but her aura grew noticeably colder. Your Excellency, you misunderstand. The wise king quickly bowed his head in respect. I was merely taken by surprise for a moment. How could I dare to hide anything from you, who represents the will of the god of slaughter? It had better be that way. The girl's expression didn't change, though she withdrew her gaze. 3 children with divine bodies, and even a pure-blooded dragon hatchling. If they are allowed to grow, they will become a grave threat. No wonder even the gods are wary of him. His foundation is truly beyond imagination, she said, looking once more at Lin Shi and her siblings. Do you plan to take action, Your Excellency? The wise king asked, his eyes flashing again. The red-clad girl's innocent smile returned. Starting fights at the drop of a hat is for brutes. Do I look like a brute who enjoys killing? Of course not. The wise king replied with a smile, bowing again. She certainly didn't seem like one, though he knew her reputation as a smiling butcher. She had, after all, laughed while cutting off heads and kicking them around like balls. How do you plan to handle this, Your Excellency? The wise king didn't press further, hiding his true thoughts behind his calm demeanor. The army from the Death Zone's forbidden land took the loss earlier. The master of that place rules over death and bows to no one. After suffering such a defeat, they won't let it go. The Bone King is merely the weakest of the 3 kings there. There's also the Corpse King and the most powerful, the Spirit King. When one of them comes, it will be enough to turn the tide. All we need to do is stall for time, and they'll do the heavy lifting for us. The red-clad girl explained as she left the void and moved through the mountains surrounding Tianqi City. Mysterious forces began to ripple around her, drawing on the power of the mountains. A vast formation started to take shape, gradually enclosing Tianqi City in an all-encompassing barrier that blotted out the sky. At first, the wise king didn't fully understand what she was doing, but upon seeing the formation, it became clear. She was planning to trap the entire city and wait for those who had fled to return and seek revenge, letting the 2 sides tear each other apart. This way she wouldn't have to expend her own strength. Both parties would fight to the death on their own. Even if those targeted managed to escape and retaliate, their rage would be directed at the eerie beings from the Death Zone, not her. She'd achieve her goal without lifting a finger, leaving others to take the blame. It was a clever and ruthless plan, a perfect example of killing several birds with one stone. Though the red-clad girl had seemed reckless and bloodthirsty at first, the wise king now realized he had greatly underestimated her. Her cruelty was matched by a shrewd, calculating mind. Ah, my dear son-in-law, you've picked quite the enemy this time. I wonder if you'll remain as calm as you always have. The wise king mused silently, anticipating the trouble his son-in-law was about to face. Inside Tianqi City, Lin Shi had made a powerful first impression by driving back the creatures from the Forbidden Zone. When people learned that she was the daughter of the Lin family, the praise came pouring in. Even though Lin Fan was currently in seclusion, his reputation only grew. Having such remarkable children was a testament to his greatness. For Lin Shi, it was a moment of pride. Being able to bring honor to her father had always been her goal, and now she had done just that. But before she could bask in the praise, the red-clad girl's enormous formation activated, cutting off the entire city from the outside world, as if it had been ripped from reality. The people within Tianqi City were now trapped like birds in a cage, unable to leave. As they realized what was happening, panic spread among the city's inhabitants, their earlier calm shattered. Meanwhile, the defeated Eerie army returned to a region shrouded in endless death. This was the Death Zone, a life-forbidden region notorious for its dangers. Countless eerie and undead creatures roamed within it, and no living being dared to enter, for doing so meant certain death. Even the mightiest ninth-rank great saints wouldn't survive such a place. In terms of danger, the Death Zone surpassed even the Burial Lands. While the Burial Lands had a brief period of safety every 60 years, allowing careful adventurers to enter and exit, the Death Zone offered no such reprieve. Any living creature that set foot there would be relentlessly pursued by the eerie beings until they were killed and added to the undead ranks. It was truly the most dangerous of all Forbidden Lands. As this latest disturbance from the Forbidden Zone unfolded, the area became even more treacherous. "I suffered such a loss, I'll make sure they pay for this," the Bone King, leading his remnants back to the Death Zone, finally allowed himself to relax. But as he touched his nearly severed neck, his fury reignited, blazing even hotter than before. As one of the rulers within the Death Zone, he had always considered humans nothing more than ants, mere fodder for his army. From the time of his creation, he had slaughtered countless humans. On this recent mission, he had decimated numerous Qun Empire forces and had slain more than 1 or 2 great saints. Now, having suffered such a grievous defeat, how could he possibly let it go? "Bone King, didn't you go out to gather resources?" What happened? A massive figure appeared, interrupting the Bone King's raging thoughts. It was a bloated, rotting corpse, reeking of decay. Its lips were rotten, revealing its teeth as it spoke with a grotesque rasp, like a corpse that had been left soaking in water for days. Its appearance was far more revolting than any zombie. Yet, upon seeing this grotesque creature, the Bone King's fury vanished, replaced by excitement. This was the Corpse King, one of the 3 kings of the Death Zone, and his power surpassed that of the Bone King. Tianqi City. Faced with the sudden crisis, Lin Shi, still young and inexperienced, wasn't entirely sure what was happening. However, her brother Lin Hao quickly realized the gravity of the situation once he confirmed that the city had been isolated and there was no way to leave. "This is a trap. Someone's trying to keep us here so the creatures from the Forbidden Zone can return and take their revenge," Lin Hao said, his youthful face growing serious. As someone who always sought knowledge, Lin Hao was familiar with the Forbidden Zones and the terrifying beings that resided there. He knew that what they had just fought off were only the grunts, and the true threat had yet to appear. If the real leaders of the Forbidden Zone arrived, they wouldn't be able to handle it as easily as before. Whoever had orchestrated this had pinpointed their most vulnerable moment. But who's behind this? Lin Hao's pupils glowed with green light as he activated his eye technique to search for the hidden enemy, but he found nothing. "I'll let Xiao Jin try. Maybe he can get us out of here." Lin Long, despite his usual carefree nature, quickly grasped the seriousness of the situation. Although he was still young, he knew that escaping this trap was the first step to ensuring their safety. The dragon hatchling, Xiao Jin, had reached adolescence and, while not yet invincible, had begun to display its divine powers. One of its abilities was cloud walking, which allowed it to traverse great distances and break through most barriers. They had already used this technique to ambush the Bone King earlier. Although the formation sealing the city was powerful, it couldn't completely suppress Xiao Jin's abilities. The dragon hatchling quickly vanished into the void, escaping Tianqi City's barrier. However, while the dragon had escaped, Lin Long and the others remained trapped. Xiao Jin reappeared, its dragon eyes confused, unable to understand why it couldn't take them along. The group quickly realized that while the dragon could bypass the barrier, it couldn't bring anyone else with it. "Gather the shadow guards." Lin Xiaotong, their uncle, acted immediately. He ordered all the elite shadow guards to assemble. Without hesitation, the shadow guards gathered, forming a protective barrier around Lin Hao, Lin Shi, and Lin Long. "Activate the highest order. Protect the young masters and lady with your lives. Anyone who dares approach, kill without mercy." Lin Xiaotong's cold command echoed through the city, stopping the city lord and others who had been rushing over for help. The shadow guards didn't hesitate. Their weapons were drawn, eyes scanning every corner, ready to strike down even the smallest threat. One of the city's officials tried to speak, stepping forward, but a cold sword light flashed in response. Thud. In an instant, the man was cleaved in 2. "Stay back," the city lord yelled, immediately ordering everyone to retreat. He knew all too well how seriously powerful families like the Lin family took the safety of their bloodline. With the situation as dangerous as it was, they wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who came too close. Seeing what happened, the others quickly backed off, understanding that even approaching the Lin family members was a death sentence. Third brother, send Jiao Jin back to inform our family. This is clearly a targeted attack against us, and there's an unknown force lurking in the shadows. No matter what, father and mother must know about this. Lin Hao said calmly, handling the situation with a level of composure far beyond his years. Got it. Hao Gi Lin Long nodded and instructed the dragon hatchling to return home with the message. Whoosh! Xiao Jin once again vanished into the void, flying toward the Lin family's estate, breaking through the barrier that encased Tianqi City. Outside the barrier, the red-clad girl, who had been orchestrating the entire situation, observed everything quietly. She made no move to stop the dragon from leaving. Now the real game begins. The wise king remarked, witnessing the unfolding events and realizing that the red-clad girl's plan was coming together perfectly. The Forbidden Zone creatures would soon return for revenge, and the Lin family would also send reinforcements. Everything was playing out according to her design. Congratulations, Your Excellency. It seems the mission will be completed flawlessly. The wise king praised her, acknowledging the brilliance of her strategy. The red-clad girl smiled faintly. I couldn't have done it without the help of your master. Rest assured, I'll make sure you share in the credit. Thank you, Your Excellency. The wise king responded with a smile, though hidden deep within his eyes was a hint of cold calculation. The red-clad girl didn't notice this, still wearing her innocent smile as she gazed at the city below. Meanwhile, back in the Forbidden Zone of the Deathlands, the response to the Bone King's defeat was swift. The Corpse King, one of the 3 kings of the Forbidden Zone, soon joined the Bone King. His rotting, bloated body stank of decay, but his aura was far more oppressive than the Bone King's. Wherever he passed, life was drained from the land, and he approached Tianqi City with an unstoppable wave of death. The QA Empire's reinforcements had arrived but were quickly wiped out as the death energy engulfed them. The two forces weren't even on the same level. The show's about to begin, the red-clad girl said with a smile, noticing the vast movement of death energy. With a wave of her delicate hand, the barrier around Tianqi City dissolved. Without the barrier, the city's residents were free once more. But before they could celebrate, the oppressive gray fog descended again, this time filled with the deadly energy of the Corpse King. Black light swept through the streets, draining the life force of anyone it touched. In mere moments, people across the city began collapsing. Their skin turned gray and shriveled, their bodies transforming into mummified corpses, as if they had been dead for years. The sight of this carnage struck terror into the hearts of Tianqi City's inhabitants. Even the Lin family shadow guards, hardened and fearless, couldn't hide their shock at the devastation unfolding before them. Lin Hao, who had been using his eye technique to observe the situation, clenched his fists tightly. His eyes widened as he saw a figure cloaked in death, like a god of the underworld, descending upon the city. This being's very presence drained the life from everything around it. Just one look filled Lin Hao with a suffocating sense of dread. The Bone King, whom they had fought earlier, was terrifying, but this new entity was on an entirely different level. We're in serious trouble, Lin Hao muttered. He didn't need to see any more to understand that they were now facing a far greater threat than before. Are these the humans the rotting Corpse King asked as he hovered above, looking down at the fog-shrouded city below. His eyes were decaying, but his vision remained sharp, enhanced by the deathly energy swirling around him, giving him the ability to pierce through the void. As soon as he arrived, he locked onto Lin Xiaotong and the others, whose aura stood out as the strongest. Yes, these are the humans. The Bone King, standing beside him, responded, his bony teeth clenching tightly in rage. Though his injuries were healing, the humiliation he had suffered earlier only deepened with time. One martial saint at the 9th rank, and a group of mere insects at the 6th or 7th rank, and they managed to push you into such a pitiful state. Should I commend their strength, or say that you, Bone King, have become more and more useless with age? The stench-filled Corpse King sneered openly, mocking him without restraint. The Bone King winced at the insult, unable to respond. His shame burned hotter with every word, but there was no rebuttal he could offer. In frustration, he could only grit his teeth harder. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he spoke. Corpse King, don't underestimate these people, or you'll suffer the same humiliation I did. Ha ha ha! The Corpse King threw his head back and laughed, as though he had just heard the most absurd joke. The mocking laughter made the Bone King feel even worse, but he had no choice but to endure. Very well. Why don't you stand aside for now and let me see for myself who could have not only beaten you but also shattered your confidence? I'm quite eager to meet them. The Corpse King said, his eyes gleaming with interest. Although he laughed, as one of the 3 kings he understood that the Bone King had some merit. He wasn't as powerful as the Corpse King, but the fact that someone had managed to break his spirit piqued his curiosity. Fine. The Bone King agreed through clenched teeth. He was secretly hoping that the Corpse King would experience the same embarrassment he had. The Corpse King, unaware of the Bone King's thoughts or perhaps just indifferent, paid no mind, convinced that such a thing could never happen to him. The thick gray fog rolled over the city, pressing down on the hearts of its inhabitants. Rows of eerie, sudden deaths filled the people with despair, leaving them no choice but to pray desperately. Will the Valkyrie appear again? Many looked toward Lin Shi, who was surrounded by the Lin family's guards, hoping she could once again drive the invaders away with a single sword strike. Valkyrie, the stench-filled Corpse King, descended from the sky, overhearing the people's words. He chuckled darkly. An immature little human girl, and you place your hopes in her? Humans really are as pathetic and weak as ever. As his voice echoed through the city, everyone's attention was drawn to him. You're asking for a fight? Lin Shi, upon hearing herself insulted as a little girl, was immediately infuriated and ready to attack. However, her brother Lin Hao quickly stopped her. Sis, this one is far stronger than the Bone King. Don't be reckless, Lin Hao warned. Is he really that dangerous? Lin Shi was doubtful, eyeing the rotting figure before her. He looked disgusting and terrifying, but not particularly formidable. Instead of a long explanation, Lin Hao simply said, the strange deaths in the city were caused by him. He drains the life force from everyone. Lin Shi had seen the eerie deaths with her own eyes, and hearing this made her face turn serious. Shadow guards, prepare for battle, Lin Xiaotong ordered. Though he heard the conversation, his focus remained on protecting the young masters of the Lin family. The other shadow guards immediately readied their weapons, forming a protective barrier. Foolish insects. The Corpse King sneered, his decayed hand rising into the air. As his massive, rotten hand lifted, it summoned a wave of deathly energy. In the sky, a giant, foul-smelling hand formed from the void, crashing down toward the shadow guards. Wherever it passed, the very air seemed to shatter, and the entire city was enveloped in the shadow of death. Kill the Lin family. Shadow guards showed no sign of fear. With a cold battle cry, they charged toward the descending hand. Leading them was Lin Xiaotong, whose presence radiated murderous intent, like a god of death himself. His bone weapon clashed head-on with the giant hand, followed by the attacks of the other shadow guards. Boom! A loud, resounding crash echoed as the collective power of the shadow guards shattered the decaying hand. However, the force of the impact sent Lin Xiaotong and the rest of the guards flying backward. Blood dripped from Lin Xiaotong's mouth as he sustained his first injury in this battle. Commander, the shadow guards, seeing their leader injured, were immediately filled with concern. Hold the line. Protect the young masters at all costs. Lin Xiaotong wiped the blood from his mouth, his voice cold and unwavering as he gave his next order. Yes, the shadow guards, inspired by his resolve, hardened their expressions and stood their ground, ready to fight to the death to protect the Lin family. Loyalty is admirable, but it's just as meaningless as ants protecting their queen. In the end, you'll all be crushed. The Corpse King laughed. To him, their loyalty was as laughable as ants trying to guard their queen, only to be crushed underfoot. He raised his hand again, this time more serious. Deathly energy surged through the city, drawing on the corpses that had already fallen, and another massive hand of death formed in the sky. It reached down toward the shadow guards, who stood firm in their positions, ready to sacrifice their lives. We need to help. Lin Shi, unable to stand by any longer, drew her divine sword. Its sharp, radiant light cut through the void as she swung it toward the deathly hand. The force of her strike shredded the decaying hand, though not as powerfully as her earlier attack, but still with enough force to significantly weaken it. Lin Shi's sword, forged by her father Lin Fan with all his strength, combined with her war god physique, pushed her abilities to terrifying levels. Her strength in combat, particularly in her offensive power, had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Once again she demonstrated her prowess, single-handedly shattering the deathly hand and proving her title as a Valkyrie. The Corpse King's expression darkened. He had to admit her talent was extraordinary. A talent like this can't be allowed to live. If she grows stronger, she'll become a major threat, he muttered, deciding that Lin Shi had to be eliminated immediately. Without hesitation he raised another deathly hand, this time moving directly toward Lin Shi, intending to crush her before she could develop further. As he advanced, his overwhelming presence brought the weight of death down on everyone. The pressure was so intense that even breathing became difficult. Lin Shi, standing at the forefront, felt the crushing force the most. Her entire body was immobilized, her hands too heavy to lift. Though her war god physique was powerful, she was still too young and her cultivation too low to withstand this kind of suppression. defend Lin Xiaotong. Unwilling to let harm come to the young master, prepared to intervene. But before he could act, the Bone King and his forces moved in to block him. The Bone King, though he had wanted to see the Corpse King struggle, knew that monstrous talents like Lin Shi had to be dealt with. His personal grievances had to be set aside. Damn it, Lin Shi gritted her teeth, ready to use the life-saving talisman her father had given her. But before she could activate it, a surge of intense heat flared from nearby. A piercing cry echoed through the air, and a phoenix, wreathed in flames, descended upon the battlefield. Its scorching heat burned away the deathly energy in an instant. Strike, a commanding voice rang out, and the fire phoenix transformed into a blazing sword of flame, slashing toward the Corpse King. Ah! Damn it, the Corpse King roared as the flaming sword cleaved through the air. In a flash, one of his rotting arms was severed, falling to the ground in a charred heap. One strike, and his arm was gone. In the blink of an eye, a new, even more terrifying power had joined the battlefield. What a shame! Lin Hao muttered to himself as he watched the Corpse King lose only an arm. In his hand he held a single feather, the source of the fiery phoenix that had just struck the Corpse King. This was no ordinary feather, it was a true phoenix feather, which Lin Fan had acquired at Luofeng Ridge. Lin Hao's unique physique, which was reborn after destruction, aligned perfectly with the rebirth power of the phoenix. His father, Lin Fan, wasn't stingy and had gifted the phoenix feather to him. Normally, Lin Hao used it to comprehend phoenix techniques, but in emergencies, it served as a powerful trump card for self-defense. The phoenix feather possessed such terrifying power that it could even seriously wound divine beings of legend. However, Lin Hao's current strength wasn't enough to fully unleash the feather's potential. The Corpse King's incredible reflexes had allowed him to narrowly dodge the fatal blow, costing him only an arm instead of his life. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel disappointed that he hadn't managed a killing blow. But the others, watching in shock, had a different reaction. Seeing Lin Hao with just a feather sever the arm of the terrifying Corpse King left them utterly stunned. The Bone King and the other enemies were filled with dread. Earlier, Lin Shi's sword had almost severed the Bone King, a feat already beyond belief. Now, it appeared Lin Hao was even more dangerous. If the Corpse King hadn't dodged in time, he would have been killed instantly. Despite his quick reaction, the Corpse King still lost an arm. What kind of monsters are these? How does each one have such terrifying killing power? The Bone King shivered, fighting the urge to flee. You dare wound me? I will tear you all limb from limb, the Corpse King roared, staring at his severed arm. His decaying eyes turned bloodshot as he fixed his murderous gaze on Lin Hao. A thick cloud of death energy surged from the Corpse King, blanketing the sky. Though he had lost an arm, his strength hadn't diminished. Instead, the injury seemed to make him even more terrifying. This was one of his unique abilities, akin to a divine power in martial arts, the power of life through death. The more death energy he absorbed, and the more severe his injuries, the stronger he became. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound rang out as a sinister bone spike emerged from his severed arm, replacing it with a fearsome bone blade. It gleamed with a cold, eerie light that sent shivers down the spine of anyone who saw it. Die! The Corpse King, enraged, charged forward. His immense power shattered the void, causing the entire area around Tianqi City to tremble. You're still not strong enough to beat me, Lin Hao said coldly. Despite his normally gentle demeanor, he had an unbreakable will and a pride of his own. A faint image of a green lotus bloomed beneath Lin Hao's feet, enveloping him in a divine, emerald light. He stood within it like the Green Emperor himself. His aura surged, elevating his strength to the level of a 9th-rank great saint. Buzz! 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 A humming sound filled the air as the phoenix feather's power fully activated once more. The fiery phoenix reappeared, even more intense than before, its flames scorching the sky. This time, the phoenix's image was so vivid it seemed as if a real divine phoenix had descended. Damn it, the raging Corpse King cursed, the flames of his fury instantly doused by a wave of icy fear. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, bringing him back to his senses. Strike! Lin Hao's determined voice echoed, and the fiery sword energy of the phoenix slashed through the air once again. The Corpse King, for all his bravado, wasn't stupid. He instantly realized the danger. Lin Hao's strength had increased, and his power, boosted by the phoenix feather, was now even more terrifying. Without hesitation, the Corpse King gathered all the death energy around him to form a protective barrier. At the same time, he raised the bone blade that had replaced his arm to block the strike. But before he could even finish these defensive actions, the blazing phoenix sword cut through. The death energy barrier, which seemed impenetrable, melted like wax before the searing heat of the phoenix. the fiery sword slashed through the barrier, striking the Corpse King once more. The Corpse King's agonized scream rang out again, piercing the air. As the death energy dispersed, the gruesome sight became clear. The bone blade that had replaced the Corpse King's arm had been severed, just like his original limb. Worse still, his bloated, decayed chest and abdomen had been sliced open, spilling putrid fat and rotting organs onto the ground. The stench was unbearable, causing many in Tianqi City to gag. The smell of the rotting insides was now mixed with the burning stench from the phoenix's lingering heat, making the odor even more revolting. The intense heat continued to burn the Corpse King, his body racked with unimaginable pain. His ability to grow stronger through injuries, life through death, was now failing him, as the phoenix's flames countered his death energy at every turn. The phoenix, a creature of rebirth through fire, embodied the very essence of life through death. In facing the phoenix's power, the Corpse King had met his ultimate nemesis. Impressive resilience. Lin Hao remarked, seeing that the Corpse King, though grievously wounded, still clung to life. He raised the phoenix feather again, ready to deliver the final blow and end the Corpse King once and for all. But using the phoenix feather consumed an enormous amount of energy, and Lin Hao knew he couldn't sustain it for long. Additionally, the power that had temporarily elevated his strength couldn't last forever. Bone King, save me! The once arrogant Corpse King, now faced with death, screamed desperately for help. The Bone King, watching from a distance, wanted to curse out loud. Save you? You were so full of yourself just a moment ago. And now you want me to save you? He recalled the Corpse King's mocking words from earlier. And now, this same figure was shamelessly calling for help. Despite his desire to leave the Corpse King to his fate, the Bone King couldn't just walk away. They were both part of the same order, and while petty insults were one thing, abandoning each other in a life or death situation was another. They still had a god overseeing them. But if the Corpse King, with all his strength, had been reduced to this state by 2 strikes, what hope did the weaker Bone King have? How many hits could he take? He wanted to help, but there was no way he could. Trying would only get him killed. There was only one option: run. Seeing his companion in such a dire situation, the Bone King's first instinct was to flee. It wasn't out of cowardice, but the terrifying scene in front of him was enough to make anyone shudder. What was supposed to be a mission to help some weaker allies had turned into something entirely different. The Corpse King, a being far more powerful than himself, was being beaten down, even begging for help, a situation the Bone King could never have imagined. How could it have come to this? You! The Corpse King cried out, desperate for aid. But to his shock, his supposed ally had already turned to run, leaving him behind. The Bone King, without a word, fled as fast as he could, wishing he had more legs to carry him quicker. Perish! Lin Hao, understanding the urgency of the moment, didn't waste time with any taunts. He swung the phoenix feather in his hand, aiming to finish the foul-smelling Corpse King once and for all. Fully unleashing the feather's power, he knew he couldn't maintain this level of strength for long. The Corpse King screamed in desperation, unleashing torrents of death energy to try and block the incoming strike. But anyone watching could see that his efforts were in vain. His strongest ability was being countered, and his power had been greatly diminished. With the Bone King abandoning him, the Corpse King's fate was sealed. Whether he raged or regretted, the outcome was the same. Is this all he can do? The wise king, hidden in the shadows, frowned as he watched the scene unfold. The Corpse King, so fearsome upon arrival, was now being utterly humiliated. Just a few strikes, and he's already reduced to this state. How disappointing. No need to rush to judgment, the red-clad girl said with a smile, still watching the scene with great interest. These are just the opening moves. The true power behind the Deathlands has always been the Spirit King, not these lesser beings. Upon hearing this, the wise king's eyes widened in realization. He had thought he had understood the red-clad girl's plan, but now he saw there were layers he hadn't considered. His wariness deepened. The girl, who had seemed reckless at first glance, was far more calculating than he'd imagined. Everything had been set up, and all the pieces were falling into place as she intended. Back on the battlefield, the Corpse King fell. Under the power of Lin Hao's phoenix feather, he could only withstand 3 strikes before being completely overwhelmed. The Bone King, just as before, fled in disgrace. Yet, despite their victory, the gray fog surrounding Tianqi City did not disperse. Instead, it grew thicker and more oppressive. Boom! A deep rumbling echoed through the air. The gray mist churned like the sea in a storm, as if something far more terrifying was about to emerge. What's happening? The people of Tianqi City, who had just been celebrating their victory, were now confused and frightened. They had thought the battle was over. Why was this still happening? Form ranks. Lin Xiaotong's voice cut through the confusion. His face was grim, more serious than ever. He didn't need to explain his years of training had conditioned the shadow guards to obey instantly. Though they didn't fully understand, they moved immediately, their bodies linking into a formation. A massive, blood-red sword materialized around them, its sharp edge aimed at the approaching threat. Just as they completed the formation, a terrifying shockwave surged out from the gray fog, hurtling toward them with immense force. The very air seemed to collapse under its pressure, and space itself trembled. Boom! The shockwave hit the formation with an ear-splitting explosion. The blood sword shattered instantly, and the entire Shadow Guard unit was sent flying. Blood sprayed into the air as they were severely injured. Even with their defensive formation, they had barely survived the blast. Without it, they would have been wiped out entirely. At the front of the formation, Lin Xiaotong took the brunt of the attack. His bone weapon shattered in his hand, and his arm hung limp at his side. His aura was severely weakened, and blood dripped from his chin. Yet, despite his injuries, he did not retreat. He stood firm, blocking the path to Lin Shi and her siblings. Uncle Xiaotong Lin Shi and her brothers, seeing his state, rushed to help, but Lin Xiaotong raised his good hand to stop them. Fall back. Find a way to escape the fog barrier. I'll buy you time. Lin Xiaotong gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the swirling fog in front of him. Shadow guards, regroup, he ordered, and despite their injuries, the guards quickly reformed their ranks. Their sole purpose was to protect the Lin family, even at the cost of their lives. Without hesitation, they followed his command. Ants with such devotion. How rare! A mocking voice echoed from within the fog. The mist began to part, revealing a small gray figure, wrapped in a hazy aura. The figure was short and shrouded in mist, making its appearance difficult to discern. There was no terrifying aura or pressure. Not even a hint of energy, almost as if it were a phantom. But the moment the figure appeared, Lin Xiaotong's expression grew more serious than ever. Lin Hao, who had been using his special eye technique to see through the fog, screamed in agony. His pupils, glowing with green light, shattered, and blood dripped from his eyes. Even when facing the fearsome corpse king, Lin Hao's eye technique hadn't faltered. But now, just one glance at this gray figure had caused a violent backlash, leaving him blinded and in pain. This was beyond anything they had encountered before. Brother Lin Shi and Lin Long cried out in alarm, rushing to his side. I'm fine. Lin Hao grunted, enduring the pain as he gripped the phoenix feather tightly. The intense heat from the feather distorted the air around him, its power ready to be unleashed. A phoenix feather, I see. No wonder it holds such power. The gray figure said, eyeing the feather with interest. But something so sacred shouldn't be in the hands of mere mortals. Hand it over. Without any grand gesture, the figure simply raised a hand. Instantly Lin Hao was paralyzed, trapped within the green lotus illusion. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. His arm, which held the phoenix feather, slowly lifted against his will, as if preparing to offer it up. Protect the young master. Lin Xiaotong, seeing this, charged forward with the shadow guards. But before they could reach the gray figure, a simple wave of its hand sent them flying through the air. The difference in power was undeniable. There was no contest. Is this the Spirit King? The wise king, still observing from the shadows, held his breath. Yes. The red-clad girl confirmed, her smile widening. The scene playing out before her was exactly what she had hoped for. The final act had begun, and it was more spectacular than she could have ever imagined. The atmosphere in Tianqi City was nothing short of chaotic, constantly shifting between hope and despair. First they had driven away the Bone King, only to face the stronger Corpse King, and after finally defeating him, the even more terrifying Spirit King appeared. It felt like a never-ending battle, where each time a lesser threat was defeated, a greater one emerged. Hand it over. The gray figure, none other than the Spirit King, the most powerful of the three kings, said calmly. After effortlessly swatting away Lin Xiaotong and the shadow guards, he turned his attention back to Lin Hao. He exerted more pressure, tightening his grip on Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao winced, his face twisted in pain. The Spirit King's control was overwhelming, a force that manipulated him inside and out, leaving him utterly powerless. You're asking for death. Lin Shi, furious at seeing her younger brother in such agony, couldn't hold back any longer. Her war god physique activated fully, and the image of a towering Valkyrie appeared behind her, radiating a powerful aura of martial intent. The Valkyrie's hands gripped a large battle sword, and as Lin Shi's anger reached its peak, the Valkyrie's golden eyes snapped open, illuminating the world with their radiant glow. The sheer intensity of her martial spirit seemed to fill the heavens and earth. Lin Shi's voice rang out with determination. The Valkyrie raised her sword and swung it toward the Spirit King. The attack was so powerful that it tore through the rolling gray fog, and for a moment, the sky cleared, as if the entire world had been purified by the strike. One sword to clear the heavens, that was the power of the Valkyrie, even though Lin Shi had not yet fully matured into her potential. A war god physique. The Spirit King's eyes glinted with surprise, though he remained calm. He acknowledged the potential of Lin Shi's physique, but to him, it meant little. Potential was not the same as power, and as long as she hadn't fully grown, she was just another human. As Lin Shi's sword strike approached, the Spirit King merely willed the gray fog to form a shield in front of him. The sword's energy shattered the shield, but the fog reformed just as quickly, layer after layer, until the attack finally lost its momentum. With a wave of his hand, the Spirit King effortlessly dissipated the remnants of the sword strike. Lin Shi gasped for breath, frustration and guilt etched on her face. She had given it her all, yet she had failed to protect her brother. "Give it to me," the Spirit King repeated, his voice cold and dismissive. His focus remained on Lin Hao, who was still struggling to resist, unwilling to let his father's precious phoenix feather be taken. "Your resistance is meaningless," the Spirit King said, a smirk forming on his lips as he tightened his control over Lin Hao. He was clearly enjoying the struggle, savoring the moment before he would claim his prize. A cold, sharp voice suddenly cut through the air. It was Lin Xiaotong, who had risen once again despite his injuries. Seeing the young master in peril, he refused to give up. Dragging his broken sword behind him, he charged at the Spirit King with all the strength he could muster. As he approached, Lin Xiaotong's killing intent surged, pushing his power to its limit. With his final burst of strength, he unleashed the strongest sword strike of his life. The moment the sword was released, it was as if his very life force had been drained, and his once black hair turned white in an instant. He didn't care. This one sword was all that mattered, the one attack that would protect what he held most dear. The strike was lightning fast, its sharpness unmatched. Even the Spirit King, as powerful as he was, couldn't react in time. In a flash, Lin Xiaotong severed the hand that had been controlling Lin Hao. For a brief moment, hope bloomed in everyone's hearts. But that hope was swiftly crushed. In the next instant, the Spirit King's severed hand regenerated effortlessly, as though nothing had happened. His aura remained completely unaffected. Seeing the result of his most powerful attack, even Lin Xiaotong, known for his calm and unshakable demeanor, felt a wave of despair wash over him. "I told you before," the Spirit King said, his voice filled with cold superiority, "your resistance is futile." His invincible strength, combined with his eerie regenerative powers, made him an unbeatable force. If Lin Shi and the others had grown stronger, perhaps they could pose a threat. But in their current state, the Spirit King was an insurmountable obstacle. "You should surrender quietly. You're worthy enough to become a resource for my god," the Spirit King said, his tone indifferent as he prepared to unleash his full power and bring the battle to an end. But just as he was about to strike, a sudden commotion erupted. From the churning gray mist, the Bone King, who had fled earlier, came stumbling back in a panic, glancing over his shoulder as if something terrifying was chasing him. "Spirit King, save me!" the Bone King cried out as soon as he saw his ally. His terror was palpable as he rushed forward, dragging the remnants of his forces with him. Before he could reach safety, however, a brilliant multicolored light streaked through the air. Boom! The Bone King's scream echoed as several of his ribs, gleaming like jade, were shattered and sent flying. "Get back here, you cowardly skeleton!" a young, high-pitched voice shouted from behind him, and the Bone King, now in even greater panic, scrambled forward. Pathetic, the Spirit King's calm demeanor cracked, and he frowned in disgust. This display was disgraceful, especially in front of his enemies. Yet, the Bone King paid no mind, focused solely on finding shelter and safety. Long ago, the Deathlands had more than just 3 kings, but now only 2 remained: the Spirit King and the Bone King. It was clear that the Bone King's survival instincts were well honed, if nothing else. As the Bone King stumbled forward, a group of golden armored soldiers burst from the gray fog. Their breastplates bore the insignia of dragons. They were the Imperial Dragon Guards and true Dragon Guards of the Qian Empire. The Empire's reinforcements have arrived. The citizens of Tianqi City, who had been paralyzed with fear, erupted in cheers at the sight of the Dragon Guards. The Dragon Guards acknowledged the crowd with a brief nod, but then silently formed 2 lines, standing at attention as though awaiting the arrival of someone even more important. All eyes were drawn to this new development. Even the Spirit King, who had shown nothing but disdain so far, turned his gaze toward the entrance. Then, from the swirling gray mist, a figure bathed in multicolored light emerged, accompanied by a mischievous-looking young girl. They walked slowly through the ranks of the Dragon Guards, stepping onto the battlefield with an air of authority and power. The figure enveloped in radiant five-colored light was unparalleled in the world. No one expected the first to arrive and offer support to be none other than the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, which took everyone by surprise. During Lin Fan's period of seclusion, she had also been training, and her cultivation had now reached an unpredictable level. The five-colored radiance filled the air, pure and divine, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at her. Even a casual glance radiated a godly power capable of obliterating everything in its path. When the Bone King saw her, he immediately shrieked in panic, and only calmed down slightly after hiding behind the Spirit King. Clearly, it was the Holy Maiden who had earlier wounded him with a single strike of that divine radiance, breaking his ribs. A fully grown five-element divine physique? I never thought the human race could produce such a powerful being, the Spirit King muttered, for the first time showing a trace of seriousness when he saw her. You creatures from the Forbidden Lands are defying the natural order. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution for your actions? The Holy Maiden asked coldly as she arrived, her eyes sweeping over the city. Ordinary civilians had been drained of their life force, left as withered corpses, and a chilling frost appeared in her usually indifferent expression. The Spirit King sneered at her words. Humans are nothing more than livestock raised by the gods. When they mature, they are harvested by their masters. How is this defying the natural order? What divine retribution are you speaking of? You're courting death. The Holy Maiden's face grew colder, and the five-colored radiance around her intensified. No human could feel sympathy for beings that regarded them as ants. No. It is you who seeks death. The Spirit King had fully recovered by now. Hearing her words, he sneered once more and launched an attack. Though the five-element divine physique was formidable, wielding the power of the elements and backed by the Holy Maiden's mastery of divine arts, the Spirit King was no ordinary opponent. As a king who had lived countless ages within the Forbidden Lands, he was no stranger to battle. His earlier attacks had been more playful than serious. Now, endless gray fog surged around him, transforming him into a towering giant of mist. His enormous body carried an unimaginable divine might, capable of tearing the sky apart with a single move. Such terrifying power would have made even a ninth-rank saint cower. The Spirit King's true strength shattered everyone's expectations. So, you've reached that level of power? The Holy Maiden's eyes grew serious, but she showed no fear. As the massive misty hand descended to crush her, she quickly formed a series of complex hand signs. Behind her, a phantom goddess, bathed in five-colored light, appeared, mimicking her movements. With a graceful gesture, she pointed at the giant hand. Holy radiance. Without hesitation, she unleashed her signature divine technique. Amplified by her unfathomable cultivation, this legendary technique had become even more terrifying. Its speed seemed to transcend time, instantly meeting the giant hand and blowing a hole straight through it. The Spirit King, with all his might, was easily shattered. Though he possessed an extraordinary ability to regenerate, using the gray fog to heal his injuries, the Holy Maiden showed no signs of relenting. Her five-colored radiance continued to tear apart his body with every strike, reducing his giant form to pieces time and again. Were it not for his eerie regenerative abilities, the Spirit King would have already fallen. So this is the power of a fully matured divine physique? It's terrifying. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Lin Shi and her siblings were visibly excited. Even the usually composed Lin Hao couldn't hide his enthusiasm. Like the Holy Maiden, they too possessed divine physiques and could one day reach such heights. The battle raged on, with the Holy Maiden's five-colored radiance growing stronger with every strike. She continuously suppressed the Spirit King, but his bizarre regenerative abilities made it difficult to secure a decisive victory. In fact, as time passed, the Spirit King gradually began to turn the tide. Though his massive form had been repeatedly shattered, each time, he absorbed more of the gray mist around him. This mist was a manifestation of pure death energy, intimately connected to the Spirit King himself. Normally there were limits to how much he could absorb, but the continuous destruction of his body provided an opportunity. With each regeneration he siphoned off more power from the mist, incrementally boosting his strength. While this didn't elevate his cultivation level, it significantly enhanced his fighting prowess. Slowly but surely, the Spirit King began to recover his advantage. What can a five-element divine physique do? With the protection of my God, no matter how strong you are, you will still fall. The Spirit King's overwhelming arrogance returned as he regained the upper hand. Spirit King, mighty and invincible, the Bone King, who had been worried before, now cheered, relieved that the Spirit King wasn't about to embarrass himself like the previous Corpse King had. The Holy Maiden paid no attention to these fools. She remained focused, undeterred by the Spirit King's resurgence, as she continued pushing her five-colored divine arts to their limits. Her abilities, perfectly aligned with her divine physique, seemed to have no end. But while she ignored the taunts, others were not so tolerant. "You skull-faced coward. I'll take you down first." As a warm-up, a mischievous girl, Ying Ying, who had come with the Holy Maiden, piped up. Though she often came off as helpless around Lin Fan, she was actually quite the troublemaker. Seeing the Bone King acting smug again, she couldn't help but intervene. Initially, the Bone King showed no fear. She was, after all, just a little girl from the human race. Despite his earlier humiliation, he was still a king, and the dignity of a king could not be trifled with. But his bravado lasted only a second. As soon as the girl gave an order, 2 dragon guards, nurtured with all the resources of the QN Empire, unleashed their full power and charged at him. Under the immense pressure of the cycle of calamities, the dragon guards' potential erupted, causing both their cultivation and strength to surge. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. What really made the Bone King falter was the sight of Lin Hao, the young boy who had cleaved the Corpse King with a phoenix feather, also turning his gaze upon him. Damn it! With another exasperated curse, the Bone King abandoned his dignity and fled once again. Like the saying goes, a cowardly king leads cowardly followers, and soon his minions were fleeing right behind him. The Spirit King, who had just regained the upper hand, was furious at the sight, his expression darkening. This was the second time his forces from the land of the dead had disgraced themselves. Before he could act to punish them, the Holy Maiden, who had been silently preparing her next move, suddenly changed the hand signs she was forming. 5 elements annihilation. Her voice echoed through the heavens, resonating with the natural forces, like the sound of divine music. In the next instant, the remnants of her 5-colored radiance, which had already begun to fade, reappeared, linking together under her control. They rapidly formed a 5-colored lotus, which immediately began to swell, drawing in the elemental forces of the world at an incredible rate. In the blink of an eye, the lotus enveloped the Spirit King's massive form. The 5 elements annihilation, her most powerful attack, had the ability to break down and annihilate anything within moments. Just as the Spirit King had been quietly accumulating strength from the gray mist, so too had the Holy Maiden been building up to her ultimate move. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted again. The overwhelming power of the Holy Maiden was on full display. No wonder she dared to face off against someone like Lin Fan and claim she could still win. She truly had the skill to back it up. It was clear that, once she had claimed her victory, she would be more than ready to challenge a certain someone by the name of Lin. The brush of the Holy Maiden would eventually sweep across Lin Fan. But for now it was the Spirit King from the Forbidden Lands who was on the receiving end. The power of the 5 elements, one of the most primal and potent forces in the world, was now unleashed in an unstoppable attack. Its energy was enough to shake the heavens and wipe out gods. However, such a powerful move required time to build, as it needed to connect with the elements to release its full potential. The Spirit King thought he was clever, silently strengthening himself using his unique abilities, believing he could turn the tables and win the battle. But in reality he was the fool who had fallen into the trap. Damn it! Realizing this, the Spirit King's expression darkened, and an unprecedented pressure bore down on him. The 5-colored lotus formed by the power of the elements completely enveloped him. The most primal force of nature left him with no idea how to defend himself. With a low hum, the lotus began to rotate, and the endless power of the 5 elements surged, covering the Spirit King's massive body. There was no crushing force, but his form, which had been created from gray mist, started to dissolve. Like a melting iceberg, his colossal body shrank, dissolving into the elemental flow of nature. This was the true dissolution of the 5 elements, turning all forces back into their original state. Roar. The Spirit King roared, trying desperately to resist. His terrifying divine power made the entire world tremble. The inhabitants of the city, as well as the strange creatures from the Forbidden Lands, were all pressed to the ground, unable to move. Even a 9th-ranked saint would struggle to withstand this. But the 5-colored lotus, like a rooted lotus in the chaos, stood unmoved by any external force. In fact, the more the Spirit King struggled, the faster the lotus spun. His enormous body, which once seemed indestructible, was rapidly shrinking right before their eyes. This silent dissolution was the most hopeless feeling of all. The Spirit King felt it too, fighting with everything he had, even calling out for help from the Bone King. But what could the Bone King do? Faced with relentless pursuit from all sides, he had only survived by sacrificing his own men. Now, he wished he could grow more legs to flee from this deadly place. The Holy Maiden's arrival had completely shifted the battlefield. The 5-colored lotus continued to dissolve the Spirit King's giant body at an alarming rate. When the massive form finally disintegrated, the power of the 5 elements began working on his true body. There was no crushing force here either, But the primal dissolution of his very essence was even more terrifying. It left him with no way to resist, no way to fight back. This supreme technique, apart from needing time to activate, had no flaws. The Spirit King possessed strange abilities that made him seemingly immortal, capable of recovering instantly from any injury by drawing on the power of the gray mist. But against the five-element dissolution, his powers were useless. This technique didn't wound him, it reverted him back to his original form, turning him into just another part of the world. It was like reverting a human back to a single cell. What power could you possibly use against that? Save me, my God! As his body dissolved and he found himself helpless, the Spirit King lost all composure and began to call out to his master. Unlike the Corpse King and the other disposable kings of the Forbidden Lands, the Spirit King was a true general under the command of the Master of the Forbidden Lands, and one they would be reluctant to lose. And sure enough, in response to his plea, the sky suddenly darkened. Rolling waves of gray mist gathered in the air, finally forming a pair of closed, massive eyes in the heavens. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the sky, and blood-red lightning struck down. Just one glance at the scene was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Seeing this, the Spirit King's face filled with fanatical devotion. He knelt down in the void, worshipping the power before him. The Bone King, who had been fleeing for his life, also stopped, dropping to his knees in awe. The other creatures from the Forbidden Lands followed suit, kneeling in worship, even as death loomed over them. Even the most foolish observer would now understand what was happening. The Holy Maiden's face grew serious, for she knew exactly what was going on, but she had no intention of backing down. The Spirit King, the strongest king of the land of the dead, had killed countless humans, many of them heroic warriors. Because of his strange abilities, no conventional method could kill him. But now, with the opportunity at hand, how could she let it slip away? Instead of stopping, she channeled even more of her divine physique's power into the five-element dissolution, making it more intense, determined to eliminate the blood-soaked Spirit King once and for all. Ah-he! The Spirit King let out a horrifying scream as his body dissolved faster and faster. This clearly enraged the entity watching from above, for the giant eyes in the sky slowly opened, revealing cold, emotionless pupils that seemed to peer down on all living things. Audacious! A voice, indifferent and devoid of emotion, echoed from the eyes. It had no joy or sorrow, but its presence alone made everyone instinctively want to kneel and worship. The eyes narrowed slightly, and with that, a streak of gray light shot forth. The massive five-colored lotus, which had been dissolving the Spirit King, was shattered in an instant by the gray light. The Spirit King, now freed, trembled with renewed zeal. This was the power of the God he served, vast, omnipotent, and supreme, beyond the comprehension of mortals. Even a mere glance from this God was enough to annihilate all resistance. Is that really a God? Witnessing the scene, many gasped in shock. Even Lin Shi, who feared nothing, felt her scalp tingle at the sight. A single ray of light from the eyes had obliterated the invincible technique that had been dissolving everything. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was unimaginable. Daring to harm a servant of the gods, you lowly humans truly know no fear. The voice spoke again, cold and indifferent. Endless blood-red lightning surged down from the sky, crashing toward the Holy Maiden, who had dared to challenge the gods. This was divine punishment, true divine retribution. The Holy Maiden refused to surrender, but in the face of true divine might, her resistance seemed futile. Her five-colored radiance shattered, and even the phantom goddess behind her was dispersed. In an instant, the Holy Maiden, who had been overwhelming the Spirit King, found herself on the brink of defeat. Sister Yang Yang, seeing her sister in danger, screamed and tried to rush to her aid, but the dragon guards held her back. Charging into such power would only mean certain death. Lin Hao tried to activate the phoenix feather to save her, but it was useless. The power of a god was so overwhelming that it left no room for hope or resistance. In the blood-red storm of lightning, the Holy Maiden struggled to hold on, but she was weakening. The radiance protecting her body was fading, revealing her flawless face, pale and fragile, with a delicate weakness that made one want to protect her. But there was no one to appreciate this beauty, for the relentless bombardment of lightning continued to wear her down, leaving her on the verge of collapse. Even her strong heart was starting to feel despair. Just as she was about to give up, a light, teasing voice reached her ears. Giving up already? Weren't you planning to come after me later? That familiar voice carried a hint of mockery, and the moment she heard it, her eyes flew open. Before her was a figure she knew all too well. Giving up already? Weren't you planning to come after me later? The voice was familiar, as was the teasing tone and the figure that accompanied it. Everything seemed the same, but under these extraordinary circumstances, it felt completely different to the holy maiden. "Is it really you?" she asked, unsure if her eyes were deceiving her. "How pitiful, you're so young and already losing your sight." The teasing voice came again, and this time, the holy maiden couldn't help but smile, realizing she wasn't imagining things. It was really him. "It's you who's blind," she quickly retorted, pretending to be annoyed as she stifled her smile. Haha, the man didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed heartily, as if he found the whole thing amusing. Boom. The blood-red lightning continued to roar, but the moment it got close, it shattered instantly, unable to reach them. The thunderous noise was drowned out by his laughter, which made it seem powerless. "Who are you?" The giant eyes in the sky flickered with a hint of caution, and the cold voice echoed again. "I'm the one who will kill you." The man replied calmly, his tone carrying an overwhelming sense of dominance. Faced with a so-called god, he showed no fear and even spoke of slaying the divine being. His words radiated an extraordinary arrogance. The holy maiden of the Jade Pool, watching all of this unfold, was shaken to her core. She stared at the familiar figure, momentarily stunned by what she was witnessing. "Kill me! Ha ha ha! You ignorant human ant! How laughable and pathetic, you have no idea of the greatness of gods." The so-called god laughed loudly, and the blood-red lightning became even more ferocious. The god was furious. But the man stood firm, unshaken like a pillar of the world. The raging blood-red lightning shattered upon contact, unable to touch him. Even the holy maiden was protected within his aura of dominance, and the god's wrath seemed nothing more than an empty display. "Has he become this strong?" the holy maiden whispered to herself, her usually bright and clear eyes now dazed with disbelief. She had always believed that, with the legacy of the Jade Pool and her 5 elements divine physique, her growth would be unmatched. She thought no one could surpass her speed. But now, seeing the man she was so familiar with, she realized just how wrong she had been. She had become stronger, much stronger. But the person she wanted to surpass had grown even more, to a point where there was no comparison. In the past, she could at least see his shadow. Now, even that was out of reach. "Lin Fan, I admit you are stronger than me, but I will not give up. One day, I will show you what I'm capable of." The holy maiden's shock quickly turned into determination, more resolute than ever before. The man before her was Lin Fan, the one man who had always bested her, leaving her with no choice but to accept it. But she would never surrender. She was determined to make him acknowledge her strength. She, Yang Yao, would never bow to anyone. "I'll be waiting," Lin Fan responded, as if he could hear her silent vow. He turned back to her with a smile and added, "But before that, let me kill a god to liven things up." As he finished speaking, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. His gaze locked onto the giant eyes above the blood sea, and his intent was clear: he was done playing games. Enough with all the schemes and manipulations. Today he would kill a god to send a message to the world, a warning to all those who dared to plot against him. Today he would kill to end all threats. To him, this so-called god was nothing but a pathetic creature clinging to life. It meant nothing to him. As Lin Fan's aura fully released, the sea of blood-red lightning shattered, and radiant golden light tore through the darkness that had accompanied the god's arrival, illuminating the world. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed across the heavens, as if heralding a great event. "It's father. Father is here." Lin Hao, with his divine eyes, was the first to recognize the figure as the blood-red lightning collapsed. "It's really Dad." Lin Shi and Lin Long, through their bloodline connection, sensed that it was truly their father. They excitedly shouted in joy. Master Lin Xiaotong, with his white hair and weakened state, suddenly straightened up. Seeing Lin Fan standing in the golden light filled him with newfound strength, as if he had been reborn. The other heavily wounded shadow guards also stood tall, their fear erased by Lin Fan's presence. Nothing could scare them now. "Is that bad guy here?" Ying Ying, the mischievous girl, was stunned at first, but then clapped her hands in excitement. "Great. My sister is saved." But on the side of the creatures from the Forbidden Lands, there was no such joy. It wasn't that they lacked faith in their god, it was just that this man was too terrifying. With just the release of his aura, he had shattered the divine punishment and torn apart the dark domain the god had brought. Even under their god's protection, they couldn't stop trembling in fear. Could this man be a god too? The Bone King's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he had the sudden urge to flee again. Even the once devout Spirit King found it hard to maintain his faith, his eyes darting nervously. Lin Fan didn't even need to make a move. His mere presence had changed the world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a god at this point. During his recent seclusion, Lin Fan had stopped holding back his cultivation. Using his profound foundation, he had made a powerful breakthrough. On the surface, his realm was the ninth revolution, but in truth, it was also the ninth revolution, having reached a state of absolute perfection. This wasn't just a breakthrough in cultivation, it marked the complete harmony of yin and yang, granting him limitless power. Even the mere release of his aura made it seem as though he had the entire world under his feet. Forget the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, even the so-called god appeared shaken. They couldn't believe that a human, who they had treated as nothing more than livestock, could grow into such a terrifying being. "Are you ready?" Lin Fan asked, raising a blood-red spear and pointing it directly at the god. His voice was cold and indifferent. The so-called god began to speak, but Lin Fan cut him off. "You actually have something to say? Too bad, I'm not interested in hearing what ants have to say." With those words, Lin Fan's figure, bathed in golden light, charged straight at the god. In an instant, the entire world lost its color, leaving only the blinding brilliance of divine gold. Faced with the divine golden light that pierced through the darkness, the giant eyes in the sky grew serious. This was just a mere human, and yet he possessed such overwhelming divine power. Even the so-called god could feel immense pressure at that moment. Killing a god for fun, this wasn't just empty talk. "I'll admit you have some strength, but that's all it is. Thinking you can kill a god is nothing more than a delusion." The god, though sensing the pressure, was still filled with divine arrogance. He wasn't someone who could be easily challenged. His divine might surged again. Domain of death. With a cold, detached whisper, endless darkness surged forth once more. A bone-chilling wind howled, and ghostly apparitions flickered in and out of view, their cries echoing in the air, as if the world had been plunged into a boundless hell. The sacred golden light released by Lin Fan began to feel the weight of endless oppression. Countless ghostly hands reached out from the void, trying to drag Lin Fan into the depths of the abyss. The stench of death filled the air, threatening to corrode him, to bind him in eternal damnation. This was a domain, an almost tangible manifestation of power. The city's inhabitants, overwhelmed by the dark domain, believed they had been transported to the endless hells and began to wail in despair. Even the strongest martial saints were disoriented, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. The pressure on Lin Fan, who was the target of the domain's full force, was immense. The sacred golden light around him was continuously compressed, like a flickering candle about to be snuffed out in the cold night. But Lin Fan remained completely unmoved, his face expressionless except for a calm indifference. Divine art, total dragon transformation. His voice was steady and composed, and the next instant, the compressed golden light suddenly burst forth, shining even brighter than the sun. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar echoed across the heavens, drowning out all the wailing spirits. The people trapped in the illusion of hell felt the roar like the toll of an ancient bell, bringing them back to their senses in an instant. As their vision cleared, a massive divine dragon, too enormous to describe, filled their sight. A dragon. Seeing this, the recovered onlookers thought they were hallucinating, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. But no matter how hard they rubbed, the image didn't change. "It's really a dragon. My heavens, the legendary guardian beast." Once they realized it wasn't a hallucination, the humans present erupted in excitement. The dragon, a legendary divine beast. The pinnacle of all creatures. But it wasn't just the appearance of the dragon that stirred them, it was the significance of the dragon. In ancient legends, the divine dragon was said to be the guardian beast of humanity. Though this tale had long been forgotten, its symbolism persisted. Why did the emperors of human dynasties always associate their reign with the image of a dragon? It was because the dragon represented protection, a legacy of those ancient beliefs. Now, facing certain doom, the appearance of the divine dragon, their fabled guardian, couldn't help but fill them with hope and excitement. The darkness was once again torn apart, and the cold, hellish atmosphere was swept away by the warmth of the sacred golden light, which filled the hearts of the people with peace. However, for the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, the light was like acid, sizzling as it burned their bodies. "Aha!" Shrieks of agony echoed as many of the strange beings were instantly disintegrated by the light. Even powerful beings like the Spirit King and Bone King weren't spared, their bodies corroding as smoke billowed from their flesh, causing irreversible damage. Is it a divine art or bloodline power? The giant eyes in the sky grew even more serious. It was difficult to tell whether Lin Fan's transformation was the result of a divine technique or his own bloodline. Lin Fan's transformation was so real, it was as if a true divine dragon had descended. Each scale was vivid and lifelike, every claw brimming with strength. The immense energy flowing through the dragon's blood could be heard, like the roars of 10,000 dragons echoing in unison. Destroy. A majestic voice boomed from the dragon's mouth as it reached out with its enormous claw, aiming straight for the giant eyes in the sky. There were no flashy moves, just a simple crushing motion, like cracking an egg. Arrogant. The god's giant eyes burned with fury at the blatant disrespect. Countless gray beams shot out like a torrential rainstorm. Any one of these beams could have shattered the Holy Maiden's most powerful divine arts, as they had proven before. Now, with a deluge of such beams flying toward the golden dragon's claw, the destructive force was beyond comprehension. The void was torn apart, revealing cold, dark black holes. From an observer's perspective, the gray beams shattered the void, spreading like a virus as they hurtled toward the crushing golden claw. Everyone, close your eyes and cover your ears. Lin Hao, who had been using his divine eyes to observe the battle, immediately shouted out. He closed his eyes and covered his ears, amplifying his voice with his bloodline energy. Lin Shi and Lin Long instantly obeyed, as did the Lin family shadow guards. Some other martial experts, sensing the danger, quickly followed suit, even diving into nearby ditches to protect themselves. What they expected to be an earth-shattering explosion turned out to be a strange buzzing sound, followed by a long, continuous hum. It was the sound of deafness. Even with their ears covered and hiding in ditches, the impact of the collision still left them momentarily deaf. Some, overcome by fear, instinctively opened their eyes, only to be met with a blinding white light. It was as if they had been transported to a dimension with no space or time. Everywhere they looked was pure white. Even the strongest martial saints were not immune to this disorienting sensation, though those at the 7th revolution and above could still faintly hear the sound of battle, accompanied by terrifying howls as if from the depths of hell. They had no sense of time in this state, unsure how long it had lasted. Gradually, however, the buzzing in their ears began to fade, and the white light in their vision gave way to colors, slowly restoring the world to normal. But the sight that greeted them now was entirely different from before. The giant eyes that had once hovered arrogantly in the sky, claiming divinity and looking down on all life, were gone. The massive divine dragon had also vanished, as though the legendary guardian beast had been nothing but a fleeting illusion. But no one believed it had been an illusion. Though the city they stood in remained untouched, seemingly protected by some unknown force, everything outside of it, mountains, rivers, forests, and wastelands, had been leveled. It was as if an army of construction crews had spent countless days flattening the entire landscape, reducing everything to rubble. What was once a city nestled in a basin surrounded by mountains, now stood atop a towering peak, thousands of meters high. Seeing this, everyone's souls seemed to leave their bodies, their shock so profound they couldn't even comprehend it. Who won? Who lost? Someone finally spoke, jolting the crowd back to reality. Everyone, including the Spirit King and Bone King, frantically looked around, trying to find the answer. The Spirit King and Bone King were the most eager, knowing they didn't have the courage to face the dragon-turned-Lin Fan. After searching for a while, they found nothing. Yet instead of despair, they breathed a sigh of relief. Both sides were gone. Perhaps they had destroyed each other, or at the very least, had been too wounded to continue fighting. To them, this was neither good nor bad news. It meant survival. But just as they relaxed, a calm voice echoed in their ears. "Are you looking for me?" The voice was soft and unthreatening, but it froze them in their tracks. "Are you looking for me?" A simple, unremarkable question, yet at times, such words can terrify someone to death. That was exactly what happened now. The Spirit King and Bone King froze in place the moment they heard the voice, their bodies as stiff as if they'd been turned to stone, their rigidity at 99.9%. The Bone King let out a sound, like a fish gasping for air on dry land, utterly dumbfounded. The voice they heard was the last one they wanted to hear. The Spirit King fared a little better, but as he slowly turned his stiff neck to look at the figure speaking, he quickly became just as petrified as the Bone King. As kings of the Forbidden Lands, they were used to facing death and were not easily frightened. Even if fear did exist in their hearts, it should never reduce them to the pathetic state they were in now. But the figure speaking to them destroyed their mental defenses completely. That figure was still standing alive and well, casually mocking them. This could only mean one thing: the outcome of the battle was clear. The one they believed to be an invincible god had lost. A god had been defeated by a mere human. This realization shook them to their core, filling them with a dread that came from the very depths of their souls. "You." The Spirit King tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. "Are you looking for that big eye?" The teasing figure was, of course, Lin Fan himself. Back when he was only at the 6th revolution, Lin Fan had already ventured into the Forbidden Lands. Though he hadn't achieved his goal, he had suffered no losses either. Now, Having reached the ninth revolution, achieving perfection in both the visible and hidden realms, his power had increased beyond measure. To put it bluntly, Lin Fan's strength now was 10 or even 100 times greater than before. The so-called gods, half dead and barely clinging to life, were nothing more than charlatans in his eyes. But others didn't see it that way. Hearing Lin Fan's question, the Spirit King instinctively nodded vigorously. He needed to know if his god had truly been defeated. Lin Fan didn't answer. Instead, he flipped his hand, revealing a gray, diamond-shaped crystal. This crystal emitted a faint gray light, surrounded by a deathly aura. Yet, it wasn't evil, it carried a trace of something sacred. A fragment of the death rule. The Spirit King's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the crystal, his face filled with disbelief. The fragment of the death rule, this was the essence left behind by their god, imbued with the power of the laws of the universe. It was one of the most precious treasures in existence, even more valuable than divine blood. For gods, this was a part of their very essence, something they would never willingly give up. Now that it had fallen into Lin Fan's hands, there was no need to ask what had become of the god's avatar. The answer was all too clear. The Spirit King's face turned ashen, and the already cowardly Bone King collapsed to the ground, completely spineless. Did he really slay a god? The Holy Maiden, having watched the battle, had an excellent view and a deep understanding of what was happening. When she saw the fragment of the death rule, she too realized what it meant. The man before her wasn't bluffing, he had really killed a god, just for fun. Even if it was only an avatar, a god was still a god, existing on a plane far above martial saints. The two weren't even in the same dimension. Hadn't it always been said that even a drop of divine blood could help a martial saint break through to new heights? Even gods on the verge of death were not to be trifled with. The Holy Maiden, possessing the 5 elements divine physique and the inheritance of a martial sacred land, had been utterly powerless in her encounter with the god. Without Lin Fan's timely intervention, she would have been reduced to a pile of bones by now. Such a powerful god had been slain by Lin Fan. How could she possibly remain calm? And to make matters worse, it wasn't just any random act. Lin Fan had killed the god to save her. The realization of this only deepened her feelings. Lin Fan was still the same person, yet her gaze lingered on him, her thoughts momentarily clouded. Fortunately, the 5-colored radiance surrounding her gradually returned, concealing the changes in her expression. Otherwise, who knows what people would think? "Are you all right, sister?" While the Holy Maiden was still lost in thought, her younger sister, Yang Ying, rushed over and asked with concern. "I'm fine." The Holy Maiden replied, her strong will quickly pulling her out of her daze. She looked at her sister and shook her head, indicating she was okay. "That's good." Yin Yang sighed in relief before suddenly asking, "Sister, have you fallen for that annoying guy?" The sudden question caught the Holy Maiden off guard. Clearly her sister had noticed something, or perhaps she had sensed her dazed expression earlier. The abruptness of the question was like a sneak attack. The Holy Maiden was momentarily stunned before giving her sister a firm knock on the head. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just grateful for him saving my life, that's all." "Just grateful?" But it was a classic hero saving the damsel in distress, Ying Ying teased, rubbing her sore head. She enjoyed seeing her sister flustered more than anything. "Do you want another hit?" The Holy Maiden raised her hand again, acting as if she was about to scold her sister, just as she often did. But there was no real anger in her actions. Underneath the 5-colored radiance, however, her flawless face had turned slightly red. Her eyes unconsciously darted in a certain direction, and while she couldn't say it was love, there was certainly a strange feeling in her heart. Lin Fan, the subject of this conversation, paid no attention to any of this. He hadn't come to play the hero or save anyone out of romantic notions. He had arrived because he received a distress call from Yishao Jin, the young dragon, to rescue the children and the elite guards. His appearance at the moment of the Holy Maiden's peril was purely coincidental. So, without dwelling on such matters, Lin Fan now turned his attention to the 2 kings from the Forbidden Lands, who had already given up all hope of resistance. "Father, it was that gray guy who bullied us. Uncle Xiaotong was injured while protecting us, and even his life essence was damaged." Lin Shi, Lin Fan's daughter, was brimming with pride. Her father had just slain a god, and she was eager to complain about the Spirit King while also giving credit to her uncle. "Don't worry, I'll make sure they pay." Lin Fan nodded slightly. He didn't scold his daughter for her boldness. Plots and schemes were everywhere, if not today, then tomorrow. It was inevitable. Of course, it also helped that this was his precious daughter. Lin Hao and Lin Long, his sons, would definitely face some discipline when they got home. But first, he had other matters to settle. "You've been watching for a while now. Were you satisfied with the result? Lin Fan suddenly turned his head and smiled toward a corner of the city. Lin Fan had just emerged from his seclusion and was, in fact, unaware of the exact situation. However, when he arrived here and saw his old uncle, the wise king, hiding in the shadows with a woman radiating dark energy, both watching the battlefield, he immediately understood what was going on. After so many encounters, neither side was a stranger to the other. As for the special concealment abilities, they were useless before his martial eye, which not only saw through their disguise but also exposed their malicious intentions. Have we been discovered? The moment Lin Fan's gaze fell on her, the expression of the red-clad woman changed. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lin Fan's current power had far exceeded not only the expectations of the Holy Maiden, but also her own. Her carefully laid out plan had been going perfectly, step by step, manipulating both sides who had no prior dealings to fight each other to the death. But she had miscalculated Lin Fan's strength, and not just by a little, but by a wide margin. Now that her hiding place had been exposed, her calm demeanor quickly vanished. In contrast, the wise king, the cheap uncle, remained relatively composed. His unfathomable cunning was part of it, but mostly he had grown used to surprises. Lin Fan, his unexpected nephew-in-law, had exceeded expectations more than once. When he realized Lin Fan had spotted them, he stepped out of the void without hesitation. The red-clad woman, seeing this, hesitated for a moment before revealing herself as well. The playful smile on her face had disappeared, replaced by a rare seriousness. "My dear nephew, we meet again." The wise king ignored everything else, locking eyes with Lin Fan, and speaking with a smile. "Yes, we meet again." Lin Fan replied with a smile of his own. To a bystander, it might have seemed like two family members exchanging pleasantries. But those who knew Lin Fan were well aware that this was when he was most dangerous. The wise king, of course, understood this too, but he didn't seem to mind. He looked Lin Fan up and down, nodding approvingly. "Your progress always exceeds expectations." "Very good. You haven't let this uncle of yours down." His tone was genuinely pleased, without a hint of pretense, which made the red-clad woman beside him frown, her eyes flashing with a red glow. Yet in the end she said nothing, merely taking a deep breath and observing the situation. One had to admire her resilience. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, she remained outwardly calm, her emotions in check. "Of course I wouldn't want to disappoint Uncle." Lin Fan responded with a smile, then turned his gaze to the red-clad woman. "You reek of malevolence, with a lingering scent of death. Are you from the Forbidden Lands?" With his martial eye, the woman's seemingly harmless appearance was nothing but a facade. "Good eye, sir. I do indeed come from the Forbidden Lands," she replied, her serious expression suddenly reverting to its usual playful, smiling demeanor. Her clear eyes, innocent face, and sweet smile made her look like the girl next door. Which Forbidden Land? Lin Fan's smile softened, like that of a friendly older brother. They really did look like a perfect match, a brotherly young man and an innocent girl next door. For those unfamiliar with Lin Fan, the scene was confusing. A moment ago it seemed like they were about to fight, and now they were smiling at each other. Even Lin Long, Lin Fan's young son, scratched his head in confusion, wondering if his father was planning to find him another stepmother. "The blood plains," the red-clad woman answered sweetly, not paying attention to anything else, her focus entirely on Lin Fan. "Thank you for answering." Lin Fan nodded gently, before shifting his gaze to the Spirit King and the Bone King, who lay collapsed on the ground. "Do you want to live?" His calm question sent a shiver through the two defeated kings, snapping them out of their despair. Their eyes regained focus, and they both looked up at Lin Fan. In this world, no being, no matter the circumstances, wanted to die. Driven by their will to survive, both kings immediately responded, "Yes." There was no hesitation in their voices, no semblance of their former royal dignity in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's simple. If you kill those two, you can live." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the wise king and the red-clad woman. "You like playing both sides? Then today, let the dogs turn on each other." The wise king and the red-clad woman's expressions shifted, understanding the meaning behind his words. Before they could react, however, the cold gazes of the two kings fell upon them. The two weren't fools, they quickly grasped the situation. With their survival at stake, the red-clad woman and the wise king had no choice but to respond in kind. "Kill." The Bone King was the first to charge, abandoning his previously cowardly demeanor. The Spirit King, not one to be outdone, also rushed forward with an unstoppable force. Whether they wanted to or not, the red-clad woman and the wise king had no choice but to engage in a deadly battle with the two kings. The red-clad woman's strength lived up to her reputation as an apostle of the Forbidden Lands, pushing the already wounded Spirit King into a corner. The wise king, too, held his ground, fighting the Bone King evenly, neither side gaining an advantage. From the very first clash, the battle was intense, the force of their strikes tearing the void asunder. Seeing this, Lin Fan raised his hand and activated a formation, creating a separate space around them so that their fierce battle wouldn't affect the outside world. Only the victor would be able to leave. Then, with another wave of his hand, the enormous crater outside the city began to rise, filling in the void until it was level with the city. It was as though the earth was coming back to life. One thought created a battlefield, another restored the earth. Such power left everyone watching utterly stunned. Even the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, the strongest presence from a sacred land, was shaken to her core by Lin Fan's abilities. Such power could only be described as divine. Lin Fan smiled. His recent breakthrough had made it easier for him to wield such divine abilities. But this was only the beginning. The real test had yet to come. The land of the dead, the blood plains. Let's erase them from existence, and let the world know that the Lin family is not to be trifled with. Lin Fan murmured with a smile. His battle achievements had already been impressive, but to truly make a name for himself, it wasn't enough. The Forbidden Lands' ancient domains of death, their existence dating back through the ages. Every 10,000 years, they would bring about cycles of destruction, wiping out countless martial forces and empires, causing untold suffering to humanity. They were eternal, unyielding, and indestructible. To wipe such places from the face of the earth would truly be a feat worthy of fear and respect. Lin Fan never hesitated. He did whatever he set his mind to. Lin Fan, where are you going? The Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool seemed to sense something and called out to him. To pacify the Forbidden Lands, Lin Fan answered, stepping into the sky and vanishing from sight. Pacify the Forbidden Lands? Was this for real? The Holy Maiden murmured in disbelief, her heart overwhelmed by a storm of emotions. The Forbidden Lands. An ancient, untouchable realm that had stood for countless years. Apart from a few scattered rumors, there were no clear records of its history. Yet the entities residing within had left a deep impression on the world, instilling fear in all who knew of them. Aside from a few brave souls seeking fortune, most people wouldn't dare approach, let alone suggest the idea of wiping out these lands. Even a powerful empire like Qin had remained defensive, not because they didn't want to destroy the Forbidden Lands, but because the forces inside were too strong, entangled with unknown dangers. No one could say for sure what lurked within. It wouldn't even be surprising if a true god emerged. These gods were not mere avatars like the ones Lin Fan had slain, but real, fully formed deities. The Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, despite her near-invincible strength, had never entertained the idea of erasing the Forbidden Lands. At least, not yet. But now, Lin Fan spoke of wiping them out. How could she remain calm? In fact, no one present could stay calm. Is he really going to destroy the Forbidden Lands? Someone asked in disbelief. The news too shocking to process. Nobody answered, because no one knew for sure. The only ones certain were Lin Shi and the other children, who cried out in excitement. They had complete faith in their father's invincibility, and after watching him slay a god, they knew he wasn't bluffing. Let's go. Let's follow Father, Lin Shi declared, eager to witness her father's unmatched power firsthand. Yes, Lin Hao and Lin Long had no objections. They shared the same excitement and were determined to follow. The land of the dead wasn't far, they could reach it soon enough. Follow him. Lin Xiaotong ordered as he reorganized the group, following Lin Fan without hesitation. We'll go too. The Holy Maiden said, just as eager to see if Lin Fan could truly flatten the Forbidden Lands. What about them? Yang asked, pointing to the ongoing battle inside the specially created space. Without turning back, the Holy Maiden replied, don't worry. No one can leave that space without his permission. Then, without waiting for her sister, she took to the air. Rushing to get married, are you? Yang pouted but quickly followed, unable to resist the allure of witnessing such a monumental event. Follow the princess, the leader of the golden armored dragon guards ordered, quickening his pace. The skies quieted. The local martial artists in Tianqi City exchanged glances before following the city lord's lead. Missing such an event would be the regret of a lifetime. Even death seemed preferable to missing out on the spectacle of the ages. Flattening the Forbidden Lands, if this wasn't mere boasting, it would go down in history as one of the greatest feats ever recorded. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling city fell into silence. The land of the dead. A perilous place where no living creature dared set foot. Even more dangerous than the tomb of heaven, getting close to the Forbidden Land was tantamount to courting death. Only the desperate would approach it, and even they rarely made it out alive. But today, an unexpected visitor had arrived. This place is so flat. Wouldn't it be a shame not to carpet bomb it? Lin Fan, dressed in white, floated at the edge of the forbidden land, smiling like a carefree nobleman. His words, however, were filled with the promise of destruction. There was no delay. At his command, a swarm of black dots appeared on the horizon, quickly moving toward the land of the dead. In the blink of an eye, the dots revealed themselves as massive metallic birds, soaring over the land. Sharp whistles filled the air as bomb after bomb began to fall from the sky. These bombs were simple in design, easily mass-produced by Mo Qian, Lin Fan's wife, who had trained an entire team of engineers for this purpose. After days and nights of production, the sheer number of bombs was staggering. Lin Fan wasn't holding back. Every last bomb was unloaded onto the forbidden lands. The land of the dead, perpetually shrouded in gray mist, had always been hidden from view, its mystery adding to its fearsome reputation. The mist swirled, unaware of the imminent danger. The bombs emitted no energy fluctuations, appearing as harmless chunks of metal. In a normal situation, the deathly mist would have corroded and neutralized them before they even landed. But today wasn't normal. As soon as the mist began to erode the bombs, they reacted like overpressurized kettles, exploding in a chain reaction. Boom! It started with a few, then hundreds, then thousands, as deafening explosions roared like thunder. Each bomb was inscribed with runes that amplified its destructive power, making them far more powerful than modern missiles. These bombs, a fusion of technology and fantasy, were akin to mini-nuclear bombs. Not to exaggerate, but a single bomb could wipe out a small city. Now, they fell like raindrops. The result was unimaginable. Lin Fan hovered in the sky, watching his masterpiece unfold with a satisfied smile. The land of the dead, vast and foreboding, was now being torn apart as if by divine judgment. Its once invincible creatures' skeletons and animated corpses roared and tried to escape, but were quickly obliterated in the relentless bombardment. The intensity of the explosions grew with each blast, tearing even the fabric of space apart. The witnesses, who had followed to see history in the making, could only stare in stunned silence. Lin Fan hadn't been exaggerating. He truly intended to flatten the forbidden lands. Not just damage it, but completely erase it from existence. You dare seek death, human? A furious roar echoed from the heart of the land of the dead. A massive bone mountain split open, revealing a golden skeleton within. This wasn't an ordinary skeleton, it radiated a holy aura. A god's remains. No explanation was needed. Everyone instinctively knew the truth. An overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence washed over them. But before they could bow, a flash of red light streaked from the sky, faster than time itself, piercing through the golden skeleton's skull and pinning it to the ground. It was a dragon-shaped spear, black as ink with intricate dragon scales. Its blade gleamed with blood-red light as it firmly impaled the skeleton. "That's my father's blood spear," Lin Shi shouted, immediately recognizing the weapon. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in excitement. Something big was about to happen. Half a year had passed since the chaotic wars began. During this time, unimaginable battles erupted across different regions. The Qian Empire's army stood firm against the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, fighting battle after battle to protect their land from being harvested. After the initial clash, an earth-shaking conflict, both sides showed some restraint. The harvesters sought to gather resources, while the defenders sought to protect. Neither side wanted to cause irreversible destruction. But today, that fragile balance was shattered. A man who rose from nothing, growing strong in the borderlands, single-handedly obliterated the forces of the Forbidden Lands and even killed the avatar of a god. He showed no hesitation, destroying everything that stood in his way. Now, he was going even further, marching into the heart of the Forbidden Lands, determined to flatten them. This was an unprecedented event. Not only were the other Forbidden Lands paying close attention, but even the Qian Empire's eyes were fixed on this. As the ruler of the land of the dead emerged, the reactions were mixed. The creatures of the Forbidden Lands scoffed, believing that a mere human dared to challenge a god. On the other hand, the Qian Empire's forces thought Lin Fan was being reckless. The power of the Forbidden Lands had stood unchallenged for eons, and their strength was far from simple. But when Lin Fan's spear pinned the ruler of the land of the dead to the ground, both sides fell into stunned silence. What kind of monster was this? Relax. That guy from the land of the dead is just toying with death. A little wound like that is nothing to him, probably just a game. This world is our domain, and no matter how strong a human becomes, they are nothing but livestock for us to harvest. A casual voice rang out from the blood-red plains, one of the Forbidden Lands. It was clear who had spoken. Exactly. Another from the Forbidden Lands agreed, and soon the conversation returned to silence. To them, humans were merely livestock. What was there to fear? However, deep in the tomb of heaven, a presence sneered. Let them be proud. They'll soon learn what regret feels like, said the demon lord whose arm had been severed by Lin Fan. He understood the true depths of this human's power. He had tried to warn the other lords of the Forbidden Lands before, but his warnings had been met with mockery. Now, he had resigned himself. If disaster struck, it would strike them all, and only then would the arrogant rulers of the Forbidden Lands learn humility. Come on, human boy, keep going. Slay that wretched ruler of the dead and teach that arrogant one from the blood-red plains a lesson. If you do, I'll even give you another arm. The demon lord laughed, not wishing for Lin Fan's failure but instead rooting for his victory, even offering a reward. Unaware of this, Lin Fan stood calmly, his eyes fixed on the ruler of the land of the dead. He had no tolerance for those who made grand entrances and pretended to be invincible. Human, you've angered me. Today you will suffer eternal damnation. Your soul will be enslaved for all eternity. The ruler of the land of the dead roared in fury, pinned to the ground, a humiliation that fueled his rage. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the ruler, causing the entire land of the dead to tremble. It was as if the heavens themselves were furious. Darkness swallowed the sky, cold winds howled, and countless spirits wailed. In the distance, spectral figures could be seen crossing a bridge into the land of reincarnation. This was the domain of death, the true domain of a god, nearly manifesting as reality. Everyone who had come to witness the battle was no weakling, or they wouldn't have dared to come. Yet now, each and every one of them felt their souls being pulled from their bodies, dragged toward the cycle of reincarnation. Even a ninth revolution saint couldn't escape the pull. The holy maiden of the jade pool, struggling under the pressure, felt the five-colored lotus mark on her forehead flashing, working hard to stabilize her mind. Boom! The intense shockwave, combined with the ruler's overwhelming power, sent Lin Fan's blood spear flying back toward him. Lowly humans, how dare you offend a god? Today you will all perish. The ruler of the land of the dead broke free from the spear's hold, his eyes filled with a cold, soul-burning fire, intent on killing every human present. As his voice echoed, the soul-pulling force intensified, becoming nearly irresistible. Many of the onlookers fell into despair, regretting their decision to come and watch this battle. But just as they lost hope, a soft, warm laugh reached their ears. That laugh, like sunlight breaking through a cold night, soothed their despair. The pull on their souls disappeared, and they felt their spirits stabilize. They looked up and saw that the laugh had come from Lin Fan. He didn't radiate any overpowering aura, but just by standing there, he anchored them like an immovable pillar, keeping the ruler's domain at bay. For the first time, they truly understood the meaning of an invincible being. The term had always seemed abstract, but now, they grasped its full meaning. This man standing before them was a true invincible powerhouse, capable of suppressing all with his presence alone. As they marveled, Lin Fan's confident voice echoed across the battlefield. Ha! A rotting skeleton dares to speak so arrogantly. It's rare to see such shamelessness. So-called gods? To me, you're just rats clinging to life in the gutters, filthy and pathetic. Having grown up in the modern world and accustomed to verbal sparring on the internet, Lin Fan wasn't about to lose a battle of words. In just a few sentences he had thoroughly insulted the god. Despicable human, the ruler of the land of the dead was livid. Never before had he been so humiliated, and by a mere human no less. Enough talk. Let's start with you. Gods? They're nothing special. Slaying you will be as easy as slaughtering chickens. Lin Fan said calmly, catching the blood spear that had flown back to him. He wasn't interested in wasting any more time. Today, he would show the world that killing a god was no different from killing livestock. The 9 broken seals within Lin Fan's body fully connected at that moment. Light and dark intertwined, spinning like a yin-yang symbol, representing the completion of his power. As the 9 seals linked together, they formed a circle of pure power, one that exploded outward from Lin Fan's body, a force too immense to describe. There was no other aura, only power complete and absolute. The pinnacle of strength, a power capable of shattering everything. Through the system's rewards, and the various fortuitous encounters he had experienced, Lin Fan's body was infused with multiple sources of power. He possessed dragon blood pills, martial saint pills, and the inherited power of the divine dragon. But now, all these sources of power fused into one, forming a singular, pure, and ultimate strength. Boom! As his power erupted, the entire world seemed to tremble, unable to bear its weight. Lin Fan didn't use any flashy techniques, but his body naturally straightened, towering over the land. He stood with his feet planted firmly on the ground, as if holding up the heavens and crushing the earth beneath him. Moving with ease, Lin Fan gripped the blood spear with both hands and raised it high, then brought it down in a single, earth-splitting strike aimed at the ruler of the land of the dead. Darkness tore apart, and even the world seemed to split in two, unstoppable and absolute. This was the pinnacle of power. The once arrogant ruler of the land of the dead, who had regarded humans as insignificant, suddenly realized the severity of the situation. His expression changed drastically as he faced this overwhelming force. The pinnacle of power. It wasn't bound by any particular rule, yet it seemed capable of shattering all rules. Even in the face of a god, it carried an oppressive force that defied description. The Lord of the Dead had never encountered anything like this before. As a god who controlled the laws of death, he had always stood above all others, deciding the life and death of every living creature. He was the one who suppressed others, never had anyone suppressed him. At most, he had met resistance. But now, standing before a mere human, one who had been nothing more than livestock in his eyes, the Lord of the Dead found himself oppressed. How could he possibly believe this? And yet, it was true. As Lin Fan's devastating strike descended, the god felt a hesitation he had never experienced before. For the first time, he couldn't muster the will to resist. What kind of monster is this? Faced with this overwhelming force, the Lord of the Dead could no longer maintain his composure. Gone was his arrogance, replaced by a deep sense of dread. But a god is still a god, even a weakened one clinging to life. He wasn't an ordinary being, and at the very least, his willpower was unbreakable. I refuse to believe that a god who controls the laws can be oppressed by a mere human. The Lord of the Dead's expression hardened. There was no way he would allow himself to be overpowered by a mortal. Mountain of Death. His voice rang out, cold and unyielding. The massive bone mountain where he had slumbered began to rise, growing even larger as it positioned itself between him and Lin Fan's attack. The pale bones emitted a ghostly glow, as if they were coming back to life. They twisted and intertwined, forming an impenetrable barrier. Boom! But just as the bone mountain completed its form, Lin Fan's strike landed. Slash! With a flash of light, the seemingly indestructible mountain was cleaved cleanly in two. The cut was smooth, as if a master craftsman had sliced through it with the most precise tools. Impossible. The Lord of the Dead stared in disbelief as his bone mountain, which he had refined over countless millennia, was effortlessly split in half. This mountain wasn't just his resting place, it was a divine weapon he had forged through countless years. A true divine weapon. Though its power had been severely diminished after many battles, it still possessed immense defensive capabilities. It was an impenetrable fortress that no one had ever been able to break through. But now, it had been sliced like tofu, cut cleanly down the middle. And the attack wasn't stopping. Lin Fan's strike continued, barreling toward the Lord of the Dead without losing any of its momentum. Chains of death. Panicking, the god had no time to mourn the loss of his divine weapon. He quickly summoned the power of his domain. Countless pale chains descended from the sky, writhing like snakes as they attempted to entangle and stop Lin Fan's attack. But before they could even make contact, the chains shattered under the overwhelming force, becoming little more than decorations along the attack's path. Bone Claw of the Dead. The Lord of the Dead's face twisted in desperation. He summoned his next defense, a massive bone claw, growing larger as it reached to intercept the attack. This wasn't just any ordinary claw, it was his own arm, infused with divine power. It glowed faintly with a golden light, and countless divine inscriptions flowed across its surface. This was the true body of a god, enhanced by divine magic, making it almost indestructible. Clang. When Lin Fan's strike met the bone claw, there was a sharp ringing sound. Unlike the earlier encounter with the bone mountain, the attack didn't slice through it. Instead, it clashed against the claw, halted by the immense divine power. The Lord of the Dead breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to block the attack. But before he could celebrate, the force behind the strike suddenly exploded with renewed fury. Not good. The god's expression shifted again as he sensed something was wrong. He tried to retract his bone claw, but it was too late. The immense power surged forward, shattering the claw inch by inch. The force seeped into the bones, spreading like a parasite, and no matter what the Lord of the Dead did, he couldn't stop it. The claw shattered first, then the arm, and then the entire limb. In desperation, the god roared and severed his arm, tearing it away in a last-ditch effort to survive. But it wasn't just his arm, he had to sever a piece of his divine essence to do so, making the injury irreparable. The pain was unbearable, but even worse was the humiliation. Humiliated beyond reason, The Lord of the Dead's eyes burned with rage. He, a god, had been forced into such a pitiful state by a human. This was something he could never accept. Human. I will kill you. With a thunderous roar, the god began to burn his divine essence. Golden flames erupted from his skeletal body, igniting his godly nature and unleashing power close to its peak. Veins appeared on his bones, followed by red muscles, and finally pale skin. In moments, the Lord of the Dead transformed into a pale, sickly-looking young man. But there was no joy in this transformation, only seething anger. Boom! An unimaginable force exploded from him. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, swirling into a massive vortex as blood-red lightning crackled within. It was as though a dark demon was about to be born. The spectators, who had come to witness the battle, felt as though they had been plunged into the depths of the ocean. Breathing became difficult, and they gasped for air, their faces twisted in fear. Even the holy maiden of the jade pool was tense. She knew that the god was truly furious now, burning his essence to return to a portion of his peak strength. Though he couldn't regain his full power, even a fraction of his peak strength was enough to crush anything in his path. Ancient gods were beings of overwhelming power. Martial saints were like ants before them. Even those above the level of martial saints were little more than insects in the presence of a true god. The ancient records of the Jade Pool's sacred land spoke of the fall of martial sanctuaries, and the gods played a significant role in their downfall. Can he withstand this? The holy maiden wondered, casting a glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't respond. He didn't need to. He simply raised his blood spear once more, preparing to throw it. What is he doing? The holy maiden's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, she got her answer. Lin Fan threw his spear, just as he had done earlier, aiming to pin the Lord of the Dead to the ground once more. The Lord of the Dead, of course, realized what was happening. His anger soared to new heights. The first time he had been caught off guard and underestimated his opponent, which had led to him being impaled. But now, he was at his peak. How could a single spear pin him down again? This was impossible. Yet, in the next instant, that belief was shattered. Despite burning his divine essence to return to his peak, the Lord of the Dead couldn't evade the attack. His eyes widened in disbelief as the blood spear pierced his forehead and pinned him to the ground once again. The pain was excruciating, but not nearly as painful as the blow to his pride. This can't be. Lying on the ground, the Lord of the Dead stared blankly at the sky, his eyes dull and lifeless. The gap between him and Lin Fan was unfathomable. The city of Tianqi. Inside a special space opened up by Lin Fan using his divine-level formation skills, the red-clad girl and the Spirit King were still locked in a fierce life-and-death battle. To survive and leave this place, neither side held back. Whether Lin Fan would keep his promise or not, this slim chance at survival was something they both had to fight for. In true combat, the red-clad girl was no longer the innocent and pure figure she usually appeared to be. Her face was tinged with a red glow, and strange markings swirled across her skin, making her look like a cursed spirit. She wielded a long sword that seemed to be forged from blood, with visible currents of blood flowing along its blade. The sword emitted a heavy stench of blood, as if it were alive. This blood sword, imbued with life, had the terrifying ability to suppress healing powers, forcing the Spirit King into a corner, unable to recover from his injuries. He roared in frustration, trying desperately to turn the tide, but to no avail. With every swing of the blood sword, deep wounds appeared on his body. Though none were fatal, they were gradually wearing him down. A bell-like laughter echoed from the mouth of the red-clad girl. Her red-embroidered shoes grew brighter as she moved gracefully, like a dancing spirit. Yet this spirit was deadly. The mightiest ruler from the land of the dead hadn't fallen at the hands of an enemy, but instead met his end at the hands of another from the Forbidden Realms. This was a grand irony. "Don't kill me, I surrender." The Bone King, already cowardly by nature, shouted in panic. After witnessing the fall of the Spirit King, who was far stronger than himself, he begged for mercy. The Sage King, who had been battling him, didn't speak but looked toward the red-clad girl. He had fought steadily, neither gaining nor losing ground, maintaining a perfect balance. But this balance itself was the most difficult feat to achieve in a life-or-death struggle, for how could such battles ever be truly even? Only absolute dominance could allow such control over the situation. Having not seen his uncle for over 3 years, the Sage King could now see that he had grown unfathomably powerful, advancing at an absurd pace. Without Lin Fan, who was truly beyond comparison, his uncle would surely be the main character of this tale. "Kill him," the red-clad girl said coldly, without the slightest inclination to accept the plea for mercy. Her blood sword swung again, and the Bone King, who had narrowly escaped death numerous times, could no longer dodge his fate. The battle concluded. The red-clad girl's side had won. Yet there was no joy in this victory, for they now faced the judgment of fate. Boom! As they began to survey the strange space, hoping to find a way to escape, a thunderous sound erupted in the distance. Dark clouds gathered, blanketing the sky, and scarlet lightning crackled through them. Even from afar, the terrifying scene was clearly visible. A crushing pressure spread from that direction, making it feel as though a heavy stone weighed on their chests, leaving them breathless. Even the red-clad girl, powerful as she was, felt her aura become chaotic under its influence. The fact that such distant events could affect a figure of her caliber spoke volumes about the magnitude of what was unfolding. "A divine battle," the red-clad girl said slowly, her eyes fixed on the horizon. He really went to the land of the dead. Even the ever-stoic Sage King couldn't hide his reaction to the event. This was a true divine battle. In this world, only the ancient forbidden zones harbored such remnants of divine power. Lin Fan hadn't been boasting he really intended to take on the forbidden zones. Whether he could accomplish it was another matter, but his audacity alone was enough to be remembered in history. What an arrogant man, thinking he can conquer the forbidden zones. But does he have the strength to back it up? This was the first time the red-clad girl had shown such a sharp look in her eyes. The Sage King glanced at his companion without responding, but he had a feeling that this nephew-in-law of his might actually pull it off. After all, the man had spent years defying expectations and turning the impossible into reality. If that's the case, I should start making plans now, thought the Sage King, looking at the red-clad girl with a deeper, more contemplative gaze. She didn't notice and continued to mutter to herself, such a powerful man, yet so reckless. He'll never last. Gods aren't so easily dealt with. She shook her head, her face tinged with regret. The Sage King listened thoughtfully, knowing that his understanding of gods was limited. Although his strength was partly due to inheriting divine power, his knowledge was fragmented, pieced together from interactions with emissaries and apostles of these gods. Gods, as far as he understood, were veiled in mystery, wrapped in layers of ambiguity. The red-clad girl's words left him even more confused. Were gods truly such frail creatures, barely hanging on to life? If so, weren't they just pathetic? There was no answer to this question, and the red-clad girl wasn't about to enlighten him. To the gods, they were nothing more than lowly ants. She finished her murmuring and once again broke into a playful laugh, kicking her new ball. With her embroidered shoes a skull she had cut from the Bone King's body. Despite being trapped in a life-threatening situation, she could still play and laugh. Was it because she was carefree, or did she have something else up her sleeve? The Sage King's eyes flickered, concealing his deeper calculations. Meanwhile, a new battle erupted in the land of the dead. The Lord of the Undead burned his divine essence, hoping to regain his peak power. But against the ultimate force, he was torn apart, his golden bones scattering across the white bone mountain. A god had been slain. Yet in the face of death, the Lord of the Undead did not rage or scream. Instead, he cast a deep look at Lin Fan. It was an unfamiliar gaze, devoid of the Lord's usual madness. It was deep and cold, like the endless abyss, lacking any trace of emotion. It was the gaze of a true god, one who looked down indifferently on all living things. Without any introduction, Lin Fan understood in an instant this was a true god. The god's gaze didn't convey anything but seemed to etch Lin Fan's image into his memory. Lin Fan frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable, as if he had fallen into an even deeper abyss. But soon he relaxed and smirked. No matter what demons or monsters, or any other nonsense came his way, with his current strength, he feared no challenge. His cultivation had skyrocketed from 6 transformations to 9, and not only had his cultivation improved, but he had also gained corresponding divine abilities. Moreover, many of his divine powers hadn't even been fully unleashed yet. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he hadn't used half of his strength in this god-slaying battle. If that still wasn't enough, he could always marry another wife. After all, he had saved the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, and wasn't it only fair for her to repay him with her hand in marriage? And then there was the red-clad girl. If she wanted to survive, becoming his wife wouldn't be too unreasonable, right? She liked to cause trouble, so Lin Fan might as well return the favor, cause enough trouble to make her understand just how powerful he was. Let them plot and scheme all they wanted. Lin Fan had gone rogue, and was now unstoppable. The land of the undead. Lin Fan noticed something unusual in the final gaze of the Lord of the Undead. But the spectators, who had come to witness the battle, didn't perceive it. To them, it seemed that Lin Fan had truly slain a god. A genuine godslayer. The ancient deity, ruler of the forbidden land of life, had been shattered into pieces by Lin Fan's blood spear. The faint divine aura still lingered in the air, and the world was filled with an overwhelming sense of sorrow. According to ancient texts, only when a true deity falls does such an omen appear. The land of the undead was torn apart by countless bombardments, and the perpetual gray fog that enshrouded it evaporated in the intense heat. The countless strange creatures within were also obliterated in the carpet bombing. Now, with the death of the Lord of the Undead, this ancient forbidden zone was truly conquered. Could it be? The forbidden land that has existed for ages, where no living being dared to enter, has truly been flattened. Even though the crowd witnessed it with their own eyes, they could hardly believe it. The legendary forbidden land of life had been conquered by one man alone. There were no grand armies, no years of war. Just one man and a single weapon had laid waste to this forbidden land. The head of the Lin family. This world has truly produced a peerless ruler. An elder murmured softly, his old face flushed with excitement, as if witnessing the birth of a supreme overlord. Is this guy really that strong? The blonde girl exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment. She seemed a bit nervous, realizing how bold she had been in yelling at such a formidable being. However, her fear quickly subsided, and she began to grin mischievously. She glanced at the proud figure of Lin Fan standing tall, then at her sister, who was ethereal and stunning, her smile becoming even more crooked. What are you grinning about? The holy maiden of the Jade Pool, who had been in a state of shock, was pulled out of her daze by her sister's silly laughter. She raised her hand and knocked her on the head with a slight annoyance. Though her head hurt, the younger sister didn't cry out. Instead, she continued to smile. Such a silly girl. The holy maiden shook her head helplessly. The younger sister, unaffected by her sister's gaze, kept scheming, her large eyes constantly darting around. The holy maiden noticed but didn't take it seriously. After all, what could her foolish sister possibly plot? It's not like she could sell her out, right? Shaking her head again, the holy maiden turned her attention back to Lin Fan. With such a figure present, if he could truly unite with them, it might be possible to conquer all the forbidden zones in the world. Meanwhile, in an unknown space, several figures, who had once gathered, reunited once again. My remnant body has been destroyed. This human's power is beyond imagination. He possesses a force that can defy the very laws. We cannot allow him to remain. The first figure to speak was shrouded in a gray mist. Though his body radiated death, there was no chilling coldness typical of death, but rather a sacred, gentle aura. As his words fell, all the other figures turned their gazes toward him. He's just a human. In a world influenced by us where the path ahead is cut off, how strong could he possibly be? Another figure scoffed, his tone full of disdain. The gray figure merely smiled coldly but said nothing. Other figures quickly chimed in. Destruction is right. He's just a human who happened to get lucky. His power is ultimately limited. If we truly made a move, we could wipe him out at any moment. But the one we should be wary of is the human from the outer world who controls the power of the stars and the king he brought with him, who wields the path of the human king. They are the real threats. This figure, full of killing intent, seemed to have some animosity toward the gray figure and spoke with a certain sharpness. However, he wasn't wrong. His words immediately drew attention. The gray figure remained silent, but his smile turned colder. When your remnant body is shattered, let's see if you'll still talk like this. Just a remnant body. So what if it's destroyed? The figure full of killing intent shrugged it off, appearing indifferent, though his attitude hinted at schadenfreude. Hearing this, the gray figure prepared to retort, but another voice interrupted. Enough. The real issue here is what destruction mentioned. As for our remnant bodies, we can hide them for now. Once we deal with the real threat, that human will be nothing more than a bug we can crush. The figure known as Destruction seemed to carry significant authority among the group. After he spoke, the argument ceased. The gray figure appeared to agree, though his thoughts were unsettled. He couldn't shake the feeling that this human had been underestimated. He had a vague premonition that this human would cause real trouble in the future. But for now, with everyone in agreement, it was pointless to speak up. If he acted rashly and alerted their target, the others would surely turn on him. He feared no one, but if they all came at him together, he wouldn't stand a chance. In the end, his gaze fell on a figure who had remained silent the entire time, cloaked in dense demonic energy. It seems I'll have to make some plans. His eyes flickered briefly before he, too, chose to stay silent, watching as the others continued their discussion. Dark currents surged beneath the surface. Though the world appeared chaotic, much remained hidden. And when these things finally surfaced, it would shake the heavens. Lin Fan had vaguely picked up on some clues, but he wasn't worried or saddened. As someone with overwhelming power, if something wasn't enough, he could simply use more of his strength. The Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool was an ally, and Xiao Lin Hao owed her for solving his physical problem. Perhaps it would be reasonable for her to offer herself in return, though it wasn't something to be forced. As for the red-clad girl, an enemy, there was no need to worry about such matters. Leaving his men behind to clean up the battlefield, gathering the scattered divine bones and looted resources from the Forbidden Zone, he returned to Tianqi City alone. The red-clad girl and the Wise King were still trapped in the sealed space, awaiting their fate. In the next moment, they were both transported to an empty courtyard. The Wise King, deprived of his senses, was casually tossed into the yard. The red-clad girl, however, found herself in the main bedroom, where Lin Fan sat leisurely, drinking water. As she regained her senses, a familiar phrase reached her ears. "Life or death, what's your choice?" It was the same question, but with different circumstances, the meaning had changed. "Do you want to live or die?" Upon hearing these words, the red-clad girl realized that the moment of her fate had arrived. Two answers, each leading to a different destiny. In truth, the choice wasn't hard. After all, she had killed the Spirit King as Lin Fan had asked, simply because she wanted to survive. But she also understood that someone like Lin Fan wouldn't ask such a question without a deeper meaning. "What if I want to live? And what if I don't?" she asked after a moment of silence, looking at Lin Fan with a questioning gaze. Lin Fan smiled. "It's simple. If you want to live, agree to one condition. If you want to die, that's even simpler, just end it yourself." There was no need for tricks or fancy words. "I want to live." Without much hesitation, the red-clad girl gave her answer, looking at the man before her. No need for pretense. "A wise choice," Lin Fan said with a smile, nodding. Then, he beckoned her with his hand. "Come here." Her eyes flickered as she hesitated, but in the end, she slowly approached him. With his power, resistance was futile, so there was no point in trying anything reckless. Now, her curiosity was piqued. What exactly did this man want? "What do you want from me?" "Information about the Forbidden Zones," she asked, figuring that her value lay in what she knew about the life Forbidden Zones. "No." Lin Fan shook his head slightly. "Then what is it?" she asked, puzzled. Aside from that, what other value could she possibly offer him? Given that Lin Fan had already declared war on the Forbidden Zones, her knowledge seemed like the only thing she could give. Lin Fan took a sip of tea, smiling. Normally, her value would indeed lie in the secrets she knew about the Forbidden Zones. Given her status and strength, she surely knew many hidden things about them. Knowledge is power, and knowing your enemy was the key to victory. But Lin Fan didn't follow normal rules. "I want you," Lin Fan said without mincing words, a smile on his lips. The red-clad girl froze, her eyes widening in shock. She had not expected this answer at all. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes, I want you to help me cultivate. That's my condition." "Impossible," she retorted instantly, not even pausing to think. Though he had phrased it delicately as helping him cultivate, she knew perfectly well what he really meant. He desired her body. She wanted to live, and she was willing to compromise, but not on this. "It's not up to you," Lin Fan said, his smile unchanged as he slowly set down his teacup. At that moment, Lin Fan resembled the typical villain in a story, while the red-clad girl, originally the antagonist, now seemed like the victim. "Kill. Kill." The red-clad girl knew things wouldn't end peacefully, so she decisively struck first. The blood sword, seemingly alive, appeared in her hand and stabbed toward Lin Fan's head. She wasn't foolish enough to waste time with accusations. After all, they were enemies. She had schemed against him, nearly costing him his lineage. It wasn't just about taking her body, he had every right to kill her. They were both hardened by the world, and she understood that there was no room for negotiation. Fierce power erupted from her slender body. Though she appeared delicate, she possessed terrifying strength, not far from that of a god. Her victory over the Spirit King had not been by chance. But Lin Fan had already slain a god. Dealing with the red-clad girl, who was slightly weaker, was no challenge for him. With little effort, Lin Fan caught the blood sword between two fingers and flung it aside, where it embedded itself in the ground. The red-clad girl's expression changed drastically. She had expected Lin Fan to be powerful, but not to this extent. Her sudden lethal strike had been brushed aside like a mere annoyance. The difference in their power was like a vast chasm impossible to bridge. Understanding this, she quickly made her decision. Her red-embroidered shoes lightly tapped the ground as she prepared to flee. If she couldn't fight, she would run. It was a clear strategy. But could she really escape from Lin Fan, who had already cornered her? Lin Fan's sword-like fingers turned into a claw, moving swiftly like lightning toward the fleeing girl. No matter how she twisted and turned like a fish darting through water, she couldn't evade his grasp. His hand followed her movements effortlessly. In the end, it was as if she delivered herself into his grasp. His fingers closed around her slender wrist. The red-clad girl's violent power surged again as she struggled to break free, but Lin Fan's grip was like an iron clamp. No matter how hard she fought, it was useless. With a casual pull, he sent her tumbling into his arms. In an instant, she was seated in Lin Fan's lap, her delicate frame completely enveloped by his broad chest. The unfamiliar sensation of being so close to someone overwhelmed her, sapping her strength. Ding dong. The system's notification sounded. Now that they were in close contact, no concealment technique could hide from its detection. High-value woman detected. Marrying her will yield additional rewards. Ding dong. Woman with special constitution detected. Marrying her will grant special rewards. Ding dong. Brilliantly talented woman detected. Marrying her will unlock corresponding rewards. Ding dong. Woman with divinity detected. Marrying her will grant divine rewards. 4 consecutive notifications, proving how exceptional this red-clad girl truly was. Let go of me, she shouted, her composure shattered. Her beautiful face flushed red as she struggled in his arms, desperate to escape. All right. To her surprise, Lin Fan actually agreed and set her down. But before she could feel relieved, Lin Fan stood up and scooped her into his arms again. He carried her toward the large bed in the main bedroom, where fresh bedding had already been laid out. Now it's time to atone for your sins. Falling into the hands of her enemy. The red-clad girl had envisioned many types of punishment. The simplest outcome? Death. Especially facing someone like Lin Fan, who possessed the power to slay gods, it was easy to predict her fate. But what she hadn't expected was a punishment like this one that required her to atone for her sins. You. As Lin Fan carried her in his arms toward the bed, the red-clad girl's eyes widened in shock. Her once delicate body turned rigid. For the first time, this apostle of the Forbidden Zone who had never known fear, was now truly afraid. The ruthless figure who once played with heads as if they were mere toys was gone. She trembled like a frightened kitten after the initial stiffness. No. She shook her head, wanting to beg for mercy, but with sins as grave as hers, there was no chance of forgiveness. As her red-embroidered shoes hit the floor, her fate was sealed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully marrying. You've received the reward master level painting skills. Ding. Congratulations, host, for marrying an exceptionally beautiful wife. You've received the bonus reward dragon blood pill. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, for marrying a wife with a unique physique. You've received the special reward slaughter god pill. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, for marrying a wife with unparalleled talent. You've received a double enhancement to comprehension abilities. Ding. Congratulations, host, for marrying a wife with divine qualities. You've received a random divine pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for marrying a wife whose cultivation level exceeds Martial Saint. You've received the special Martial Saint pill with 10-fold effectiveness. 6 system notifications rang out, and the rewards were astonishing. This was unprecedented. As the system notifications echoed, the demoness began her atonement for her sins. But this was only the beginning. For daring to scheme against him repeatedly, Lin Fan intended to make an example of her, showing the world's demonesses that some people are not to be trifled with. Anyone bold enough to provoke him had better be prepared to pay the price. The red-clad girl, like a helpless kitten, could only endure in silence until she lost herself completely in her punishment. Outside in the courtyard, the wise king lay on the ground, his 5 senses sealed by Lin Fan. Yet, he had already begun to make some guesses about what was happening. What a pity! The wise king sighed inwardly, resigning himself to patiently wait. He didn't know how much time had passed when his senses were finally restored, and his body regained its mobility. As expected, the first person he saw was Lin Fan, his nephew by marriage. Lin Fan's face was glowing with satisfaction, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly in high spirits. From a man's perspective, it was obvious that Lin Fan had just enjoyed the thrill of being a newlywed. Congratulations! The wise king rose to his feet, dusted off his clothes, and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, his expression calm, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Uncle, sometimes I truly admire you. Regardless of everything else, your composure alone is something the world could learn from. Lin Fan couldn't help but express his admiration for the wise king, who showed no signs of panic or submission, despite his precarious situation. Among all the people Lin Fan had met, when it came to maintaining a calm and collected mindset, no one could surpass his uncle. The wise king smiled and said, "It's not that I have such a good mindset, I simply can't resist, so I've learned to take things as they come." Haha. Lin Fan laughed loudly at these words. "Uncle, you've truly seen through life." "I wouldn't say that I wanted to see through it. I just don't have your kind of strength," the wise king replied with a chuckle. Their conversation, despite everything, felt almost like that of real family. Yet both men knew the truth. If either had the chance, they wouldn't hesitate to act against the other. Whether it was past grudges or the things they each sought, there was no chance they could ever truly be family. After chatting for a while, their conversation became more relaxed. "Uncle, this time you've crossed me again. Tell me, is this your real body or just another of your avatars?" Lin Fan sat down at the stone bench in the courtyard, pouring himself a cup of slightly cooled water from the stone table. After taking a slow sip, he smiled and looked at the wise king. The wise king didn't answer immediately. Instead, he joined Lin Fan at the stone bench, poured himself a cup of water, and took a sip before replying unhurriedly, "What do you think, nephew? Is this my true body or an avatar?" Lin Fan shook his head slightly. "Can't tell." The wise king feigned surprise. Lin Fan smiled. "It's not that I can't tell, it's just that it doesn't matter." This time the wise king was puzzled. Lin Fan had asked the question, so why now did he say it didn't matter? Lin Fan explained, "With your power, once you reach a level beyond the great saint, does it even matter if it's your true body or an avatar?" The wise king froze for a moment, then laughed, shaking his head. He realized Lin Fan was right. At such a high level of power, even an avatar couldn't be discarded as easily as before. If it could, he would have self-destructed when trapped, rather than waiting this long. "I won't waste words. If you want to keep this body, prove your worth. Show me your sincerity." Lin Fan didn't mince words, laying out his terms plainly. This uncle of his had climbed from obscurity to his current position, surely harboring secrets unimaginable to most. These secrets piqued Lin Fan's curiosity, and he was eager to see what he could squeeze out of him. Instead of answering directly, the wise king asked, "Nephew, you must have gained quite a bit from the apostle of the Forbidden Zone I brought to you, no?" Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. The implications of this question were far from trivial. "There's no need to deny it," the wise king continued. "Such a peerless beauty, if you manage to tame her, the benefits she'll bring in the future will be beyond imagination. Go on." Lin Fan's expression remained neutral as he continued sipping his water. The wise king smiled and nodded. "If you like, I can bring you 3 more like her." "Oh?" Lin Fan's interest, which had been waning, was suddenly piqued. The wise king wasted no time, explaining, "The Lord of the Blood Plains, a legendary deity who governs the law of slaughter, is the one behind the Blood Crow sex lineage. I'm connected to that forbidden zone because of him. Under his command, there are 4 apostles, each selected with great care. They're not only powerful but also stunningly beautiful, renowned as the 4 divine muses of Qin, Hua, Qi, and Shu. Qin music, Qi chess, Shu calligraphy, and Hua painting." Lin Fan quickly grasped the key point. "Exactly." The wise king confirmed. "Each of them embodies one of these arts. The one you've captured represents Qin music. If you can truly tame her, you'll discover incredible benefits, and if you manage to conquer all 4, well, the pleasures meant for the god of slaughter will become yours." He clicked his tongue in appreciation, imagining the delights meant only for deities. Lin Fan's uncle certainly knew how to appeal to him. Looking at the system's generous rewards, Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder what the rewards would be if those benefits were multiplied by 4. His heart began to stir. Wise King had left, carrying out his own mission. It had to be said, Wise King was incredibly skilled at understanding people and seizing opportunities. Lin Fan watched him go, but felt little emotion. For someone like him, who held great secrets, eliminating countless avatars was meaningless. Given enough time, they could always return. Instead of killing them off, it was far better to maximize their value, using these connections to gain deeper insights for future decisions. Whether it came to eliminating them or something else, Lin Fan could always remain in control. As for matters like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, those were incidental, yes, just incidental. Lin Fan was definitely not that kind of person. After sending Wise King off, Lin Fan began to process his system's rewards. Max level painting ability. Does this mean I'll also become a master of the arts like music and chess? He chuckled at the first reward, paying little attention to these artistic skills. Max level chess ability was already proof enough. This skill's divine level strategy formation was now his strongest power. Now with max level painting he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The idea of something like the magical brush of Ma Liang, where painted objects come to life, if that were true, it would be a terrifying and eerie power. Except, without hesitation, Lin Fan chose to receive the max level ability. The familiar space appeared once more, and he began learning the new skill. At first he was merely an apprentice, only able to draw simple flowers and plants. But over time he became more proficient, eventually capable of depicting all sorts of animals. Day after day, year after year, his artistry became more profound. In the end, his paintings became lifelike. Whoosh! Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, his consciousness snapping back from the special space. Looking at the world anew, it seemed unchanged, but the lines of everything around him were now clear to him, ready to be drawn with his brush at any moment. Inside his spatial ring, he had brushes and ink usually used for writing letters, but now they would serve for something more. He spread a blank piece of paper on the stone table, and his brush began to move. There was no cautious precision, only carefree strokes, yet they carried a certain depth. It was as though the wind had stopped, and everything around him fell into a quiet stillness. In the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, the jujube tree in the courtyard had been sketched on the paper, along with a few quick strokes depicting a bird perched in its branches. It looked incredibly lifelike. A few strokes, and the bird looked so real that it was almost unbelievable. Yet, that was the reality. When Lin Fan lightly added a dot to the bird's eye, it seemed as though a spirit had been instilled into it. The bird blinked, chirped, and suddenly flapped its wings, flying off the paper. Although it was something drawn, there was nothing about its feathers, its expressions that seemed fake. As it flapped its tiny wings, a breeze stirred, and the bird began circling around Lin Fan. After a few rounds, it noticed the other birds in the jujube tree and flew over to join them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The birds on the tree seemed startled at first, but soon they started communicating, eventually flying off together into the distance. Max level painting ability. Just like the magical brush of Ma Liang, it could bring drawings to life. Seeing this, Lin Fan picked up the brush again. This time he drew a tiger descending from a mountain. Roar. In no time, the tiger leaped out of the painting. After a quick test, Lin Fan realized that not only did the tiger look real, but it also possessed actual strength, majestic and incredibly powerful. However, as it ran, it accidentally stepped into a bucket of water in the courtyard, and when the splash hit it, the tiger slowly dissolved, as if deflated. Painted objects. They were vulnerable to water and fire. Still, this ability was powerful enough to deceive and could have miraculous effects in certain situations. He could even draw powerful creatures, or, better yet, paint himself, sealing his own energy within the drawing to create a strong backup for protection. When facing a formidable enemy, he could activate the spirit within the painting, letting it fight in his place. He could also use these drawings to infiltrate special places by creating avatars, an invaluable tool. If I use a max level card to upgrade this ability to divine level, I wonder if it will bring about some miraculous changes. Could I draw legendary creatures and bring them to life? Lin Fan put away his brush and paper, stroking his chin in thought, unable to suppress his anticipation. If he could do that, this ability would undoubtedly become his trump card. What he had first assumed was an artistic talent had turned out to be an immensely powerful tool. The system's rewards truly were invaluable. Having finished digesting the first reward, Lin Fan moved on to the second. Dragon Blood Pill. This was an old, familiar pill, the same extra reward tied to his wife's beauty bonus, designed to increase his physical strength by a certain percentage. Wasting no time, Lin Fan swallowed the pill in one gulp. A surge of energy filled him, quickly absorbed by his body, enhancing his already formidable physique even further. The percentage boost meant that, no matter how strong his body became, the enhancement remained just as effective, continuing to provide measurable gains. Clenching his fist, Lin Fan knew that with his current strength, he could bring down a mountain with a single punch, without needing any additional power. With such a robust physique, if his wife wasn't flexible enough, she might be in for some trouble. This extra reward could be described as a man's energy station, a woman's beauty salon. Lin Fan chuckled to himself before claiming his third reward, another special pill tailored for his wife's unique constitution. The Slaughter God Pill. As its name suggested, it was designed to elevate the Slaughter Saint physique to the Slaughter God physique. This pill was bound to the system and customized for his wife, only effective when taken by the specific person it was made for. Slaughter Saint physique. The same constitution as Xiao Tong's. Too bad its system bound otherwise. I could give it to her to see if it would strengthen her. Lin Fan examined the pill. It looked plain, a dull gray, but emanated a divine aura typical of god-tier pills, infused with mystical power. Once the corresponding saint physique ingested it, they would ascend to the most powerful god physique. The red-clad girl, the intended recipient, was still deep in slumber, recovering from exhaustion, so Lin Fan set the pill aside for now and moved on to his fourth reward. Double comprehension ability. As the name suggested, it would double his ability to understand anything, providing lifelong benefits beyond imagination. If the reward lived up to its promise, Lin Fan would be able to master any martial art or concept twice as fast in the future. Claim. Naturally, Lin Fan wasn't going to let such a reward go to waste, and he quickly claimed it. A refreshing energy spread through his mind, and soon he felt his thoughts become clearer, and his understanding of various concepts deepened. Even things that had puzzled him before suddenly became clear. His martial understanding, once incomplete, was now fully realized with newfound insight. Although Lin Fan hadn't fully absorbed all the rewards yet, he had already experienced a tremendous improvement. The arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, once nurtured by divine beings, were indeed treasures beyond imagination. If he could one day master them all, what kind of scene would that create? Lin Fan couldn't help but look forward to that day. And then there was still the random divine pill. Another treasure he eagerly anticipated. Let's keep going. A flash of light appeared, and a dazzling golden pill materialized in his hand. It seemed to pulse with life, expanding and contracting rhythmically. Within the pill, faint imprints were visible. When Lin Fan received the description of the pill, his eyes widened in astonishment. What the heck is this? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he began to feel a bit off. Golden Spear Everlasting Pill. Grade Supreme Divine Pill. Description: crafted from the essence of countless divine herbs and the purest extracts of sacred beasts, refined over many ages to create the ultimate pill. Effect: once consumed by a man, kidney function increases tenfold, granting the ability of the Golden Spear everlasting physical strength is also doubled, ignoring any limits of the body, giving the user a revolutionary edge. Note: the ultimate blessing for men, a true supreme divine pill. The description read like something out of a game, with all the details laid out clearly. But Lin Fan was a decent person. Why was he being given such an indecent pill? The main point was, did Lin Fan have weak kidneys? Did he really need this so-called blessing for men? With his current abilities, if his kidney function were increased tenfold, how many women could withstand that? Even if they could, the bed certainly wouldn't. Would he have to use his divine forging skills to create a bed at the level of a divine weapon just to handle it? That was absurd. Besides, this was almost insulting. Since when did Lin Fan ever need help from a pill? However, when he looked more closely at the other effects, he thought, maybe it wasn't so bad after all. The kidney boost could be ignored for now, but doubling his physical strength given his current level would mean he could literally shatter the sky with his bare hands. To achieve the purest form of power, this pill could truly lead him down that path. Pure strength, huh? The most famous figure to walk that path is none other than the legendary Pangu. Could I become a new Pangu? Lin Fan rolled the pill between his fingers. The way of raw power was a proven one, and no less formidable than any other. In myth, Pangu used that very path to crush countless gods and demons, creating the legendary world of myths. Breaking all laws with sheer force wasn't just an idea, it was real. Even if Lin Fan didn't become Pangu himself, as long as he could emulate a fraction of Pangu's strength, there would be nowhere in this world he couldn't go. The Golden Spear Everlasting Pill? Lin Fan was going to take it. The pill, which pulsed with energy, was too tempting to resist. Without further thought, he gulped it down in one go. Boom! As the pill entered his stomach, an immense surge of energy exploded inside him. This was truly worthy of being called a supreme divine pill. It was by far the most potent pill Lin Fan had ever taken. Not even the divine pills he had consumed before could compare. But this wasn't surprising. After all, increasing kidney function tenfold, granting the ability of the Golden Spear Everlasting, and doubling physical strength, these effects required a vast amount of energy. Rumble? The overwhelming power flowed through his body, and the tenfold boost to his kidneys made Lin Fan feel as though he had nuclear energy coursing through him. Endless stamina, boundless endurance. He felt confident he could conquer, no, sleep with any goddess, even if it took all night. Crack, crack. His bones made sharp cracking sounds as his body continued to strengthen, climbing towards the peak of physical power. When the pill's effects were fully absorbed, Lin Fan's entire aura had transformed. He was still human, but standing before him felt like facing a primordial beast. This was truly the supreme divine pill. The level of enhancement was unparalleled. With my current strength, I wonder if I could destroy a god with a single punch. Lin Fan mused, clenching his fist. The massive power within him surged, and it felt like he could tear the sky apart with one strike. His body had already been terrifyingly strong, possessing strength on par with that of a divine dragon. With the dragon blood pill augmenting him, his abilities had reached unimaginable levels. Now, after consuming this supreme divine pill, his physical power had doubled once again. Words couldn't describe it. If he were to face a god now, he was confident he could crush them with a single blow. This enhancement was monumental. There was still one more reward left: the special Martial Saint pill, with 10 times the potency of a regular Martial Saint pill. Given what he had just experienced, Lin Fan was eager to see what this pill could do. The pill was small, but the energy it contained was massive. Just holding it in his hand made the surrounding air fill with mist from the pill's energy. Lin Fan inhaled some of the mist, and instantly, he felt a slight boost in strength. Although the increase was small, this was just from breathing in the mist. What a treasure! Grinning, Lin Fan swallowed the pill in one go. Compared to the previous Supreme Divine pill, this one worked more subtly, like a gentle rain soaking the earth. His strength increased again, though the exact amount was unclear. He would need to test it on someone to know for sure. Thinking this, Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the main bedroom in the courtyard. The red-clad girl had already been subdued by him, and was quietly paying for her past crimes. But she had yet to truly submit in her heart. Now, with his newfound strength, it was the perfect time to completely conquer this demoness and make her genuinely obedient. The door to the room opened. The red-clad girl, who had been asleep, awoke with a start, grabbing her blood-stained sword and lunging at Lin Fan. Her eyes were filled with hatred, determined to kill the man who had taken her virtue. However, even before Lin Fan had received these recent upgrades, she hadn't stood a chance against him. Now, with his newly enhanced strength, she had no hope. With a flick of his finger, Lin Fan knocked the blood-stained sword out of her hand. Then, with a slight wave of his hand, an invisible force field appeared. It was the force of pure strength, domineering and unstoppable. The red-clad girl, who had planned to strike him down, was now involuntarily pulled into his embrace, as if offering herself to him. "Miss me already? We haven't been apart that long," Lin Fan said with a gentle smile as he held the girl who had thrown herself into his arms. The red-clad girl struggled desperately, but against his dominating embrace, there was no escape. Her violent thrashing only resulted in Lin Fan pinning her against the wall, locking her in place with one arm. "You scoundrel!" she gritted her teeth, her usual aloofness completely gone. There was none of her typical charm or laughter in the face of danger. "Scoundrel," Lin Fan chuckled. "When you and your people were scheming against me, did you think that wasn't scoundrelly? How is that the same?" The girl's chest heaved as she panted in anger. Though she seemed delicate, she was far more robust than she appeared. "Killing is swift and clean. What you're doing is shameful," she spat. "You're right," Lin Fan replied with a smirk. "But I never claimed to be a hero. So you might as well submit to this scoundrel." As she opened her mouth to retort, Lin Fan swiftly fed her a pill radiating divine energy. Her eyes widened in shock. Given their current relationship, there was no way the pill he gave her was anything good. For all she knew, it could be some kind of shameful aphrodisiac. Muaha! Lin Fan let out an exaggerated villainous laugh, intentionally mimicking the elder of the Soul Hall, which immediately made the once ferocious red-clad girl shrink back in fear. No matter how fierce the demoness, in the end, she would become whatever Lin Fan wanted her to be. The red-clad girl's expression was full of despair, as she prepared herself for the worst. She had never expected that the pill Lin Fan gave her wasn't some obscene drug, or a poison meant to control her. Instead, it was something far beyond her imagination, a divine pill. It was the Slaughter God pill, capable of transforming her Slaughter Saint physique into the Supreme Slaughter God physique. The value of such a pill was beyond comprehension, priceless even. When the pill's energy exploded within her, beginning to reshape her body and elevate her toward the legendary Slaughter God physique, her eyes widened in shock once again. This time, however, it wasn't anger that filled her gaze, it was disbelief. In utter, overwhelming disbelief, she could feel the changes happening inside her, the immense power surging through her body. She looked at Lin Fan, unsure of how to react. "Don't speak just yet," Lin Fan said with a smile. "Otherwise you'll waste the pill's power. There's only one of these divine pills in the entire world." Her emotions were complex, but in the end, after giving Lin Fan a deep look, she chose not to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A pill of this caliber, she knew she'd never encounter another like it. Though she couldn't understand why the man who was supposed to be her enemy had given it to her, she certainly wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by. "After all, he's already ruined me. Whether I take the pill or not, nothing will change." With a bitter resolve, she bit her lip and began to absorb the pill's energy, maximizing its effects. There was never any doubt about the quality of the system's rewards. By the time the process was complete, the red-clad girl's physique had advanced from the saint level to the peerless level of the god physique. This transformation wasn't just about power. Her entire being, inside and out, had been fundamentally altered, raising her potential to heights previously unimaginable. God, that single word alone carried so much weight. It was no exaggeration to say that someone with a god physique could lie idle every day, yet still grow to a level that would leave ordinary people in utter despair. Whoosh! The red-clad girl's eyes snapped open, and the aura of malevolence she once carried had completely transformed. Her presence was now calm and unassuming, as if she had returned to her most natural state. To the untrained eye, she seemed like a harmless, ordinary girl. But it was all a facade. Her overwhelming bloodlust had been concealed by the god physique. A true slaughter god would never reveal their killing intent until the exact moment they struck, unleashing a torrent of murderous energy capable of crushing any opponent. It seems you've reaped quite the reward. Lin Fan stood by the bedside, his familiar gentle smile still on his face. While the red-clad girl had absorbed the pill's energy, he had placed her on the bed, seated in a meditative position. Now, as she looked up at him, she could see his features even more clearly. She had to admit, this man was indeed incredibly handsome, flawless in both appearance and aura. His calm and gentle smile wasn't forced either, it radiated a certain warmth, almost contagious. And his unfathomable strength, capable of slaying gods, only added to his allure. Such a man, without considering any external factors, was undoubtedly the most perfect companion one could imagine. But they were enemies. She had her beliefs, and there was no way the two of them could ever be together. They were destined to be foes. If the chance arose, she would show no mercy and strike him down without hesitation. But as she recalled the divine pill she had just consumed, along with the newfound power of the slaughter god physique, her resolve wavered. "Why did you do this?" she asked, her voice betraying a hint of confusion. Lin Fan chuckled. "Why? You're my woman. Isn't it only natural that I treat you well?" Though his words were laced with teasing and exaggeration, for some reason, the red-clad girl felt they were sincere. It didn't seem like he was lying. Impossible. She shook her head forcefully and, biting her lip, glared at Lin Fan. "No matter your reasons, we will always be enemies for life. Suit yourself." The red-clad girl had expected Lin Fan to be angry, furious, even and to punish her severely for her defiance. But instead, he remained calm and simply responded in an indifferent tone. His nonchalant reaction left her momentarily speechless. She didn't know what to say. Lin Fan continued, "Whether we're enemies or lovers, it doesn't matter. From now on you are my woman. That's something no one can change, not even the so-called gods." His voice was calm, but the underlying dominance in his words was enough to send a chill down her spine. The red-clad girl was furious, but beyond the anger, she felt her will begin to falter. His flawless appearance, his impeccable strength, and the raw power that emanated from him, everything about him was too overwhelming. Even with her iron will, she found herself lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze, fearing that she might not be able to resist him much longer. "I'm feeling a bit hungry. Go make me some food and make sure there's plenty," Lin Fan said casually, breaking the silence. "Aren't you afraid I'll poison it?" she retorted, trying to regain her composure. Lin Fan chuckled. "If you're not afraid of getting your butt spanked again, then go ahead and try." Her teeth clenched in frustration. But memories of the last time she had been spanked for defying him flashed through her mind, and she hesitated. It wasn't just the pain, it was the shame that had come with it. Not to mention the humiliating thrill she didn't want to admit to herself. This fearsome demoness, who had once casually kicked around the heads of her enemies, had been cowed by his threat and reluctantly went to the kitchen to prepare food. As for escaping, she had no illusions. She was certain that if she tried to run, her backside would be in for a world of hurt. Besides, Lin Fan had already set up a divine-level formation within her body, making escape impossible. Her only hope now was that her companions or perhaps even the gods themselves would come to her rescue. Meanwhile, Wise King, who had escaped from Lin Fan, had arrived at a blood-red plain. This place was none other than the blood-colored plain, one of the forbidden zones of life, a terrifying and deadly area. It appeared harmless enough, save for the eerie red color of the land. But from ancient times to the present, no one who entered this plain had ever returned alive. The plain was like a ravenous beast, devouring all who dared enter. Yet Wise King did not hesitate as he ventured deep into the heart of the plain, heading toward its most dangerous area. "Dear son-in-law, Wise King will make sure everything is set. I hope you won't disappoint me. These so-called gods are long past their prime, it's time for them to be replaced by me. Let's work together and show these gods what mere mortals are capable of. A faint smile tugged at Wise King's lips as he approached a blood-red palace, the resting place of the ruler of this forbidden zone. When news spread that the life forbidden zone had been pacified, the entire world was shaken. From ancient warriors to common folk, everyone had heard that a supreme ruler had risen on the empire's border. The Lin family, previously unknown to anyone, was now on everyone's lips. After this event, it became impossible to not recognize their name. If you hadn't heard of this family, you'd be embarrassed to boast in public. And the head of the Lin family? There wasn't a soul who hadn't heard of him. Even children, when playing games, would compete to portray him, admiring him as an idol for his fearless venture into forbidden lands. In the recent catastrophe involving the Life Forbidden Zone, despite the Qin Empire's court preparing extensively, they were always on the losing side. Countless cities were destroyed, and many of their citizens fell, becoming fuel for the master of the Life Forbidden Zone. In just a short period, innumerable human warriors lost their lives. A thick cloud of despair hung over the hearts of the people. Opportunistic rebels began to exploit the chaos, further plunging the empire into turmoil and hopelessness. The rise of the Lin family's patriarch, who crushed the gods and pacified the Life Forbidden Zone, served as a much-needed boost of morale. The army of the Forbidden Zone, like a plague of locusts, also began to retreat after this incident. At the very least, their advance no longer seemed so overwhelming. With such visible benefits, the Lin family's prestige soared. Many now viewed the patriarch as a savior. However, this also drew some negative attention. It went without saying that relations with the Life Forbidden Zone would remain hostile. But now, certain ambitious individuals and influential officials at the heart of the Qin Empire were also eyeing him with suspicion. Especially one eunuch, who had barely escaped death at Lin Fan's hands, began spreading malicious rumors, claiming, such great power, yet beyond the control of the court, how is this any different from the Forbidden Zones? These remarks were absurd, especially in the face of such a dire enemy. But such is human nature, and even more so when one's loyalty is questionable. Lin Fan had already received word of these developments from the intelligence network controlled by his sword-wielding wife, but he wasn't concerned. To him, these were merely minor nuisances. He could easily crush them if he wished. As long as they didn't cause any trouble, he would let them be. But if they dared to provoke him, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with them swiftly. Compared to these trivial matters, Lin Fan found more joy in training his little kitten and nurturing those close to him. Returning to the Lin family, Lin Fan introduced the red-clad demoness to his family members and assigned her to Zhu Yu for instruction. As a former cult leader, Zhu Yu was undoubtedly the top female devil in the world. Although the red-clad girl was quite sinister, she was no match for Zhu Yu. Don't worry, my dear. I'll make sure Sister Qin understands your kindness and becomes gentle and obedient, helping to grow the Lin family, Zhu Yu said with a sweet smile, her allure unintentionally radiating. Her graceful figure was perfectly displayed by her fitted robes. And every movement and smile was natural and captivating. Even though Lin Fan had been married to her for a long time, he couldn't resist the temptation to subdue the demon every time he saw her. With his enhanced physical strength and his recently increased vitality, he was more than ready for the challenge. As long as you succeed, I swear, I'll give you a child, even if it means being drained dry. I won't get out of bed until we've succeeded, Lin Fan said, pulling her into a tight embrace before giving her a playful but sincere promise. Are you serious? Zhu Yu's eyes lit up at the promise. Seeing the children of her sisters, she had longed for a child of her own with Lin Fan. She didn't care whether it was born with divine or saintly abilities, she simply wanted their child. I swear. If I lie, let the heavens strike me down with thunder. Sheesh, my dear, no need to make vows. Save that energy for making a baby. Zhu Yu softly interrupted, pressing her delicate finger to his lips and whispering sweetly into his ear. Damn! The warm breath against his ear, and the seductive words of this devilish beauty set Lin Fan ablaze like an erupting volcano. With a surprised yelp from Zhu Yu, Lin Fan once again transformed into the Monkey King, brandishing his golden staff to subdue the demon. Take this, demoness. Feel the might of my staff. Time passed, and after finally subduing his demonic wife, Lin Fan returned to business. This time, though your life essence was damaged, it was a blessing in disguise. You've gained insight into the eternal cycle of slaughter, and that's no small achievement. Here, take this essence shard containing the law of death. It shares the same origin as your path of slaughter. Absorb it and make it your own. Lin Fan summoned Lin Xiaotong, the younger generation member he cherished most. Looking at Xiao Tong's snow-white hair, Lin Fan's heart ached a little as he handed over the essence shard he had obtained earlier. This shard contained the true power of a god, an unrivaled treasure even more precious than divine blood. While it couldn't change a person's physique, it could make their path of cultivation purer. For any warrior to advance further, they had to follow their own path, and the purer that path, the better. "Thank you, Patriarch," Lin Xiao Tong said, accepting the shard with both hands. Lin Fan smiled and, just like in the old days, reached out to ruffle Xiao Tong's hair. "You're a fine nephew, but take care of yourself too." Lin Fan spoke warmly, not as the commanding head of the Lin family, but as a caring elder brother. Despite having faced countless near-death experiences and almost exhausting his life essence, Lin Xiaotong had always remained unflinching. Yet, at this moment, feeling the warmth of Lin Fan's hand and hearing his words, his eyes turned red. In Lin Fan's presence he was still that same child, the child who had been saved from the cold and despair, who had been fed, warmed, and led out of the darkness by Lin Fan. To Xiaotong, Lin Fan was his sky. "Go on, absorb the essence shard. I believe you'll reach even greater heights." Lin Fan didn't dwell on emotional words. He had never seen Xiaotong as a mere tool but always as a valued younger relative. Xiaotong said nothing in response. Instead, he clenched his right fist and placed it lightly over his chest, a gesture of his unyielding loyalty to the family and a vow to protect its honor for life. As Xiaotong left, Lin Fan's gaze turned dangerous. Those two troublemakers dared to sneak out. Today, this old father will give them a lesson they won't forget and show them what fatherly love really means. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, Lin Fan pulled out a long whip, barbed and ready. Little Lin Long was outside, proudly boasting to his younger siblings about his recent heroic deeds. But in the next moment, his father's fearsome gaze landed on him. Cries of pain soon echoed across the Lin family estate. As Lin Long endured his punishment, he finally understood why his second brother, Lin Hao, had run straight to their mother to hide after returning home. That sneaky second brother. Lin Long would never forget this. "How dare you return alone? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" From deep within the blood-red palace, a cold, emotionless voice echoed. Looking ahead, there was no clear image, only a faint, crimson silhouette. The figure sat on a throne, and with every blink, endless murderous intent radiated from its eyes. One could vaguely see a vast sea of blood surging beneath them. This figure was none other than the god of slaughter, the master of the blood-colored plain. Every life-forbidden zone had a ruler, and it was their presence that gave these zones their terrifying reputation. As the god spoke, an overwhelming pressure filled the air, crushing down with immense force. Wise King, however, didn't resist. He immediately dropped to his knees, looking like the most devout of worshippers. "Your humble servant is not worth sparing, but there is vital information that I had to return with," Wise King said reverently. After this, he quickly got to the point. It's unclear exactly what he told the god, but eventually, he walked out unharmed, leading a young girl dressed in blood-red robes. Lin family estate. Since the Lin family's fame had spread, the region had become a hub for countless outsiders. Tianfeng City, once a small border town, had grown into one of the empire's largest cities, swarming with visitors. Powerful warriors gathered here, and it wasn't uncommon to see martial saints roaming the streets. Yet, despite this, no one dared to underestimate the city's commanding general. His power wasn't the reason for his influence, it was his identity as Lin Fan's father-in-law. With this prestigious title, He Zhenqian, Lin Fan's father-in-law, lived a life of luxury. People constantly showered him with gifts, even though he never asked for anything in return. He accepted these gifts with the mindset of why not take what's freely given. However, he didn't keep everything for himself. Most of the gifts were sent to his daughter. He believed that even though the Lin family was flourishing, internal competition was fierce, and as a father he had to support his daughter. Of course, this was mostly symbolic, as Lin Fan's achievements had already solidified the family's dominance. Their businesses spread across the entire empire, and the family's daily income was astronomical. With such prosperity, the Lin family continued to grow, and their influence deepened. Both the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Pill Pavilion had their headquarters in Tianfeng City, causing the city's growth to skyrocket. I never thought such a prosperous city could exist in such a remote area. The Lin family's influence is indeed great, but to rise by stepping on the god's prestige, that will be their downfall. On the bustling streets of Tianfeng City, a young girl in red robes strolled, coldly smiling as she observed the prosperity around her. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man who nodded and said, "You're right, my lord. To offend the gods is to walk the path of destruction." People passed by, including several martial saints, But no one seemed to notice the pair. It was as if they were invisible, continuing their business without acknowledging the two. This strange pair could only be Wise King and the young female apostle, who had just emerged from the blood-colored plane. You understand, then? Don't entertain any thoughts you shouldn't have. Otherwise, death would be a mercy. The red-clad girl warned. Her code name was Painting, one of the figures representing the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She looked like a fairy stepping out of a painting so ethereal and beautiful that it seemed almost unreal. Her shoulder-length hair framed a delicate, porcelain-like face. She had striking blue eyes, though whether this was due to her bloodline or a special technique she cultivated was unclear. They were like clear mountain springs, giving the impression that they could pierce straight through a person's soul. Even Wise King, seasoned as he was, felt ripples of emotion under her gaze. But he had survived countless life-threatening situations and cultivated an extraordinary composure. Though his heart trembled, outwardly he remained calm, nodding respectfully. Painting observed him for a moment, then smiled and shifted her gaze. Do your part well, and the gods will not forget your loyalty. Yes, my lord. Wise King responded seriously. With that, Painting turned her attention to the entrance of the Pill Pavilion and stepped inside. Unlike the more playful Apostle Qin, who liked kicking heads around, Painting was far more composed. Though they looked similar, their personalities couldn't be more different. Wise King dutifully followed her. Just as he entered the building, a small, blood-colored insect flew from his sleeve. The insect was only slightly larger than a mosquito, and in the hustle and bustle outside the Pill Pavilion, it went completely unnoticed. Painting, too, failed to notice it, and as she inspected the various pills inside the pavilion, the blood-colored insect soared over the streets, past the city walls, and finally into the Lin family estate. Lin Fan, who had been disciplining his children, paused when he detected the insect and smiled. This was the special signal he and Wise King had agreed upon. The arrival of the insect meant it was time to prepare to collect his shipment. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan crushed the blood-colored insect, erasing all traces of it. He then used his thoughts to slightly weaken the formation surrounding the Lin estate. After all, if the goods were on their way, he needed to leave the door open. Otherwise, how could he receive them? Seizing the opportunity, little Lin Long quickly scrambled to his feet and ran. Though his father's love was memorable, the pain was very real. Fearing another round of fatherly discipline, he summoned Xiao Jin to carry him away on a cloud, determined to escape. His younger siblings, who had been listening to his boasts moments earlier, also fled, terrified of their father's infamous punishments. You little rascal, lucky you ran fast enough. Lin Fan muttered. He hadn't quite finished with his lesson, but since they'd already fled, there wasn't much he could do. Besides, if he continued, their mother Long Kui would get upset. Mothers always protect their children, just as Lin Fan enjoyed the gifts the gods had been sending his way. Little did the gods know. They still thought they were in control, sitting high above and pulling the strings, but Lin Fan found it all quite amusing. The backyard of the Lin family manor. Under the meticulous guidance of the demoness Zhu Yu Qian, who was already troubled, found it even harder to calm her mind. This guidance didn't involve scolding or beating but used a special demonic technique that constantly disturbed her mental state, making it nearly impossible to defend against. However, her faith remained strong and did not waver. Since she could remember, she had been chosen by the gods and carefully nurtured. The beliefs instilled in her from childhood dictated that the god was her everything, and she would sacrifice her life without hesitation. Because of this, even though her heart was troubled, her resolve never faltered. Still, her old grudge against Lin Fan had quietly started to change. She hated him, of course, but it wasn't as deep or intense as she had imagined. Her new divine body constantly influenced her in subtle ways. As she became aware of this, she grew quieter, and would often sit alone in the gazebo, lost in thought. She wanted to act, but her abilities were mostly sealed by Lin Fan's formation, leaving her powerless, a mere prisoner. Yet she did not despair. She believed her god would come to rescue her, saving his loyal follower. After all, those who dared to offend the god could not possibly last long. But the god she hoped for did not come instead, something entirely unexpected did. As she sat quietly in the gazebo, a colorful butterfly fluttered in, its wings dancing gracefully. This butterfly was so vibrant that it seemed almost unreal. At first, Qian paid it no mind. She wasn't in the mood for appreciation. But as the butterfly approached, she suddenly stood up from the stone bench. Even with most of your powers sealed, you're still this sharp. No wonder the great god values you so highly. But it's a shame you've betrayed him. The butterfly landed in the gazebo and, surprisingly, spoke with a mocking tone, as if it was familiar with Qian. Hua. Stop your nonsense. When have I ever betrayed the god? Kyun's expression grew agitated at the butterfly's words. Hey, the butterfly sneered coldly. If you haven't betrayed him, why are you in this situation? You infiltrated successfully, yet you do nothing. Why? Kyun replied, most of my powers are sealed. I'm waiting for the right moment. Waiting for the right moment. The butterfly's laugh grew even more mocking. In a flash of light, the vibrant butterfly transformed into a young woman dressed in red. This woman looked almost identical to Kyun. She was Hua, one of the 4 disciples Kyun, Qi Shu, and Hua, who had followed the wise king out of the Forbidden Lands. Hua's ability to transform into a butterfly allowed her to silently infiltrate the Lin family manor without alerting anyone, and her methods were far more cunning than Kyun's. Now in her original form, Hua slowly paced around the gazebo. I don't think you're waiting for the right moment. I think you've found someone you care about and have betrayed the faith that raised you. She sneered as she circled Kyun, a mocking smile on her lips. At first, Kyun was glad to see her companion, thinking it meant her rescue had arrived, that she had not been abandoned. But upon hearing Hua's words, her expression darkened. Yes, she had been violated, but it was beyond her control. She had never once considered betrayal. Despite all the external influences, her faith had remained unshaken. Yet now, to be doubted and humiliated, how could she remain calm? Hua, you've gone too far. Their relationship had never been great. And now Hua took the opportunity to insult her without restraint. Too far? I'm just speaking the truth. Can you swear to the god that your heart isn't conflicted at this moment? Hua asked, her cold blue eyes piercing through Kyun. Kyun instinctively wanted to swear. But as the words reached her lips, she hesitated. While she had never thought of betrayal, her heart was indeed in turmoil, influenced by everything she had experienced lately. But soon she realized, how could her emotional turmoil be linked to betraying her faith? Hua was deliberately setting a verbal trap for her. Hua, with her mastery of painting, could capture moments and show them to others. In other words, Kyun's current reaction could be displayed to her god. Realizing this, Kyun's expression grew icy. Hoi smiled slightly, knowing she had led things to this point on purpose. Kyun, Qi, Shu, and Hua had all been raised by the master of the blood plains, each holding equal status as the 4 apostles, the god's envoys. However, it was clear from their order of rank that not all of them were truly equal. Kyun, being the most favored by the god, always overshadowed the others, especially Hua, who was the youngest and least experienced. Before, Hua hadn't had the opportunity to act, but now that one had arisen, she wasn't going to let it pass. Seeing Hua's smile, Kyun realized her suspicions were correct. You're asking for death. Confirming that Hua had deliberately set her up, Kyun could no longer contain her anger. In a flash, she drew her blood-stained sword and swung it at Hua. As a notorious demoness who could decapitate enemies and kick their heads like a ball, Kyun was far from a kind-hearted person. She had only seemed subdued lately due to the turmoil she had endured. Now, enraged, she returned to her usual violent self. Despite having most of her strength sealed, Lin Fan hadn't confiscated her weapons, so she could still display some of her former power. If she were facing an ordinary opponent, they might have already been cut down by her. But Hua, standing before her, was her equal. Even at full strength, Kyun might not have had the upper hand. Now, with her abilities sealed, she had no chance. Hua gracefully dodged Kyun's deadly strike, not retaliating but instead dancing around the gazebo, deliberately toying with her. This opportunity to mock Kyun had never presented itself before. Though Hua had come with a mission, she didn't mind taking advantage of the chance to torment her rival. Before arriving, Hua had used her painting ability to completely cloak the area, replacing reality with a near-perfect illusion. Anyone entering would only see the false scene she had painted, never suspecting the truth. She was confident in this skill. It wasn't something brute force could break. Only someone with equal or greater mastery of painting could see through her illusion. But could such a person exist? Her painting skills had been carefully honed by the god, and she had fused them with a divine crystal, elevating her abilities to an extraordinary level. Even the ancient gods would struggle to surpass her in this field, and she had absolute confidence in this. Yet, in the next moment, that confidence was shattered. Her flawless illusion wasn't just seen through, it was effortlessly torn apart, as if the person had fully understood its essence before dismantling it. How is this possible? As soon as she realized this, Hua's mocking expression vanished. Hua, who had dared to enter the dragon's den so calmly, did so because she believed that no one could see through her painting technique. Though this wasn't a measure of combat strength, being able to conceal herself meant no one could harm her. Yet now, her illusion had been broken not through brute force, but by using the same painting techniques to unravel it. In this world, someone had surpassed her in the art of painting, and that thought shook her deeply. The sudden realization made it impossible for her to remain calm. On the other hand, Kyun, who had been furious moments ago, suddenly grew calm because she sensed a familiar presence. That familiar man had arrived. Before, she had been reluctant to face him, not only because she couldn't defeat him, and often ended up being humiliated, but also because her heart had gradually lost its purity. Yet now, she didn't feel her usual reluctance. Instead, she was a little pleased. The man had come, and the one who had been toying with her earlier was now about to get what they deserved. Why am I feeling happy? Is this what it feels like when someone stands up for you? Kyun sheathed her blood-stained sword, her eyes showing a trace of confusion. It was the first time she had felt this way. Normally Hua, her nemesis, would never pass up the chance to mock her. But now Hua didn't seem to care. The person who had broken her illusion was walking towards the gazebo. There was no rush, just a calm, steady pace. But each step, though light, carried a growing sense of pressure. By the time the figure came into view from around the corner, the pressure had reached its peak. Coming to my home to bully my woman? You've got some nerve. The one who had broken the illusion, of course, was Lin Fan, the master of the manor. To speak of painting skills in front of him was like showing off crude tricks in front of a master, utterly laughable. How did you do it? Hua didn't respond directly, instead asking in disbelief. Are you talking about this? Lin Fan unrolled a piece of paper, revealing a lifelike painting centered around the gazebo. Upon close inspection, one could even see a lonely woman sitting under the gazebo, occasionally lifting her head and sighing toward the distance. Despite the fact that it was just a painting, one could feel the woman's sadness through it. The painting was none other than the illusion Hua had used to deceive them. The woman in the painting was Kyun, who had been sitting in the gazebo. Lin Fan had perfectly dismantled the illusion using his own painting techniques. Impressive. Hua nodded forcefully, genuinely curious as to how Lin Fan had managed to do it. Is it really that hard? Lin Fan crumpled the painting in his hand. Just a rough, shoddy drawing, easily torn apart. Hua nearly ground her teeth in anger at hearing her proudest skill so belittled. Meanwhile, Kyun, who had been toyed with earlier, couldn't help but smile slightly for the first time in days. The arrogance Hua had displayed just moments before was still fresh in her memory, and seeing her brought down like this gave Kyun a rare sense of pleasure. As for being allies, Hua's earlier actions had shown no signs of camaraderie. She had even tried to manipulate Kyun into a hopeless situation. An ally like that? Why should she hold back? Hua grew even more furious, but, being the disciple carefully trained by the master of the Forbidden Zone, her mental strength was formidable. She quickly forced herself to calm down. So you're Lin Fan, the human who dared to blaspheme against the gods? Hua asked, her blue eyes locking onto Lin Fan. Clearly she was trying to use her gaze to peer into Lin Fan's heart. If she could read his thoughts, she would have a significant advantage in what came next. But as soon as Lin Fan's pupils narrowed and he activated his martial heaven eye, she regretted her decision. The martial heaven eye. This was the ultimate ocular technique, said to be the eye of the heavens themselves. Those who possessed this eye were like divine beings, observing the world with the power of the heavens. Hua's attempt to peer into Lin Fan's heart was no different from trying to gaze upon the heavens themselves. Even gods wouldn't dare to do that lightly, let alone someone like Hua, who was merely a powerful cultivator. In just a brief exchange of gazes, Hua was hit by a backlash, letting out a muffled groan. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she struggled to look away, but Lin Fan's gaze held her in place. Trying to peer into my heart? Let me show you then. Let's see if you wet the bed as a child. Lin Fan sneered, preparing to take advantage of the backlash to delve into her memories, tearing away the veil that shielded her past. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to do this, but with Hua's mind weakened by the backlash, he now had the opportunity. Some of her memories began to surface. However, just as Lin Fan was about to fully probe into them, Hua's body began to emit a faint blue smoke. In a soft breeze, her form dissolved into a painting that floated gently to the ground. The painting depicted Hua, just as she had been when her mind was ensnared moments before, but even more vividly lifelike than the earlier illusion. Yet no matter how real it seemed, it was still just a painting. This is her true essence painting, Kyun explained as Lin Fan picked up the painting. The true essence painting was a special ability, utilizing painting skills to infuse one's energy and spirit into a piece of art. Carried and nurtured over time, the painting would take on more of the individual's attributes, eventually becoming a lifelike avatar. This avatar had nearly the same attributes as the original body, with flesh and blood, but it was not the real person. Losing it was no more than wasting time and effort. It didn't harm the original body. It's a rare skill. Lin Fan said with a smile, but now you're telling me her secrets? I thought you were allies. Qing didn't respond, unsure herself why she had willingly given Lin Fan an explanation. She and Hua had personal grudges, but with Lin Fan, it was a matter of life and death. They were enemies. She shouldn't be helping him. Are you worried about me? Afraid I'll suffer because I don't know her tricks, Lin Fan teased, stepping closer to her, looking down from above. The two were so close now that they could sense each other's breath. The intense heat of Lin Fan's presence made Qian's mind flash back to memories of that night. Her breathing grew unsteady. No, I wasn't, she stammered, stepping back hastily, nearly stumbling as she tried to create distance between them. But with Lin Fan's long strides, he closed the gap again, cornering her against one of the gazebo's pillars. Qian wanted to retreat further, but there was nowhere left to go. Just as she thought she was about to be teased again, Lin Fan suddenly stepped back, giving her some space. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. But strangely, a tiny part of her felt disappointed. Without acknowledging her reaction, Lin Fan turned and walked away. It wasn't that he didn't want to tease her further, he simply had other things to attend to. Since the wise king had delivered the goods as promised, he had to go collect them. As for the true essence painting, most people wouldn't be able to trace its connection to the real body, but Lin Fan, being a master of the arts, certainly could. Watching him leave without a second glance, Qin felt an unexpected sense of loss, along with a nagging uncertainty that scared her. Outside Tianfeng City lies a place known as Butterfly Valley, filled with blooming flowers and a haven for countless butterflies. It used to be a popular tourist spot, where wealthy sons and daughters of noble families would come to enjoy the scenery and watch the butterflies. Of course, such a beautiful place naturally attracted people for picnics and outings. However, once, a demon who practiced dark magic snuck in and used the visiting nobles to create human pills, making the place feared and abandoned. Ever since that incident, people claimed to hear constant wails echoing from the valley. Some even reported seeing ghostly figures at dusk. Rumors spread that the spirits of the nobles who died there were seeking companions, unable to rest in peace. Because of this, the once thriving tourist spot gradually became deserted, leaving it as a paradise for butterflies. But in recent days, two individuals had ignored the eerie tales and entered the valley, taking up residence there. How could his eyes cause my spiritual sight to backlash, and even peer into the depths of my mind? What kind of eyes are those? A soft voice echoed through Butterfly Valley. It was Hua, who had lost her true essence painting. However, more than the loss, she was fixated on the eyes that had caused her downfall. At first glance they seemed ordinary, but upon deeper inspection, they felt like staring into the heavens. The overwhelming power they carried left her unable to resist for even a moment. Her defenses were shattered in an instant. Had she not acted swiftly, destroying her true essence painting, her mind and spirit would have been fully exposed to Lin Fan. If that had happened, she would have had no secrets left in front of him. This man is indeed no ordinary person. It's not just his unbelievable strength but also the strange and powerful abilities he possesses, said the wise king, who had been accompanying Hua. He nodded in agreement as he spoke. He wasn't lying. His encounters with Lin Fan had made him realize that Lin Fan wasn't only strong but possessed a range of extraordinary abilities. Lin Fan's background was that of a humble blacksmith's family from a remote mountain village. Under normal circumstances, someone with such origins would have been fortunate just to rise to wealth through hard work. Yet Lin Fan not only had incredible strength but also mastery over various abilities that defied explanation. What was particularly baffling was that these abilities weren't just learned through luck or chance. They required immense talent and time to master. Without the right heritage, talent, and years of experience, no one could have achieved what Lin Fan had. Yet Lin Fan had none of these advantages and still seemed to possess an innate understanding of countless skills, reaching a level beyond comprehension. It was completely illogical. Even after all his interactions with Lin Fan, the wise king still couldn't make sense of it. You're right, but anyone who challenges divine authority is destined to be nothing more than dust in the end, Hua responded. She acknowledged Lin Fan's ability to easily break her illusion, but despite that, her pride remained intact. Her painting skills had always been her greatest source of pride, skills that had never failed her, even capable of deceiving gods themselves. Yet here, in this valley, she had been utterly defeated. What's our next move? The wise king, being a wise man, sensed it was time to change the subject before dwelling too long on past failures. Just as he was about to continue, a figure appeared at the edge of Butterfly Valley. Before they could fully react, the figure took a single step, instantly crossing into the depths of the valley, arriving at the dilapidated gazebo where they stood. What happens next? Naturally, you both will become fertilizer for the flowers, said Lin Fan, who had used his painting abilities to track them down. Hearing their conversation, he smiled and casually joined in. As soon as Lin Fan appeared, the wise king's expression changed. Without a word, he subtly retreated behind Hua. Hua didn't find this reaction strange, facing someone as terrifying as Lin Fan. Feeling fear was entirely normal. She showed no surprise at Lin Fan's arrival either. "So, you've found me. It seems you didn't just get lucky when you broke my illusion. You truly understand the art of painting," Hua said, her tone calm. Even though Lin Fan had tracked her down, she remained composed, as if she had been waiting for him all along. "Your calm reaction tells me you must have a strong card up your sleeve, waiting for me," Lin Fan remarked, watching her closely. These apostles raised by the gods were never easy to deal with. What seemed like a victory often turned out to be just part of a larger plan. Hua smiled and replied, "Congratulations, you guessed right. But there's no prize, only the wrath of the gods, true divine punishment." As she spoke, she raised her hands reverently, revealing a small jade sword. The moment the sword appeared, the very air seemed to groan under its weight. The butterflies that had been gracefully dancing moments before now fell lifelessly to the ground, as if their souls had been harvested. The once vibrant flowers wilted and withered instantly. Divine punishment, strike. As these strange phenomena unfolded, Hua's cold and solemn voice echoed through the valley. Buzz. The jade sword in her hands began to hum and then shot forward, aiming directly at Lin Fan's forehead. There was no terrifying aura, no earth-shattering force, not even a ripple in the void. Only an eerie stillness spread, a dead silence that seemed to extinguish all life. A sword to sever the body, a mind to sever the soul. Faintly, Lin Fan heard a whisper devoid of emotion. In the next instant, the jade sword flashed across his forehead. There were no visible wounds, but the light in his eyes visibly dimmed, and his presence, like a flickering candle, was snuffed out, leaving nothing behind. The sword severed the body, and the mind severed the soul. This was the heart sword, the highest secret technique of the Lord of the Blood Plains, the god of slaughter. It didn't harm the body but directly attacked the soul, a god-killing technique feared by all. In gaming terms, it was like bypassing all defense and dealing direct damage unaffected by any resistance or protective measures. The wise king, having retreated to the side, saw Lin Fan's soul being severed, and his eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Hua, the one responsible for all of this, let out a soft, satisfied laugh. No matter how strong you were, defying the gods would always lead to death. But her laughter didn't last long. It quickly died in her throat as she realized something was wrong. The dead Lin Fan began to emit a familiar blue smoke, and then, with a rustling sound, his form dissolved into a painting that slowly drifted to the ground. It was a true essence painting. True essence painting. As the painting drifted to the ground, Hua's face darkened instantly. The faint laughter she had let out moments earlier now died in her throat. Before, she had used this ability to easily escape from Lin Fan's grasp, even toying with him in the process. She had been proud of herself, smiling as she commented on Lin Fan's abilities. But in the blink of an eye, the same situation had turned against her. "Damn it," Hua cursed, staring at the falling painting, its lifelike figure mocking her. Her face was filled with rage, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. She had meticulously planned every step of her strategy, considering every detail from start to finish. Even without fully understanding Lin Fan's capabilities, she had overestimated him as much as possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so cautious, even when armed with the invincible killing technique given to her by the god of slaughter. To put it bluntly, she had already done everything to perfection within her current limits, living up to her reputation as one of the apostles raised by the gods. Upon realizing Lin Fan's proficiency in the art of painting, she had quickly adjusted her plan, intentionally leading him into thinking he had outsmarted her, hoping his arrogance would cause him to lower his guard. After all, pride tends to make people careless. Yet, despite all her efforts, her plan had failed. What she believed was a flawless strategy had crumbled into nothing but a joke. The trick she thought so clever had been turned against her, and worse, she had basked in the false sense of victory. It was indeed laughable. "Just as I expected," remarked the wise king beside her, his face showing understanding. A moment ago he had been shocked, thinking that Lin Fan had truly been taken down. The heart sword, gifted by the god of slaughter, attacked the soul itself. No matter how powerful one's physical strength or body was, it could not defend against such a strike. It was true damage, something that couldn't be avoided unless you knew it was coming and managed to escape beforehand. Coupled with the false sense of security they had fostered in Lin Fan, the success rate had been at its peak. The wise king, who had witnessed Lin Fan defy all logic before, had harbored some doubts. But if it weren't for his prior experiences with Lin Fan's extraordinary abilities, he might have been ready to celebrate. Enjoyed the killing a light, teasing voice interrupted their thoughts. This was Lin Fan's true voice. When they turned, they found him standing quietly in the gazebo, catching the falling painting in his hands. True essence painting to others, it might seem mysterious, but in the hands of someone with mastery over the highest level of painting arts, it was nothing more than a simple trick. A few strokes, infused with his aura, were enough to complete the key steps. The power sealed inside could be as strong as he wished, depending on how much energy he poured into it. There was no difficulty in it, at least, not for Lin Fan. What intrigued him now was how to use this ability to bring mythical creatures from legend back to life through art. The true essence of painting becomes reality was what truly challenged him, making it difficult even to start. Hwa had tried to play these tricks on him, but in the end, she only trapped herself. Retreat. Without wasting time on words, Hwa immediately activated the jade short sword in her hand the moment she saw Lin Fan appear. There was no hesitation. The jade short sword was carefully crafted by the god of slaughter himself, infused with his energy and spirit. This was what allowed Hwa to wield the god's most powerful killing technique. Now, she used it to attempt her escape, moving at a speed even gods would struggle to keep up with. Her decisive action, and the divine power backing her made it nearly impossible for Lin Fan to catch up. His greatest strength lay in his physical power, not in speed or agility. Even his max-level dragon steps, which had been sufficient before, fell short in the face of divine beings at this level. After all, Lin Fan was still in the realm of mortals, albeit armed with countless cheat-like abilities that allowed him to challenge gods. But while Lin Fan's reaction might have been slow, not everyone's was. In fact, someone had already anticipated this move. That someone was none other than the wise king, who had quietly retreated earlier without drawing attention. Almost simultaneously, the wise king summoned his blood sea domain, instantly enveloping the entire valley. The gazebo, where everyone stood, was at the heart of this domain. As Hwa reactivated the jade short sword to make her escape, the wise king used his domain's power to summon the soul-stealing blood claw, drawing upon the overwhelming force of the blood sea to strike the jade sword. While the wise king's current strength wasn't enough to completely stop the sword's power, he didn't need to. He only needed to slow it down. And that's exactly what happened. With a loud thud, the blood claw struck the jade sword, causing it to veer off course slightly. This small deviation caused Hwa's connection with the sword to momentarily break. It was only for a split second, so brief it seemed insignificant. But for Lin Fan, that tiny window was more than enough time. He raised his hand, and with a simple gesture, the jade short sword, already knocked off balance, was sent flying, completely severing Hwa's connection to it. "You'll pay for this." Hwa's expression completely collapsed as her trump card was taken from her. That jade sword had been her ultimate weapon, her greatest safeguard. In battle, one must always prepare for the worst. Hwa had planned meticulously, even arranging a flawless escape route should things go awry. She had lured Lin Fan into a trap, believing she had everything under control. Every step was carefully calculated, each action a part of her grand plan. Even with such careful planning, she had made sure there was a way out if things went wrong. It was all flawless until it wasn't. Despite her careful arrangements, despite believing she had covered every angle, she hadn't foreseen a betrayal. In the most critical moment, a backstab from her own side had dealt her the most fatal blow. "I'm sorry, but I'm an undercover agent," the wise king said, emotionless, standing up straight as he faced her fury. At that moment, it was clear he had been waiting for this all along. "Sorry, I'm an undercover agent." The term undercover was something Lin Fan had come up with, and he had even used it on the wise king before. Hwa, hearing it for the first time, instantly understood, without needing any explanation. The wise king's actions explained it perfectly: a traitor, hidden deep within the ranks, waiting for the crucial moment to deliver a fatal blow. Traitor. Die. Realizing the situation, Hwa didn't try to flee. Instead, she lunged toward the wise king, determined to eliminate the traitor. In her hand was the heart sword bestowed upon her by the god of slaughter, its power unmatched. However, the wise king, always cunning, had prepared his escape long before delivering his backstab. Hwa's swift response was formidable, but the wise king's reaction was even quicker. Almost instantly, he retreated behind Lin Fan, perfectly shielding himself. To get to the wise king, Hwa would first have to deal with Lin Fan. But Hwa's killing move, given to her by the god of slaughter, had already been revealed. How could Lin Fan allow her to use it again? The jade short sword, attempting to return to Hwa, was once again flicked away by Lin Fan, embedding itself into a rock formation in the valley. Lin Fan then gently tapped the ground with his foot, activating a formation that sealed the sword within the rock. Deprived of her control, and with much of its power spent during the previous attack, the sword capable of striking fear, even in gods, fell silent. With her most powerful weapons sealed, Hua stood defenseless before Lin Fan. She knew this as well. Her pride in her painting techniques had been shattered, and now, without the god-given sword, she was no more threatening than a kitten before him. Yet, she didn't give up. Instead, a look of determination crossed her face. "Fight," she exclaimed. Her blue eyes, fixed on Lin Fan, suddenly gleamed with a dazzling azure light. Her blue eyes weren't the result of any special cultivation technique, they were a unique trait she was born with, a rare constitution. Not only could they see into people's hearts, but they also gave her immense mental power, which she used to enhance her painting techniques. Her mastery of the art was largely due to these eyes, which gave her countless advantages. But their true power was far more dangerous. Her eyes had a desperate, last resort ability, the scales of slavery. This special ability was something she never wanted to use, because, as the name suggested, once invoked, her life would hang in the balance like a scale. She would be forced into a gamble against her opponent's mental strength. If her mental strength was greater, she could enslave the person she looked upon, regardless of their power. This was a rule-based ability, unavoidable unless one could break the very rules themselves. Not even gods could evade it. However, there was a significant risk. If the person she challenged had stronger mental strength, she would lose and become their slave. Because of this terrifying consequence, Hua had always feared using this ability. Mental strength couldn't be measured by physical power. Someone might seem weak on the outside but possess extraordinary mental power, perhaps untapped or unused. But when faced with this technique, raw mental strength was all that mattered. If she encountered someone with greater mental fortitude, her fate would be sealed. She would become their eternal slave, unable to refuse even the most humiliating command, no matter how degrading. That fear of total domination had kept her from using the ability, but now, cornered, she had no choice. Her azure eyes flared brightly, locking onto Lin Fan. The light even reached the wise king, who had been trying to hide behind Lin Fan to avoid the backlash. This is bad. As a seasoned schemer, the wise king immediately realized what was happening. Though he didn't fully understand the details, he knew it was something terrible. But it was too late, the special ability had already been activated. Even with his quick thinking, he couldn't avoid it in time. The radiant blue light engulfed them both. Explode. Knowing there was no escape, the wise king made the swiftest decision possible. He self-destructed his clone. This clone was incredibly precious to him. He had invested countless resources and efforts into cultivating it. Even when threatened by Lin Fan, he had been reluctant to give it up. Yet now, without a second thought, he sacrificed it. This decisive choice showed just how sharp the wise king's instincts were. His survival wasn't due to luck but to an acute sense of danger that most lacked. Compared to the wise king's swift action, Lin Fan's response seemed slow. As the blue light of the scales of slavery engulfed him, Lin Fan didn't react as sharply. Instead, he was caught fully in its radiance, making direct eye contact with Hua's azure gaze. The scales of slavery had begun. Under the power of this rule-based ability, no external factors mattered, only the raw mental strength of the two individuals. It was a pure contest of minds, unaffected by any external influences. The outcome would be decided solely by the strength of their mental energy. In this battle, there were no advantages. It didn't matter whether you initiated the technique or were forced to accept it. The only thing that counted was your inherent mental strength, weighed like a scales balance. This was a rule-based divine technique, one that not even gods could escape. If you lost under this scale, you would be enslaved, utterly and completely. That was why the wise king had chosen to self-destruct his clone. He understood that this wasn't a game he could afford to play. Life and death were irrelevant. This was a gamble for the future. The winner would become the master, and the loser would be forever enslaved by the victor. Buzz. 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 A scale, formed from the power of divine rules, appeared between Lin Fan and Hua, beginning to weigh the stakes each had placed in this mental duel. Butterfly Valley. In the abandoned gazebo, no one could have predicted that things would end this way. There had been no grand battle, not even a fierce clash. Hua had used her trump card, gifted by the gods, a silent and invisible killing move, feared even by deities. Her final technique wasn't a powerful explosion but rather a gamble. A wager between two individuals who would enslave whom. A scale, formed by divine rules, appeared between the two. As soon as it materialized, spheres of light emerged from their foreheads, manifestations of their mental strength. These spheres transformed into weights on the scale, perfectly balanced to determine whose mind was stronger. The fairness of this process was undeniable, a principle upheld not just by human civilizations but by all intelligent beings throughout history. The scale was the embodiment of pure, impartial judgment. Whoever's mental strength was greater would win the contest. I possess the spirit eyes, a gift from birth, not something cultivated through training. Even some gods can't surpass me in this regard. Although Lin Fan is unfathomable in many areas and immensely powerful, he may not surpass me here. Hua thought to herself. She felt a deep sense of worry, knowing the consequences of losing this wager were too great. However, once she had committed to it, a calm settled over her. The rules of the gamble were based on innate strength, not anything acquired through training. No matter how powerful Lin Fan had become through cultivation, it wouldn't count here. The wager was about their core essence, not what they had built through effort. That realization gave Hua confidence. She wasn't relying on training or external factors. This was her birthright, her innate superiority. Boom! As Lin Fan was enveloped by this ability, all his advantages were stripped away. The contest was reduced to a simple comparison of raw mental strength. This was a rare moment where Lin Fan, with all his extraordinary abilities, was at a disadvantage. His power, after all, had come largely from his system, accumulated after unlocking it. Before that, he had been nothing more than a poor blacksmith's son, struggling to even put food on the table. At one point, he had been unable to support a wife. Despite being offered 3 options for marriage, he had been resigned to his fate. To put it bluntly, finding someone worse off than Lin Fan in his former life would have been a challenge. Now, facing a battle of pure, innate strength without the system's help, this was likely the weakest position he had ever been in. For someone like him, this kind of gamble was incredibly unfair. As Hua reflected on this, her confidence only grew. She had the clear upper hand, given her innate talents. Lin Fan, a child of a poor blacksmith, couldn't possibly compete with someone like her. The scale of rules began to tip. Under the influence of this divine power, there was no possibility of cheating. Even if someone possessed immense strength, they could only destroy the scale. They couldn't interfere with the outcome. For the participants themselves, there was no escape. No wonder Hua had chosen to use this ability in her moment of desperation. It gave her a real chance to win. If Lin Fan had been a mere mortal, there would have been no contest. Ho, born with the spirit eyes, naturally possessed greater mental strength. In this kind of divine gamble, she was the one with the advantage. But as the scale began its judgment, something unexpected happened. It tilted smoothly without hesitation toward Lin Fan. There was no delay, no confusion. From the very beginning, the scale leaned in Lin Fan's favor. How? How is this possible? Hua was in shock, her mind unraveling as the truth set in. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, nor could she accept it. This divine rule, once set into motion, meant that losing the wager would result in complete mental enslavement. Not only would she lose to Lin Fan, but she would also become his spiritual slave, enslaved from the depths of her soul. She would no longer have any autonomy, completely and utterly devoted to him, valuing his life above her own. This horrifying outcome was something she couldn't bear. Lin Fan, for his part, had been nervous as well. Such a direct comparison was intimidating, especially for someone like him, who had started with nothing. How could a poor blacksmith's son, who once couldn't even afford food, compare to someone born with spirit eyes? Yet the result had surprised even him. He had won. The scales of rules do not deceive the heart. In the end, everything returns to its true nature. A mysterious voice echoed in their minds, explaining the final outcome of the gamble. Lin Fan's previous life couldn't compare to Hua's talents, and that was undeniable. But Lin Fan wasn't merely his past self anymore. His soul was a fusion of his former life and his current self, a combination of 2 souls. While Hua had a powerful, singular source of mental strength, Lin Fan had 2. And since this wasn't something gained through training but a natural fusion of his 2 souls, it counted as an innate advantage, just like Hua's birthright. Hua, unknowingly, had gambled against someone with a hidden trump card. Blood explosion. Realizing her defeat, Hua understood the grim fate awaiting her. She would be spiritually enslaved, forever bound to Lin Fan, unable to resist him in any way. He would become her master, more important to her than her own life. Rather than accept this, Hua chose to self-destruct. Her blood explosion technique would detonate her blood and energy, reducing her to nothing rather than allowing herself to become a slave. It was an extreme measure, but one she was willing to take to avoid total domination. Her decisiveness was admirable. She would rather die than submit. But the divine rules couldn't be so easily defied. As she prepared to self-destruct, the divine scale glowed, sending a beam of light directly into her forehead. The moment the light entered her, Hua froze. At first there was a struggle in her eyes, a flicker of resistance, but soon, her expression turned calm, her gaze empty. The energy she had been gathering to self-destruct dissipated, and she quietly walked over to Lin Fan, kneeling before him on one knee. Hua has been foolish and offended her master. Please, master, punish me, she said softly, her voice as gentle and submissive as a kitten's purr. In that moment, the tense atmosphere completely shifted. Everything had changed. Many times, the sudden shift in events catches people off guard. That's exactly what happened here. Just moments ago, the two of them were gambling with their lives, but in the next instant, the situation had completely changed. An enemy who had plotted against him and held a deep grudge was now kneeling like a docile kitten. Looking at the beautiful woman kneeling on one knee, her head slightly bowed, full of both obedience and fear, waiting for his punishment, Lin Fan didn't quite know how to react for a moment. It was hard to adjust so quickly. However, Lin Fan wasn't just anyone. After a brief pause, he quickly regained his composure. Still, seeing such a scheming enemy suddenly become as meek as a kitten left him with a mix of emotions. At the same time, he felt fortunate. Luckily he had won. Otherwise it would be him kneeling like a kitten right now. This strange divine ability, I have to find a way to defend against it. If I go through this again, even if I don't lose, the fear alone could be deadly. Lin Fan thought, feeling a tinge of lingering dread. The unpredictability of this ability was truly terrifying. Please, master, punish me. Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't responded, Hua, who had now become a meek servant, spoke up again, asking for punishment. Her spirit was enslaved, and from the depths of her heart, she now recognized Lin Fan as her master, offering everything to him without reservation. If he ordered her to die, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. Stand up. What's done is done. From now on you'll stay by my side, Lin Fan said, helping Hua to her feet after sorting through his thoughts. Ding. Detected. The woman has fully surrendered both body and soul to the host. Automatically recognized as a wife. As Lin Fan helped Hua to her feet, the system's voice chimed in unexpectedly, wasting no time in issuing the marriage rewards. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully taking a wife. Reward master level zither skills. Ding. Congratulations, host, on marrying a wife of exceptional beauty. Reward dragon blood pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, on marrying a wife with a special constitution. Reward slaughter god pill. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, on marrying a wife of unmatched talent. Bonus reward double comprehension. Ding. Congratulations, host, on marrying a wife with divine qualities. Reward random divine pill. Ding. Detected. Host's wife has power beyond Martial Saint level. Reward special Martial Saint pill 10 times stronger than regular pills. 6 notifications in a row. It was a massive haul. Automatically recognized as a wife. The system was indeed becoming more flexible. Hearing the constant chimes of rewards, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. His system was getting more creative. In the past, if there was no physical consummation, he needed an official marriage certificate, complete with signed agreements from both parties, to receive the marriage rewards. Now, it had been updated. If a woman gave herself to him entirely, it counted. The conditions were no longer so strict. If my charm were great enough, I could just walk around, and women would throw themselves at me, giving their body and soul to me. The possibilities. But that's just wishful thinking. Lin Fan shook his head. As enticing as that idea was, no matter how much charm he had, most women would only be drawn to his body, not commit to him long term. How many would be willing to give their whole heart and soul? He knew better than to expect that. Women's hearts were complex, as anyone with experience could attest. They often wanted more, constantly seeking the best. Winning their hearts was no easy task. It wasn't something that could be done just by being attractive or charming. While it seemed like the system's conditions had relaxed, in reality, it wasn't so simple. Still, it was undeniably a good thing. 6 rewards in a row. These apostles raised by the gods were indeed treasures. Claim rewards. Lin Fan didn't hesitate, immediately accepting the generous rewards. The first reward was master level zither skills. At first glance it seemed like something a street performer might have, no different from the skills of a courtesan entertainer. But having experienced the power of painting at a master level, Lin Fan knew it wasn't that simple. In fact, the 4 traditional arts zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were originally created to carry aspects of the Tao. Over time, as their true purpose was forgotten, they were reduced to mere forms of entertainment. Once again, Lin Fan found himself in a special space. where his journey of learning began anew. He started with basic melodies, then moved on to playing various ancient zithers, eventually performing compositions of unprecedented beauty. In the beginning, the zither was simply an instrument for pleasing others, but as he progressed, the art of zither began to touch upon the Tao, and new abilities emerged. Powerful and inspiring zither compositions could boost the morale and fighting spirit of allies, even helping them temporarily forget fatigue. Playing such a melody on the battlefield could completely turn the tide of a large-scale war. Soothing and gentle zither tunes could heal illnesses. Even incurable conditions like severe depression could be easily cured by a true zither master. These were the positive abilities. But there were also negative abilities, even more terrifying and dangerous. Melancholic, sorrowful melodies could drive someone into deep depression, leading them to commit suicide without even realizing it. Zither music filled with killing intent could directly kill with sound waves, bypassing physical defenses to shatter internal organs, or even the soul itself. Used on a battlefield, these abilities would turn the zither into an unstoppable killing machine. An art meant to bring pleasure had become a weapon with unimaginable destructive power. Swords and knives were mere toys in comparison. What made it even more terrifying was that these abilities didn't require immense personal strength. They only demanded a deep understanding of the Tao, allowing the wielder to tap into the forces of the universe. It was somewhat similar to using formations but required even less personal power. To use such immense power without needing great personal strength, this is terrifying. But this could be a problem. As Lin Fan finished absorbing the zither techniques, he couldn't help but marvel at the incredible power of these ancient skills. But then, his expression changed. If such immense power could be accessed without great strength, then even the small portion of power left in Qin, despite being mostly sealed, was still enough to cause serious damage. With the range of destruction from sound waves, if Qin were to play a full melody without his intervention, the entire Lin family manor would be at risk of complete annihilation. Realizing the danger, Lin Fan immediately put aside the rest of his rewards and raced toward his home as quickly as possible. Ding ding dong dong dong! Before Lin Fan even reached the Lin family manor, he could hear the crisp, melodic sound of a zither being played. The sound of the zither could kill without a trace. Although Lin Fan didn't know the full extent of Qin's mastery, he could tell from her rivalry with Hua that her skills were far from simple. Otherwise, Hua wouldn't have shown such hostility toward her. Now, as the gentle melody of the zither echoed through the air, Lin Fan, rushing back home, felt a chill down his spine. It's like the hunter becoming the hunted. Lin Fan's face grew darker. He began to wonder if Qin had deliberately allowed herself to be captured and turned into a prisoner, only to infiltrate his inner circle for this very moment. If that was the case, it was truly terrifying. His growing power had made Lin Fan unknowingly arrogant and complacent, thinking that no one in the world could rival him and that everything was within his control. But now, he was getting a harsh lesson. With a heavy heart, Lin Fan spread his spiritual sense over the manor, letting it envelop the source of the music. He had prepared for the worst, but the scene he saw was entirely different from what he had imagined. Qin had indeed taken out a divine-level zither and was using her zither skills to play a melody. However, instead of using destructive sound waves as he had feared, she was playing a soothing, calming tune. She sat gracefully in the backyard pavilion, her slender, pale fingers gently plucking the zither strings. The serene music filled the air, calming anyone who heard it. Leading the audience was Zhu Yu, and all the other women of the household had gathered to listen, smiles of contentment on their faces. Even the children were drawn in by the melody, sitting quietly, absorbed in the music. Lin Fan's son, was even nodding along, looking as though he was deeply appreciating the performance. However, as his father, Lin Fan knew better. His son was excellent in combat, inheriting his physical strength, but his academic achievements were a different story. He had never grasped poetry or literature, and several tutors had given up on him in frustration. It was only thanks to his mother, Long Qiwai, stepping in that Lin Long wasn't completely illiterate, but pretending to understand music. That was pure showmanship. Lin Fan could tell from just a glance that his son's performance was an act. Still, the scene told Lin Fan all he needed to know. There was no hidden danger, no killing intent. Qin was simply playing a peaceful tune, nothing more. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Such a perfect opportunity, and yet she hadn't taken the chance to do anything malicious. His figure appeared in the pavilion, and Qin, sensing his presence through the sound of the zither, immediately noticed his return. As she saw the slight frown on Lin Fan's face, a complex expression appeared in her eyes. In truth, she had intended to play a zither melody with immense destructive power. This was the perfect moment. If she had unleashed such a tune, Lin Fan's carefully maintained garden would have been devastated. Even if she couldn't wipe out everyone, she could have inflicted permanent spiritual damage on the members of the Lin family, wounds that would never heal. Zither music, after all, primarily affects the soul, and the damage it can inflict is often irreversible. With her mastery of the zither, cultivated painstakingly by the gods, Qin was a true master capable of wielding this deadly art. Yet, when she had begun to play, the murderous tune she had intended to unleash transformed into something else, an uplifting, calming melody. Seeing Lin Fan return now, Qin's expression grew more conflicted. The opportunity had slipped away. Lin Fan had rushed back in such a hurry, clearly aware of her zither abilities, knowing that even sealed, she could still wield them. This had been her one chance. She wouldn't get another. Have I really betrayed the gods? Why has it come to this? Qin found herself confused, unsure of why she had hesitated. Caught in this emotional turmoil, her music began to lose its direction, reflecting the confusion in her heart. The other women, immersed in the music, began to notice the sudden shift in tone. The melody, once soothing, now felt disjointed. Though they weren't zither masters, they could sense the change. The only one who fully understood was Lin Fan, who knew the whole story and was also a master of the zither. As the music gradually faded, Qin stopped playing, her mind too clouded to continue. That was very well played, Lin Fan said, breaking the silence as the women looked around in confusion. He smiled and added, however, some subtle details were a bit off, and the transition near the end was a bit rough. Qin, still lost in her thoughts, snapped back at Lin Fan's critique. A slight frown appeared on her face. This was instinctive. The zither was her pride. It was an ability she took great pride in, something she refused to have belittled, especially by someone who didn't understand music. Lin Fan's words stung. Though she had been distracted and her emotions had influenced her performance, it wasn't as flawed as Lin Fan suggested. You know zither music? Qin asked, irritation seeping into her voice, her previous confusion slightly dissipating. I know a little, Lin Fan replied with a slight nod. He was being modest, but Qin took it literally. If you only know a little, then your critique seems rather shallow, don't you think? She replied, her voice growing colder. Do you think I'm making things up? Lin Fan smiled. The fact that she had refrained from using the opportunity to harm him had changed his opinion of her. He now truly considered her one of his own. And now, as part of his circle, it was his responsibility to help her. Pulling someone out of a confused state of mind, what could be better for that than music? And to do it using her own art, zither playing, was the perfect way to reach her. Qin hadn't thought about it that deeply. She just scoffed coldly at his response, her irritation growing. Without saying more, Lin Fan stepped forward and sat down before the zither. If you think I'm wrong, let me play a piece for you, he said with a calm smile. Please go ahead, Qin replied, gesturing toward the zither with an inviting hand. Lin Fan wasted no time, sitting before the zither and lightly plucking its strings to make slight adjustments. Does my husband really know how to play the zither? The women exchanged surprised glances. They had been with Lin Fan for so long and had never seen him play any musical instrument, let alone a zither. The idea of him comparing his skills with Qin, a zither master, was something they never expected. Qin's cold smile deepened as she watched, clearly expecting Lin Fan to embarrass himself. But as Lin Fan began to play, her expression changed instantly. He was playing the same piece she had just performed. But there was a noticeable difference. Though subtle, Lin Fan's control over the nuances of the music set his performance apart. Even someone unfamiliar with music could hear the distinction. There was no doubt Lin Fan truly understood the zither, and his critique wasn't just casual talk. He had pinpointed the exact flaws in her performance. To do this, his mastery had to surpass hers. There was no other explanation. The traitor must have told him. He's mastered the art of the zither, so he knew about my abilities and deliberately left me alone, testing me. A sudden realization flashed through Qin's mind. That's it. That must be it. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Her previously dull eyes grew brighter. She was relieved she hadn't acted on her initial impulse. At the same time, she felt a bit triumphant. She had passed his test. If she hadn't, there wouldn't have been this performance filled with subtle lessons. As Lin Fan continued to play, he noticed Qin's shifting expression, and a small smile appeared on his lips. This was the power of the zither, able to influence the mind and emotions without anyone even realizing it. The traditional arts of the scholar zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, were ancient, but now Lin Fan had mastered 3 of them, and each was more powerful than words could describe. I wonder what kind of abilities the art of calligraphy holds. Lin Fan mused to himself. Writing could be said to carry the essence of civilization itself, the rise and fall of nations, and the origin of culture. To master that art would be something worth anticipating. It looks like I'll have to uncover more of the gods' treasures after all. Lin Fan thought, smiling as he continued playing. He had mastered 3 of the 4 arts. How far could the last one be? The gods had given him so much, how could he not take advantage of their generosity? So, tell me your excuse this time. I'm curious to hear it. Deep within the Blood Plains, in the Blood-Red Palace, the oppressive aura of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone blanketed the entire realm, casting everything into chaos. After losing 2 of his carefully cultivated apostles, even this so-called god found it hard to maintain his composure. A cold, murderous intent enveloped the figure kneeling in the palace. Your servant has failed. I beg for punishment from the great god. The wise king knelt on the stone floor of the palace. Despite losing his strongest avatar, he showed no resentment, only a demeanor of regret and helplessness. Failed? Hey! Why do I get the feeling you did this on purpose? The master on the throne spoke, his pupils glowing with a piercing blood-red light that seemed to pierce directly into one's soul. The wise king felt a tremor in his heart, barely managing to maintain his composure. He knew that losing 2 apostles in a row had caused this god to start doubting him. Or rather, this so-called god had never truly trusted him. He was nothing more than a useful tool, something convenient to have around. Realizing this, a cold sneer flickered deep in the wise king's heart. But he didn't mind. He had never considered this god his true master. He was simply biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment. Once the opportunity came, he wouldn't hesitate to reveal his sharp fangs. The idea of refining a god's body into his own avatar excited him beyond measure. I swear, I have no disloyalty in my heart. Though his thoughts were wandering, outwardly the wise king displayed nothing but humility and fear. In terms of acting, he could be considered an expert. His ability to remain composed and unaffected was unparalleled. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone regarded him coldly, his suspicions clear. He was on the verge of striking the wise king down whether guilty or not. A mere human who failed wasn't worthy of living. But just as he was about to act, another figure in the blood-red palace, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Please, my lord, do not be angry. The human we are dealing with is truly difficult to handle. Even the lord of the land of the dead has suffered at his hands. Twice now failure has occurred, but the blame does not lie with your servant, said a young woman, dressed similarly to Qian and Hua. She, too, had a similar name, Qi. As one of the apostles carefully cultivated by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, her words carried significant weight. They were enough to stop the blood-red lord from acting. Since you have spoken, I will spare his pathetic life for now. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone's gaze remained icy, but the killing intent gradually receded. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. The wise king didn't miss a beat, immediately showing gratitude with a display of perfect humility. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone nodded in satisfaction. After all, this was just a lowly human. Letting him live was an enormous favor. Qi, with both Qian and Hua lost, what do you suggest we do now? The Lord of the Forbidden Zone no longer bothered to look at the wise king and instead directed his question to Qi, the one who had spoken on his behalf. As someone he had nurtured for his own enjoyment, he was reluctant to abandon his prized apostles unless there was no other choice. Without hesitation, Qi responded, the best course would be for you, my lord, to personally strike with your divine power and show those who dare challenge the gods what true invincibility means. It was a direct suggestion, avoiding the mistake of sending in one apostle at a time, like in the story of the 7 brothers. There were differences between gods just as there were between people. Even the heart sword that Hua had taken with her nearly led to Lin Fan's downfall. If the Blood Plains Lord struck directly, it would indeed be overwhelming. However, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone shook his head, not accepting her suggestion. If he could act directly, he would have done so already. There was no need to wait until now. Unfortunately, he was currently restrained. The plan devised by the gods had reached a critical stage, and even someone as domineering as him didn't dare disrupt it lightly. If his interference caused a mistake, the consequences were not something he wanted to face. If not for these constraints, he could have wiped out this lowly human with a flick of his hand. Since that's the case, allow me to take the lead and investigate. I will look for an opportunity to rescue apostles Qian and Hua. Qi suggested. As one of the 4 apostles, Qian, Qi Shu, and Hua, Qi's specialty was in strategy and formations. Her ability to control arrays was unparalleled, and this skill made her the ideal candidate for such a rescue mission. With her mastery over the elements of the land, QI could enter and exit undetected, ensuring the safety of both herself and those she intended to save. Very well. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone agreed after a brief moment of thought. He knew better than anyone the capabilities of the apostle he had nurtured. The blood-red palace, filled with murderous intent, slowly quieted down, and the figure on the throne eventually faded from view. Half an hour later, the wise king left the blood plains, accompanied by QI, who had been given permission for the mission. Thank you for speaking on my behalf earlier. I will never forget your kindness. The wise king said, bowing respectfully to QI as soon as they exited. No need to thank me. If anything, I should be thanking you. QI replied softly. Compared to the tall and elegant figures of Qin and Yawa, she was more petite and delicate, like the girl next door. Yet, her dark, ink-like eyes carried the weight of ages. The kind of wisdom that only comes from experiencing countless events. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable power, as if imbued with the force of nature itself. Thank me. For what? The wise king was confused by her words. They had barely interacted, and he hadn't done anything for her. He had expected to thank her for speaking on his behalf, but her thanking him. That didn't make sense. While feeling slightly pleased with the success of his plan, bringing out one of the apostles, the wise king couldn't shake a growing unease at her cryptic gratitude. Before he could probe further, QI lifted into the air, heading toward their destination. Gritting his teeth, the wise king followed her. His job was simply to bring her out. Whatever happened next was his nephew-in-law's responsibility, not his. Once he made that clear in his mind, his mood improved, and a slight smile crept onto his face. QI, unlike the others, wasn't someone to be trifled with. Her mastery of formations, controlling the landscape, mountains and rivers, made her one of the most formidable beings in existence. It was she who had taught Qian how to create the formation that once isolated the city of Tianqi. If her student was that powerful, one could only imagine her own strength. The wise king was excited. He was looking forward to the upcoming events, fully prepared to enjoy the show. He wanted the god's body and he wanted his nephew-in-law's powerful body just as much. Lin Family Manor. As the song came to an end, everyone present was left in awe. Not only did Lin Fan understand music, but he was also highly skilled, nearly reaching a mastery that could be called divine. Qin, who specialized in this art, found it especially hard to remain calm. The melody Lin Fan played touched her heart deeply, stirring emotions she had long kept hidden. More than anything, finding someone who truly understood her craft was rare, and Lin Fan's music resonated with her soul in a way she couldn't easily shake off. How was my performance? Lin Fan asked with a smile, noticing her reaction. Qin replied sincerely, your skill with the zither far surpasses mine. Her gaze still held some resistance, but it was no longer mixed with hostility. Lin Fan's smile widened. When it comes to art, once you find the right path, conquering it becomes much easier, he thought. Of course, it also helped to be genuinely skilled. You're quite good as well, he said. But you focus too much on certain details, missing the balance of strength and softness that the art of the zither requires. If you're interested, I can teach you. Qin's eyes lit up with interest at his offer, completely drawn in. Really, she asked. Of course, came the reply, but it wasn't Lin Fan who answered, it was someone else. Qin's expression stiffened as she turned toward the voice. There, standing next to Lin Fan with a bright smile, was Hua, who had appeared without her noticing. It was Hua who had answered on Lin Fan's behalf. Now that she had accepted Lin Fan as her master in both body and spirit, Hua naturally acted in his interest. She knew that Lin Fan wanted to bring Qin into his circle, so she stepped forward to help. Though the two women had past grievances, they had grown up together and knew each other well. Hua Qin was stunned to see her. It's me, Hua replied with a friendly smile, looking like a close sister. But not long ago she had been humiliating Qin in this very spot. And you? Qin was utterly taken aback by this unexpected change. Lin Fan's lips curved into a slight smile. With one breakthrough, the rest of the pieces Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua would fall into place easily. Only you could pull this off, my husband, said Shu Yu, the demoness, who was keen enough to see what was happening. Lin Fan chuckled. Well, I can't help it if your husband is so charming. Shu Yu couldn't help but laugh at his playful tone. Lin Fan shot her a sideways glance. It seemed she hadn't yet had enough of teasing him. But Shu Yu stood her ground, unwilling to back down. Who was afraid of whom? Faced with her challenge, Lin Fan was not one to tolerate it. He would definitely make sure she submitted. In the following days, the Lin family manor grew more lively than ever. After absorbing all the rewards from Hua, Lin Fan's strength had soared once again. Unlike others who had to search for opportunities and train hard, Lin Fan didn't need to worry about such things. All he had to do was enjoy life at home with his wives, and with each child born, his power grew significantly. As for finding high-quality wives, he didn't need to go out of his way to arrange that himself. Wise King, who was skilled in matchmaking, took care of everything for him. Of course, Wise King had his own agenda. From the beginning, both sides knew they were using each other. Wise King desired Lin Fan's body, just as Lin Fan coveted the resources Wise King controlled. But instead of Wise King bringing Lin Fan more treasures, another guest showed up. "Why are you here? And why are you alone? Where's your sister?" Lin Fan asked his guest with a rapid series of questions. The young girl standing before him, Ying Yang, puffed up her cheeks in annoyance at his greeting. "Can't I come here on my own?" she grumbled. "I even brought you gifts." "You brought me gifts?" Lin Fan's mood brightened instantly. He poured her a cup of tea. "Have some tea. Of course you're welcome here. Your visit makes my humble home shine." Fish. "Now that's more like it," Ying Yang said with a satisfied smile, though she knew Lin Fan was flattering her. Still, the gesture pleased her. Taking a sip of tea, she pulled out a silver-ringed object and tossed it to Lin Fan. It wasn't a proposal ring, it was a spatial ring. True to her status as the sister of the master of a sacred land, her gift was generous indeed. Even the ring itself, without considering its contents, was incredibly valuable. "I noticed during your dealings with my sister that you're fond of rare herbs and divine metals, so I brought some for you as a thank you for saving us last time," Ying Ying said, referring to the time when Qin and Wise King had plotted against her and her sister. Only for Lin Fan to come to their rescue. "You're too kind." Lin Fan responded with a smile as he took the ring and sent his spiritual sense into it. From that past encounter, he had already guessed who Ying Yang and her sister really were. The surname Ying was only associated with one family in the Qin Empire. Given their authority over the imperial guards and their access to ancient sacred lands, their identity wasn't hard to figure out. But when Lin Fan looked inside the ring, he realized he had underestimated her. This wasn't just wealth, it was like having the royal treasury at his fingertips. The spatial ring, 50 meters wide, tall and deep, was packed full. Thousands of ornate wooden boxes filled one corner, neatly arranged on shelves, each labeled and containing rare herbs. There were at least 1,000 boxes, and every herb inside was priceless. In another corner, various divine metals and unknown materials were stacked into a small mountain. The combined value of everything inside was beyond estimation. Did you sneak your family's entire treasury out and bring it to me?" Lin Fan asked, stunned by the sheer amount of wealth. He wasn't one to turn down riches, but if this was something she had stolen from her family, he couldn't accept it. This wasn't about pride, it was about principle. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm some kid stealing from home?" Yang Yang snapped, clearly annoyed. "Then where did you get all this?" Lin Fan asked, his expression still suspicious. Even with her noble status, the amount of wealth she had brought was hard to believe. "Not stolen, obviously." "Do you want it or not?" Yang Yang pouted, expecting Lin Fan to be unable to resist such a fortune. But to her surprise, Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He tossed the ring back to her. "What?" She caught the ring in confusion, staring at him in disbelief. Lin Fan's face remained calm. "I'm no saint, but I won't take something from a child, especially not something she might have stolen from her family. Take it back before you get in trouble." Though his words held a hint of rebuke, Ying Ying didn't get upset this time. Instead, she smiled, a strange look of approval in her eyes. "I knew I didn't misjudge you," she said, clearly pleased with her own assessment. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was left scratching his head, completely puzzled by her sudden change in mood. What was she up to? "Are you feeling all right?" Lin Fan reached out and placed his hand on Ying Ying's forehead to check her temperature. "What do you mean by that?" Ying Yang didn't understand at first, but when she noticed Lin Fan's hand on her forehead, she quickly realized what was going on. "What are you thinking? I'm not sick or running a fever, all right?" She swatted his hand away, pouting once more. "Good, that's a relief." Lin Fan didn't mind that she knocked his hand away. Seeing that her strange excitement had subsided, he calmly withdrew his hand. "You're so annoying." Ying Ying was once again exasperated. It seemed like every time they met, the two of them bickered like old rivals, never managing to interact peacefully. Still, despite her complaints, Ying Ying wasn't actually upset. In fact, she enjoyed the dynamic between them. And though Lin Fan might pretend to be annoyed, he also found her straightforwardness quite endearing. Because they were friends, he hadn't taken the valuable gift she brought and sent it back with her, to ensure she wouldn't be in trouble when she got home. If they had been enemies, he wouldn't have been so polite. "Don't worry and take it. This isn't something I stole from home, I've been saving it up over the years. Ying Ying said sternly as she tossed the spatial ring back to Lin Fan. Your allowance. Lin Fan caught the ring and asked with a smile. Ying Ying turned her head away with a proud expression, which was her way of confirming. Hearing her response, Lin Fan's face lit up with surprise. Ying Ying might look young, and even if she was older than she appeared, she couldn't be that much older. Appearances could be deceiving, but her behavior seemed genuine. But for someone her age to save up so much money, what kind of extraordinary person was she? Well, it's not just from my allowance. I recently had my coming-of-age ceremony, and a lot of people gave me gifts. That's why I have so much. Ying Yang seemed to enjoy Lin Fan's astonishment, though she wasn't the type to lie, so she clarified the situation. Most of the wealth came from her recent ceremony. As the beloved youngest daughter of the Qin Emperor, many had brought lavish gifts to her celebration. Her sister also often gave her various resources. Since Ying Ying wasn't very fond of cultivating, much of it remained unused and accumulated over time. Hearing her explanation, Lin Fan fell silent. He had thought that Ying Ying, being a royal princess, had just come to visit on a whim, using the excuse of gratitude to sneak away for a bit of fun. This wasn't an uncommon occurrence for young nobles. But after hearing about the significance of the gift and the reason behind it, he realized she wasn't playing around. She was sincerely expressing her gratitude. If he had truly saved her life, he would have accepted the gift without hesitation. After all, a life-saving favor is invaluable. But the truth was, it wasn't exactly him who had saved her. In fact, his own child had been caught in a dangerous situation, and Ying Ying and her sister had come to help. It was because of this intervention that Ying Ying had ended up in danger. If anything, Lin Fan owed them a debt. They didn't owe him anything. Sure, he had helped them out of the crisis, but it was the least he could do considering the circumstances. The crisis itself had been partly caused by his own troubles. You need resources for your cultivation. You should take this back. What I did was what anyone would have done. If anything, I should be thanking you and your sister for your help. Once again, Lin Fan pushed the spatial ring back to her. He wasn't about to lose his conscience just to gain wealth. One thing has nothing to do with the other. Ying Ying, growing frustrated, insisted. You did save us, and no matter the reason, that doesn't change the fact. If you really feel like you owe us something, just consider it as owing us a favor. But you have to accept this gift. Is my favor worth that much? Lin Fan couldn't help but smile at her response. Ying Ying didn't answer directly, merely huffing in frustration. But from the fact that she didn't take the ring back, it was clear what her intention was. Lin Fan fiddled with the ring for a moment, and then, with a knowing smile, finally accepted it. All right, I'll take your gift. As you said, I owe you both a favor. But it's not one favor for the two of you, it's one favor for each of you individually. Lin Fan accepted the gift, smiling warmly. From this moment he truly acknowledged her as a friend. It wasn't the value of the gift that moved him, but his recognition of her sincerity and character. Ying Ying could sense this shift, and she too became even more cheerful. Though she acted like a carefree child, as a royal princess, she was far from naive. Fine, you owe each of us a favor. Don't forget that. She playfully reminded him. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Don't worry. Unless I grow old and forgetful, I'll definitely remember. Pinky promise. Ying Ying extended her small finger toward him in a playful gesture. Lin Fan chuckled but reached out his finger to hook hers. Pinky promise. The two of them laughed. Their fingers linked in a small, silly gesture of friendship. Ying Ying seemed to have other matters to attend to, so she didn't stay long at the Lin family manor. Her visit really had been just to express her gratitude. But just before she left, she flashed Lin Fan a mischievous grin and said something cryptic. Lin Fan, I actually have a bigger gift prepared for you. But the time isn't right yet. When the moment comes, I'll give it to you, and I promise you'll love it. With that, before Lin Fan could respond, she boarded her royal carriage, her laughter echoing as she left. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, watching her leave, then glanced at the ring in his hand. A bigger gift? What kind of gift could be more valuable than the treasure trove of herbs and divine metals she'd already given him? Lin Fan thought about it for a while but couldn't come up with an answer. Shaking his head, he dismissed it as the playful words of a young girl. Even if it was just a joke, the gift in the spatial ring was real enough. If he fully utilized everything inside, the strength of the Lin family would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Especially his wives, if they advanced to the level of martial saints like Qinan and Hua, Lin Fan's own power would receive a significant boost. A single custom-made martial saint pill had the potency of 10 regular ones. If each of his wives took one. TSK, forget the gods. With his strength, he wouldn't need any fancy tricks. One punch, and he could knock the gods themselves into oblivion. The young girl's gift was indeed heavy, and Lin Fan resolved to treat it with the seriousness it deserved. And just as Yang Yang had left, Wise King arrived with another high-quality offering. Wise King never disappointed this time. He had brought yet another member of the prestigious Four Talents group. Even though Wise King had lost his most powerful body double, he still honored his promises. However, this new arrival had a rather peculiar personality, one that was completely unexpected. Early summer. The weather was clear, with a gentle breeze. Lin Fan, taking a break from his usual busyness, brought his fishing rod to a small stream behind his house for a peaceful afternoon of fishing. This little stream didn't have any large fish. The biggest ones were no larger than a hand, with most being only 2 or 3 fingers wide. But the fish here, raised in the pure, unpolluted waters, had a sweetness and flavor that surpassed many ocean fish, especially when cooked by Lin Fan, who was a master chef. The process itself was enjoyable, so whenever he had free time, Lin Fan would bring his handmade rod and a small stool, spending an entire day fishing at the stream. That was his plan for today, too. However, shortly after casting his line into the water, a figure silently appeared on the opposite bank of the stream, smiling as they watched Lin Fan fishing by the water. The moment the person appeared, Lin Fan sensed them. Feeling their gaze, he looked up from his fishing line and glanced across the stream. It was a young woman dressed in a white gown, her face as fair as jade, with long black hair gently swaying in the breeze. She looked about 17 or 18 years old, but her eyes, filled with a depth of wisdom, told a different story. They weren't aged by years, but by vast knowledge and countless experiences. When Lin Fan met her gaze, he could vaguely see endless chessboards and formations flickering within her eyes. Though they were the eyes of a living person, they seemed to hold a vast and intricate game as grand as the stars. Without anyone needing to introduce her, Lin Fan instantly had a guess about her identity from just one glance. "You must be QI Chess," Lin Fan said with a smile, his interest piqued. "You have sharp eyes, sir, to recognize me at first glance," replied the woman, whose ancient, knowing eyes indeed belonged to QI, the master of chess among the legendary quartet of Qin Huai Shu and Hua Zither chess, calligraphy, and painting. What surprised Lin Fan was that she had come directly to find him. No tricks, no hidden schemes, just a straightforward visit in person. Standing on opposite banks of the stream, Lin Fan and QI were close enough that, given their abilities, they could reach out and touch one another. Lin Fan found it curious. He wondered about her intentions and marveled at her boldness. "You've come directly to see me. Does that mean you're confident you can handle me?" he asked. Not one for unnecessary guessing. "No." QI shook her head slightly. "So you're not confident, yet you still came. Aren't you afraid of walking into a trap?" Lin Fan laughed. "Of course I'm afraid. No one wants to walk into the tiger's mouth," QI responded, nodding slightly. "Then why are you here?" Lin Fan's curiosity deepened. The god-touched masters of Qian, Huai, Shu, and Hua each had their unique traits and abilities, and this young woman standing before him was no exception. Not only could Lin Fan not see through her, but even the usually shrewd Wise King, who had arrived late, couldn't either. As the conversation continued, Wise King finally showed up, looking puzzled as he saw the two standing on opposite riverbanks, casually chatting. Huai possessed great speed, thanks to her mastery of formations and strategies, so Wise King had hurried to catch up. He thought he'd finally have a chance to rest and analyze QI's strange gratitude. But what he never expected was that QI would find Lin Fan herself, without any need for trickery or information from Wise King. She had come straight to him. Doesn't she know that 2 of her companions have already fallen at his hands? Wise King thought, baffled by her seemingly reckless actions. Though neither Lin Fan nor Wise King could understand QI's intentions, she remained calm, smiling the entire time. Her demeanor made Lin Fan hesitant to attack. After all, she showed no hostility or intention of causing trouble. From the moment she arrived, she acted more like a friendly guest rather than an enemy. "I've heard the master of the Lin family is a master of chess. I've also made some progress in the game myself. Today I've come to seek your guidance," QI said sincerely, bowing slightly. "You want to challenge me to a game of chess?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "That's right," Qi confirmed with a nod. Lin Fan laughed. "If I'm not mistaken, we're supposed to be enemies, aren't we? Doesn't this seem a bit odd?" "Yes, it's a little inappropriate," QI agreed, nodding once more. "That's why I propose this not just as a lesson but as a wager." "A wager?" "Yes, a wager. One I believe you'll be interested in, QI replied, her smile unbroken. And what makes you so sure I'll be interested? Lin Fan asked, raising his curiosity further. I'm about 50% certain, QI answered calmly. 50%? And you're willing to bet on that? Lin Fan was surprised, then laughed. You've got some nerve. Alright, I'm intrigued. What's the wager? Me, QI said, pointing to herself. Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. You're wagering yourself? Yes, QI replied without hesitation. I don't know the full details, but judging by what happened to my two companions, I've deduced that you intend to claim all of us, Qian, QI, Shu, and Hua. And by doing so, you receive some kind of reward, one you don't want to miss. I couldn't figure out the exact nature of the reward, but that's why I'm only 50% sure. Wise King, who had been listening to the conversation, found QI's reasoning baffling, leaving him feeling confused. Claiming women as rewards? How is that possible? This isn't some evil sect ritual where women are captured for cultivation purposes, Wise King thought. But to his astonishment, Lin Fan, after a brief pause, simply nodded in agreement. Alright, I accept your wager, Lin Fan said with a grin. Alright, I accept your wager. Lin Fan's response left Wise King utterly dumbfounded. Lin Fan had agreed, and from his reaction, it was clear that what QI had said, however strange, wasn't mere nonsense. It seemed true. Lin Fan's desire to capture the god-trained Qian, QI, Shu, and Hua wasn't driven by lust or a desire to bask in the favor of the gods. Instead, there was some actual reward to be gained from winning over these women, a reward significant enough that Lin Fan, despite his current strength, couldn't ignore it. But how was that even possible? It defied all logic. Then again, when Wise King looked back on Lin Fan's rise, his eyes widened in shock. The more he thought about it, the more he noticed a strange and unsettling pattern. Every time Lin Fan made a significant leap in strength, it seemed to coincide with the arrival of a new woman by his side. He wasn't out seeking treasures, gathering cultivation resources, or even spending long years in meditation to build his power. Yet his strength had grown at a terrifying rate, far beyond that of so-called geniuses or those blessed with divine constitutions and fortuitous encounters. Even Wise King, with all his talent, had taken 10 years to reach a powerful level, enough to make others look up to him. But in front of Lin Fan, even that achievement felt trivial, as if he'd been utterly crushed. How could this make sense? Could it really be possible that in this world, someone can grow stronger by simply attracting women, gaining rewards, and enhancing their own power? Wise King found himself grappling with confusion, stuck in disbelief at what previously seemed like superstition. But as the evidence kept piling up, he couldn't help but reconsider. If this is true, then by helping him, aren't I just feeding the enemy, giving him even more power? Wise King thought bitterly. He had spent so much time carefully planning to pit Lin Fan against the Blood Plains god, hoping to sow discord and take advantage of the situation to seize what he wanted. The plan had seemed flawless, even brilliant. But now he realized that he might have been helping Lin Fan grow stronger all along, like a good uncle unwittingly nurturing his own rival. What a farce. All his scheming, and now he was the fool. He had been so proud, and yet, wasn't he the idiot in this game? While Wise King thoughts churned, Lin Fan, unaware of his uncle's inner turmoil, had no time to care. For the first time in his life, someone had actually managed to deduce his greatest secret. Although QI's deduction was uncertain, even she wasn't fully convinced of it, Lin Fan knew she was right. He truly did grow stronger through marriage, receiving rewards that boosted his power. So, compared to Wise King's schemes, QI's wager naturally took precedence. How do you want to play this game of chess? Lin Fan asked, a smile tugging at his lips. QI had walked right into his territory, and Lin Fan saw no reason to refuse. It would be foolish not to take advantage of this opportunity. Just a normal game on the chessboard, QI replied without hesitation. Clearly, she had already thought everything through before coming here. All right, Lin Fan agreed without any delay. Compared to the strategic arrays and formations they could use, playing a simple game on the board was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Shall we use my board? QI asked, her demeanor suddenly filled with a strange excitement. It was clear that she was a true chess enthusiast, her passion for the game almost palpable. We'll use mine, Lin Fan responded, showing his respect for someone so devoted. He pulled out his most prized possession, a reincarnation chessboard he had acquired from the Buddhist sect. This special chessboard, inscribed with the powerful 6 realms reincarnation formation, was primarily intended for playing chess, though it could also be used for life or death duels, with players wagering their lives. Lin Fan had no intention of activating that feature now, But even without the life or death stakes, playing on this board was the highest honor he could offer. Qi, as the master of chess, immediately recognized the significance of the board. Her eyes lit up with excitement, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. It was as if she had been transported to a state of pure joy, so much so that anyone watching might have thought she had just taken a hit of something intoxicating. Lady's choice, you can take the first move. We'll keep it simple, best 2 out of 3. Lin Fan said as he set up the board. Agreed. Qi didn't hesitate. She knew exactly how strong Lin Fan was, having heard that even the gods of the Forbidden Zones had suffered at his hands. That knowledge only fueled her desire for this challenge. Unlike Kenan and Hua, Qi was so consumed by her love for chess that she was willing to wager herself for a chance at a real challenge. Wise King, standing nearby, wanted to intervene. He had a strong feeling that Lin Fan really did gain strength by winning over women. As ridiculous as it sounded, the world was full of strange phenomena, and this didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. But could he really stop this? From the moment he had started scheming against Lin Fan, his role in feeding Lin Fan's power had already been set. As for the possibility of Lin Fan losing the chess match, Wise King couldn't imagine it. He had seen Lin Fan's skill firsthand during the Sky Burial chess match, and Lin Fan had only grown stronger since then. Qi, while incredibly skilled, especially when in her almost possessed state, was still up against a force far beyond her comprehension. The reincarnation chessboard floated in the center of the stream, and the two of them sat on opposite banks, ready to begin their first match. Qi's skill was indeed terrifying, the peak of human capability. But Lin Fan had long surpassed the limits of mortal talent. His chess skills had reached a divine level, where every move was transformative, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. From the moment Qi placed her first piece, her defeat was inevitable. It didn't take long for the outcome to be clear. Lin Fan had once again added another member of Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua to his collection. As Lin Fan's final black piece landed on the board, the entire layout of white stones was swept away, leaving large swathes of empty space. The intricate strategy that Qi had carefully planned out crumbled without resistance in Lin Fan's hands. "I've lost," Qi said, her movement pausing briefly before setting down the white stone she had been holding. "First match out of 3, and I've won. There's still one more round," Lin Fan said calmly as he wiped the stones from the reincarnation chessboard, preparing for a new game. But Qi shook her head. "There's no need. My skill is far below yours. Even if we played 100 more times, the outcome would remain the same. In any contest where the opponents were closely matched, a single defeat might not be convincing. However, when the gap in skill was insurmountable, defeat became undeniable." Qi's chess skills were remarkable according to system levels. She was close to the pinnacle of human ability, a true master of her craft. If Lin Fan hadn't advanced his chess skills to the divine level, he might have struggled against her. But this hypothetical was irrelevant. With his god-tier abilities, Lin Fan's expertise far surpassed what was considered the peak of human potential. No matter how skilled Qi was, her mastery amounted to little in the face of Lin Fan's overwhelming prowess. It wasn't a question of effort or strategy, the difference between them was simply too vast. "So, you're conceding?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Qi replied, gracefully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. There was no trace of frustration or anger in her demeanor. Instead, she smiled. "I lost the wager. From now on I am yours. You can do with me as you wish." Lin Fan studied her carefully. On the surface, this seemed like a positive outcome. However, if Qi was feigning submission and planning to use her mastery of formations to infiltrate his life, she could pose an even greater danger than Qin had. Having been caught off guard once, Lin Fan was determined not to fall for the same trick again. Just as he was about to probe her further, a familiar sound interrupted his thoughts. Ding. A suitable woman has fully entrusted her heart to the host, fulfilling the conditions for marriage rewards. That familiar notification. That familiar tone. And of course, the familiar rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've successfully married. Reward a max level ability upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've married a stunningly beautiful wife. Bonus reward dragon blood pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've married a wife with a special physique. Special reward slaughter god pill. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've married a wife with unparalleled talents. Bonus reward doubled comprehension. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've married a wife with divine attributes. Bonus reward a random divine pill. Ding. Host's wife has broken through to a level beyond martial saint. Reward Special Marshal Saint Pill 10 times the potency of a standard pill. A barrage of rewards exploded in Lin Fan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. It seemed that each of these god-trained women was an absolute treasure, far from ordinary. Is this really happening? Lin Fan blinked, momentarily speechless. With Hua, it had been easier to understand. Her submission had come through a loss in a special divine wager, leading her to fully surrender herself, body and soul, triggering the system's reward. But this time, there hadn't been anything like that. Could a simple wager really make someone so fully commit their heart and soul? Were there truly such pure-hearted individuals in this world, people who honored their words so completely that they would never betray a promise? For a moment, Lin Fan was at a loss. He didn't want to believe it. After all, even the grandest declarations of love could be easily broken. People often traded loyalty for convenience. But his system didn't lie, and these rewards were real. Could it be that you think my wager was a trick? Qi's voice, soft and knowing, broke through his thoughts. She smiled as if she had read his mind. I did think so at first. Lin Fan admitted candidly, but not anymore. Oh, this time it was Qi's turn to be momentarily surprised. She quickly regained her composure, smiling. It seems you've already received your reward. Lin Fan only responded with a faint smile. The woman before him had managed to uncover a secret he thought impossible to discern. He would need to delve deeper into this matter in the future. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan stowed away the reincarnation chessboard. This particular chapter of events had come to a close, and the result was indeed favorable. Not only had he successfully won over another member of Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua, but he had also received the usual abundant marriage rewards from the system. However, there was a small pang of disappointment. This time, the reward he had hoped for, mastery over Shu, didn't materialize. Given that he had already obtained 3 of the 4 traditional arts, Lin Fan had expected that winning Qi would bring the final piece. Instead, he had been given a max-level ability upgrade card. While the card was certainly powerful, it still left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. But there was no need for regret. The upgrade card could raise any max-level ability to divine status, which was quite the boon. As Lin Fan considered his vast array of abilities, his thoughts settled on upgrading his mastery of the art of painting. The ability to summon mythical creatures with the stroke of a brush or create entire landscapes with a few flicks of ink could be a game-changer in both combat and other situations. For now, though, there was no rush. Wise King, who had diligently brought him so many valuable opportunities, deserved some recognition. Wise King. The first must thank you for all your hard work these past days, Lin Fan said, addressing his uncle, who was still standing dazedly across the stream. In the past, Wise King would have responded with his usual polite pleasantries. But now, understanding the deeper implications of his actions, he found it difficult to carry on as before. He tried to muster a smile, but it came out bitter. Seeing his uncle like this, Lin Fan almost wanted to laugh. But as someone who had been trained in discipline, he held back his amusement unless, of course, the situation truly called for it. Go ahead and laugh. Wise King sighed, his tone resigned. I suppose I've gotten too old to keep up with you young folk. Despite his apparent ease, Wise King was grappling with his own thoughts. No matter how much he regretted his decisions, there was no going back now. With things as they were, why dwell on what couldn't be changed? He might have lost this round, but the future was still unwritten. He refused to believe he would lose forever. Just as Wise King was mentally rallying himself, a small jade bottle was tossed toward him. Instinctively he moved to dodge, but upon seeing that Lin Fan had thrown it, he caught it instead. Here's your reward, Lin Fan said with a grin. I trust it'll help you on your path to cultivation. Keep up the good work, and maybe one day I'll help you find a divine body to call your own. Wise King opened the jade bottle, and his heart skipped a beat. Inside were several drops of radiant, holy blood. Still divine blood, 5 full drops of it. For a moment, Wise King stood frozen, unable to process what he was seeing. What was this supposed to mean? Was Lin Fan truly treating him as an honored elder? Or was this just encouragement to keep playing matchmaker? Think about it, him, a noble prince with royal blood, being asked to become a pimp? How could that be possible? But after glancing at the divine blood in his hand, and recalling the grand promises Lin Fan had just made, he couldn't help but feel tempted. What royal blood? It's just the blood of a fallen royal family. Compared to tangible benefits, what's so special about royal blood? With only a moment's hesitation, the prince had already convinced himself. The path he cultivated was the way of blood and slaughter, a fusion of both the killing arts and the way of bloodthirsty spirits. Divine blood, for him, was the ultimate tonic, the key to reaching new heights. With this godly essence, He could refine stronger avatars and break through to realms beyond imagination. Such a priceless treasure he'd never been able to obtain even a single drop, no matter how much effort he put in. Now, there were 5 drops in his hand. Let others call him a pimp if they want, he would personally serve Lin Fan's clients if that's what it took. Are you sure this is my reward? The prince couldn't believe it. His eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, wondering if this was some kind of joke. If you don't want it, you can give it back, Lin Fan replied bluntly. How could I not want it without a second thought? The prince tightened his grip on the jade bottle. Of course he wanted it, now wasn't the time for pride. Lin Fan laughed. If you don't want to give it back, then why ask such a stupid question? With that, Lin Fan stopped talking, packed away his fishing rod and stool, and leisurely headed back to his estate. It might seem like a waste of effort, but for someone like the prince, it was worth it. It wasn't just about being a pimp, the prince had his own knack for stirring things up among the gods. In short, the prince was worth every penny. Qian quietly followed beside Lin Fan, and from time to time, they exchanged a few laughs. The prince stood alone by the riverbank, looking somewhat like a brothel madam, yes, a pimp. Although he'd accepted his role and taken the rewards, the situation still left him feeling conflicted. He'd worked so hard to improve his strength, hoping to rise above his station, yet here he was, reduced to a pimp. Sigh. Times are tough. In the end, he could only sigh, clutching his reward as he walked away in loneliness. For the sake of power, what's the harm? Still, he had to admit, the promise Lin Fan painted was truly alluring. Whether it was real or not, he would go to any lengths for the chance to enjoy even a piece of that pie. Because, after all, what if it's real? Brought home another one. Back at home, Lin Fan's wife couldn't help but roll her eyes. Every time he went out fishing, he somehow managed to bring a new sister wife home. Her husband was just too capable. But really, what was there to be jealous of? The stronger the family, the better it was for everyone. As a newly established clan, their family couldn't afford to be too small, otherwise they wouldn't have the strength to withstand external threats. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire weight of the clan rested on Lin Fan, the head of the family, and that was far from a healthy balance. It was too exhausting. Expanding the family was the only true path forward. QQI. While the wives were still processing the new arrival, Qian and Hua recognized her immediately. Are you the QI from the group Qian, Hui, Shu, and Hua? The wives had already learned about these identities over time, and upon hearing her name, they understood everything. So, you're all here after all. Hui, having already guessed as much, now felt sure after meeting Qian and Hua in person. Though Qian and Hua were often at odds, Qi, the skilled recluse among them, got along well with both. With the three of them reunited, they felt a greater sense of belonging within the Lin family. Lin Fan was pleased by this. While he had originally sought to win them over as rewards, who would want to give up such extraordinary beauties? It wasn't just their looks, each one of them possessed unique skills that could make a man feel like he was living in paradise. Lin Fan wasn't a saint, he was just an ordinary man. Husband, now you're just missing Shu from Qian, Qi, Shu, and Hua. When do you plan to bring her home? Shu Yu, the boldest of his wives, never missed a chance to tease Lin Fan. Even though it often earned her severe punishment, she never held back. Her devilish personality shone through with every word. Of course, each of his wives had their own unique qualities. For example, Su Xiao, who had long dreamed of having a child, had grown bolder over time. She had somehow learned a seductive demon dance, and combined with her innocent face and alluring figure, it was nearly impossible for Lin Fan to resist. Then there was Wang Nanan, who had become more clingy, practically glued to Lin Fan like a koala whenever they were alone. Such a life no man could ever understand or imagine unless they experienced it themselves. Tiring? Definitely. But to be honest, it was also incredibly satisfying. Unfortunately, most men could only dream of such a life. As time passed, Lin Fan lived peacefully, without any unnecessary distractions. After the prince left with his reward, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had run off. As for the missing Shu from Qian, Qi, Shu, and Hua, she didn't appear in the following days. Outside, the turmoil of the reincarnation tribulation continued, though it seemed to have calmed down compared to the initial chaos. While peace remained elusive in many regions, there were no major disasters either. However, this eerie calm only made the ancient powers more anxious. They knew the reincarnation tribulation wasn't so simple. If it were, it wouldn't be called the reincarnation tribulation in the first place. This was a catastrophe so terrible that it once nearly wiped out the entire martial heritage. The quieter things got, the more uneasy people felt. It was clear to all that this temporary calm was merely the prelude to an even more terrifying storm. When it finally broke, it would bring destruction on a massive scale. Lin Fan sensed this too, but instead of paying attention to it, he stayed home, using his incredible power to train his wives. To outsiders, it seemed like he was shirking his duties. But only he knew how important the work he was doing truly was. Of course, no one else, not even the hidden observers, understood this. When they saw Lin Fan remaining at home, doing what appeared to be trivial tasks, they mocked him. What good was strength if you didn't know how to use it? In the end, it would all be wasted. When the god's plan came to fruition, he would just be another corpse in the graveyard. In the face of the reincarnation tribulation, no one could escape unscathed. And everything remained that way until 3 years later, when a blood-soaked woman arrived at Lin Fan's door, bearing a promise that would change everything. I am a guard of Princess Pingyang. I have an urgent matter and must see your lord. Please, please help me. The woman, dressed in a golden battle skirt, which, judging by its intricate patterns, appeared to be of divine craftsmanship, was in a sorry state, torn and bloodied. As she arrived at the entrance of the Lin family estate, her expression was filled with anxiety as she tried to speak to the guards. However, before she could finish her words, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. The guards at the gate exchanged uneasy glances before all eyes fell on their captain. The captain was known for his quick thinking and decisive actions. Following his lead was always the safest choice. Princess. The captain ignored their confusion and focused on the key word the woman had spoken. If it were anyone else, as a captain who had reached the 6th rank of martial saint, he might not have bothered. After all, ever since the Lin family's rise to power, there had been countless people trying to visit the estate every day. If they had to report every visitor to the family head, how could their master live in peace? However, the mention of a princess made this situation different. Take her to receive immediate medical care. I'll report this to the family head. Without further hesitation, the captain ordered his subordinates and quickly turned to enter the estate to inform the master. In case of emergencies, he had the authority to directly report to the head of the family. However, if the situation turned out to be trivial, he knew he would be punished for it. He understood this well, but he did not hesitate because the woman had mentioned the word princess. As one of the original guards who had served beside the family head, he knew what truly constituted an emergency. While the well-informed captain rushed to deliver his report, Lin Fan was in his study, carefully painting a picture. He had used his last max-level ability card to enhance his painting skills to a godly level. With his abilities, even splashing ink could create a masterpiece. Now that he was so focused and meticulous, this painting was far from ordinary. It was a dragon. Using the skeleton of the divine dragon he had encountered at the heavenly burial ground as a model, every line was painted with extraordinary clarity. It was beyond lifelike. It looked like a real, living dragon. When he added the final stroke to the dragon's eyes, the creature came to life, swimming through the clouds on the scroll. Just as he was about to study the essence of his work, the captain arrived at the study with an urgent report. Lin Fan never delayed when it came to emergencies, so he immediately allowed the captain to enter. The captain wasted no time and quickly explained the situation at the gate. Where is the woman now? Upon hearing the captain's report, Lin Fan's brow furrowed. Princess Pingyang. Others might not know who that was, but Lin Fan did. It was the title of his little friend Ying Ying, who had once confided in him during one of their deeper conversations. Since they were friends, there was no reason to hide such details, nor could she have kept it a secret even if she wanted to. Now, seeing her guard covered in blood and seeking help, it was clear that something serious had happened. I sent her for treatment, the captain said, noting the change in his master's expression and realizing his guess had been correct. Take me to her. Lin Fan rolled up the painting, stored it in his spatial ring, and immediately stood to leave. The captain responded promptly, leading the way. In the guest room of the eastern courtyard, the woman was receiving treatment. The doctor attending to her had been trained by Lin Fan himself and typically cared for the guards. His medical skills had reached an advanced level. By the time Lin Fan arrived, the doctor had already stabilized the woman's condition. She had regained consciousness, though she was still weak, but clearly better than when she first arrived. Asian master. The doctor immediately stood and respectfully greeted Lin Fan. You've done well. Lin Fan acknowledged with a nod. With his own miraculous medical skills, there was no need to ask about the woman's current condition. Understanding this, the doctor discreetly exited the room. The captain, already knowing his place, waited outside. You are the head of the Lin family? Upon hearing the doctor's address, the woman struggled to sit up from the bed. Yes, I am the head of the Lin family. I was told you are a guard of Princess Pingyang, and that you have an important matter to discuss with me. Lin Fan nodded as he spoke. Once the woman received confirmation, she immediately fell to her knees before Lin Fan. Lord Lin, my princess was ambushed and is now in grave danger. I barely escaped with my life to deliver this plea for help. The princess entrusted me with this token as proof. But the woman knelt on the ground, her voice filled with urgency as she produced a silver and white token. The token was simple in design, but the moment it appeared, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Engraved on the token was the character Lin, written in a modern, minimalist style. It was a token he had personally crafted using his divine powers impossible to counterfeit. Since arriving in this world, he had only given out 2 of these tokens, both to Ying Ying. Each represented a favor. Now that this token, symbolizing a favor, was in the hands of her guard, it was clear Ying Ying was truly in trouble. Even if she wasn't on the brink of death, she had encountered a disaster so great that it had forced her to use this token. Lead the way. Lin Fan took the token, activated his blood essence, and lifted the woman into the air. In a flash, they rose above the estate. The guard, still a bit dazed, quickly pointed in the direction they needed to go. Without further words, Lin Fan shattered the void and moved at an indescribable speed. His gaze was cold. He had a good impression of Ying Ying, considering her one of his few friends. Now that something had happened to her, he couldn't remain indifferent. The guard remained silent as she directed him, her head slightly lowered. Lin Fan asked no further questions. His hand lightly twirled the token, his cold eyes betraying no hint of his thoughts. Yet as they moved forward, his speed only increased, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished over the horizon. At such a terrifying speed, Lin Fan soon arrived at the destination with the guard. It was a barren area with jagged peaks and strange rocks, devoid of life. It didn't seem like the kind of place someone like Ying Ying, playful and active, would willingly come to. It was more like a trap, a killing field designed to lure someone in. And indeed, it was just that. The moment Lin Fan appeared with the guard, a group of sinister figures radiating eerie and terrifying energy emerged from the chaotic landscape, instantly surrounding him. In the face of this sudden ambush, Lin Fan remained calm, his expression unchanging. The guard, whom he had brought along, had lost all light in her eyes, now resembling nothing more than a puppet, clearly controlled by someone else. So, it was a trap after all. Lin Fan placed the guard on a nearby peak, his expression indifferent. Ha ha ha. You knew it was a trap and still came? Today is the day you die. You dare defy the gods? Your sins are unforgivable. The eerie figures laughed wickedly, their voices filled with malice. From their words it was clear they came from the Forbidden Zone. At the same time, each of them produced a weapon imbued with a sacred, lethal power. These weapons were special artifacts, containing the gods' most powerful killing strikes. Once activated, it was as if a god had unleashed their full force. More than 10 figures surrounded Lin Fan, each preparing to launch a god's most powerful attack in unison. Invoke divine punishment, destroy him. With their icy commands, Lin Fan was instantly engulfed by the terrifying onslaught of divine punishment. On the rocky peak, over 10 gods unleashed their strongest attacks. One could only imagine how terrifying such a scene must be. In an instant, it felt as if the very heavens and earth had been overturned, and the concepts of time and space seemed to lose all meaning. There wasn't an earth-shattering explosion, but the void in that area shattered silently, like a mirror breaking into countless pieces. In the space where Lin Fan stood, all kinds of radiant lights flashed, completely obscuring his figure, as if he had been swallowed by the attack. Is that human dead? A massive figure among the group of strange beings asked as Lin Fan disappeared. His voice buzzed like a broken speaker, and his body matched patched together from various creatures, with visible stitch marks. He was a creature from the Forbidden Zone, far stronger than any ordinary great saint. Despite his power, he didn't relax, his mismatched eyes fixed on the center, his expression tense. The name Lin Fan carried weight, even in the Forbidden Zone. The story of how this human single-handedly leveled a once unshakable Forbidden Zone had left these beings deeply fearful. Don't worry. More than 10 ancient gods unleashed their most powerful attacks. Even the ancient deities would struggle to survive, let alone a mere human. Another voice spoke, though its form was just a shadow. Despite its ghostly appearance, it gave off the impression of having flesh and blood. The shadow's words quickly won the agreement of the other strange beings. They didn't deny Lin Fan's strength, but they had absolute faith in the power of their gods. With so many gods combining their attacks, how could a single human possibly withstand it? Even the stitched-together monster, who had been wary moments ago, nodded in agreement, finally relaxing. To defy the gods, this is the fate that awaits. Let's go report our success. The shadow was the most confident. Glancing at the shattered void, which seemed on the verge of recreating primordial chaos, he decided there was no need to wait any longer. The others weren't quite as certain. But looking at the state of the void, they nodded in agreement and prepared to leave and report their victory. But just as they were about to take a step, a calm voice echoed from the collapsing void. Then, a figure, expressionless and composed, slowly walked out from within. The void continued to collapse, with the power of more than 10 gods' strongest strikes still raging, as if intending to recreate chaos. Such destructive power would have turned even the hardest divine metal to dust in an instant. Yet the figure walking out seemed completely unaffected, not even the slightest disturbance on his clothes. Every destructive force that approached him was shattered by some unseen power, dissolving into dust. He walked calmly, as if he were the supreme god, surveying all the worlds. How is this possible? The strange beings, who had been preparing to leave, were now screaming in terror as they saw this figure. Their faces were filled with disbelief, but more than anything fear. The figure they thought had been obliterated, reduced to dust. Lin Fan stood before them, not only alive but unharmed, his clothes untouched by the chaos. The combined attacks of over 10 gods had blown through him like a gentle breeze, barely ruffling his hair. This sight was beyond their comprehension. How could they believe it? How could they accept it? How could this happen? The shadow, who had been the most confident, now stood frozen in place, staring blankly as if his very soul had been ripped away. Run. The stitched-together creature was the first to recover from the shock, letting out a terrified roar as he dragged his massive body away in an attempt to flee. At this moment, even a fool could see what was happening. Over 10 gods had combined their strongest attacks, yet they hadn't even scratched him. What kind of unimaginable power was this? It was clear that even real gods would flee in terror before such a force. The other beings quickly realized this and turned to run without a word. But just as they began to flee, an overwhelming pressure, so immense it threatened to overturn the heavens, descended upon them. Did I say you could leave? Lin Fan's calm voice rang out like a death knell, echoing in the minds of the fleeing creatures. We. The crushing force held them in place as if they had been encased in concrete. Terrified, they wanted to respond to Lin Fan's question, but they couldn't find the words. It wasn't that they were cowards. How could a mere insect not fear the wrath of a god? This fear, rooted in their very souls, was primal and overwhelming. One by one, they collapsed to their knees, unable to withstand the sheer terror that gripped them. Spare us? Driven by the most basic instinct to survive, they began to plead for mercy, their desperation reaching new heights. But before they could finish, their faces froze as some unseen power took hold of them. Then, like watermelons hitting the ground, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed through the air. Pop, pop, pop. One by one, the strange creatures from the Forbidden Zone were reduced to scattered pieces of flesh, their expressions frozen in fear. The massive stitched-together monster burst like a rain of blood, covering the sky. The confident shadow was shattered into fragments. These beings, who had carefully laid a trap, wielding the gods' deadliest attacks, were wiped out one by one. Lin Fan showed no sign of arrogance, nor did he even spare them a second glance. Casually disposing of them, he returned to the mountain peak where he had left the female guard. Earlier, he had set up a protective barrier around her, so she hadn't been harmed by the battle. Now that the beings controlling her mind were dead, the female guard had returned to her normal state. At first she looked confused, but soon her face filled with terror, and she tried to speak. But Lin Fan raised his hand, silencing her. "Where is your princess?" Though this had been a trap, the identity token she carried was real, which meant Ying Ying was truly in danger. If it weren't for that, why would he have come, knowing full well it was a trap? The female guard understood the urgency and quickly gave him a location. Without wasting another moment, Lin Fan picked her up and vanished. Meanwhile, in a spiritual mountain range, Lin Fan's friend Ying Ying was weeping, her face wet with tears as she held her unconscious sister in her arms. Her once bright, lively eyes were now filled with despair, helplessness, and guilt. Her sister, the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, had been gravely injured and was barely clinging to life. Not far from the two sisters stood a figure shrouded in endless black light, hands behind his back, gazing down at them. Around them lay the bodies of the dragon guards, all lifeless. As the black-cloaked figure slowly raised his hand, the sisters' lives began counting down to their end. In the spiritual mountains, young Yin Yang couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by despair and endless guilt. It was her insistence on coming out to explore the newly discovered treasure that had led to this disaster. The dragon guards who were supposed to protect her and her sister were all dead, and her beloved sister was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. How could she not blame herself? But now that her sister could no longer protect her, Ying Ying knew she had to step up. You traitor to the human race. My father will never let you go. Ying Ying stood up, positioning herself in front of her sister. She clenched her little fists and glared furiously at the figure shrouded in black light. Your father won't let me go. The figure wrapped in black light chuckled at her threat, his movements halting momentarily. He definitely won't. And those rotten creatures from the Forbidden Zone, my father won't let them go either. Ying Ying shouted, her fists tightening even more. The figure couldn't contain his laughter. Your father, the ruler of Qin, is indeed a remarkable man, unparalleled in his time, suppressing an entire era. But even someone as extraordinary as him cannot survive the divine punishment unleashed by the gods. He will be defeated, and that's the only outcome. Impossible. Ying Ying, who had been trying to maintain her composure, could no longer hold back after hearing these words. Nothing is impossible. You mortals have no understanding of the true power of the gods. The figure laughed coldly, his tone growing more serious, filled with reverence as a servant would speak of his master. And you, a great human warrior, are willing to be nothing more than a dog for these so-called gods. Ying Ying felt an overwhelming sadness and cursed the figure in front of her. He was, after all, a human, a once invincible figure who had broken through to levels beyond the martial saint realm. Such a person could have been immortalized in human history, worshipped by countless people. Yet here he was, willingly serving the gods like a dog, betraying his own kind, and doing whatever it took to target his fellow humans. Power is all that matters. Everything else is trivial. So what if I'm a dog? The figure wrapped in black light answered without a hint of shame, completely indifferent to her insults. Ying Ying had never met someone so shameless. She was about to curse him further, but before she could, the figure silenced her with a wave of his hand. Enough. You've spoken long enough, and don't think you can stall for time. The one you sent for help will not come to save you. By now he's likely nothing more than a corpse if there's even a body left. His voice was calm, but to Ying Ying, it was like a thunderclap in her mind. Her body wavered, and she could barely stand. That's not true. She screamed in agony. Even if she had been naive before, she now understood that the guard who had managed to escape had only done so because this figure had allowed it. It had all been a trap. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, like a broken dam, and she was completely consumed by guilt. At that moment, she felt like the biggest fool and the cause of all this suffering. She had harmed her sister, the guards who protected her, and even Lin Fan, the friend who had opened his heart to her. Haha, such a naive girl. But in the end, I should thank you. I'll make sure your death is quick and painless. Seeing Ying Ying crumble, the figure shook his head with a smile and raised his hand again, ready to strike. As someone who had surpassed the martial saint realm, not even the invincible holy maiden of the Jade Pool could resist him. Although Ying was talented, with the strength of a martial saint at the 8th transformation, she was no more than an ant to him. As he pressed his hand down, the space in a straight line began to collapse. The terrifying pressure locked onto Ying Ying, rendering her completely immobile. She could only watch as death approached. Death loomed over her, but instead of fear, her face showed a sense of relief, as if she had finally found peace. It's all my fault. When I see you again, I'll make it up to you. And Lin Fan, I still owe you that special gift. I'm sorry. In her final moments she closed her eyes and whispered softly, waiting for the end. Is that all you have to say? Just as death was about to claim her, a playful voice echoed in her ears. Suddenly she felt as if the world had spun, and the suffocating presence of death rapidly faded away. Stunned by this unexpected turn of events, Ying Ying opened her eyes in disbelief, her heart racing with joy. Lin Fan. She turned her head, and sure enough, standing behind her was the very person she had called out for. Lin Fan smiled warmly, his right hand raised in a casual grip. It was clear that he had just pulled her to his side with a simple motion. The injured holy maiden of the Jade Pool had also been brought over to them. Am I seeing things? Ying Ying blinked, unable to believe her eyes. She had been racked with guilt, thinking that her actions had caused Lin Fan's death. Now, his sudden appearance felt like a miracle to her. Getting old so young? How pitiful. Lin Fan teased her with a grin. Though his words were lighthearted, they quickly reassured Ying Ying that she wasn't imagining things. It really is you. Overcome with emotion, Ying Ying threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, her tears soaking through his clothes. Her joy was beyond words. Before, she had been drowning in guilt, believing that she had led her friend into a deadly trap. But now, seeing Lin Fan alive and well filled her with a relief greater than anything she had ever felt. After all, she was still just a child raised in the confines of a palace, sheltered from the outside world like a caged bird. Who else would it be? Lin Fan had intended to tease her a bit more, as they usually did when they met. But seeing her cry so heartbrokenly, he couldn't bear to do it. Gently patting her back, he smiled warmly and tried to comfort her. Ying Yang nodded repeatedly, her overwhelming guilt finally beginning to ease. Don't worry. I've got everything under control. Seeing this once vibrant young girl reduced to such a state, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel protective toward her. He spoke soothingly, his tone filled with affection. Though she could be mischievous at times and seemed to always get into trouble, Lin Fan knew that in this chaotic era, misfortune would find her whether she sought it or not. After all, you can only be a thief for so long before getting caught. It was inevitable that people would come after her. And who could blame her for being pretty? That wasn't an excuse for others to commit crimes. What kind of nonsense logic was that? Even if someone tried to justify it, no court would ever let them off the hook. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around the black-clad figure, who had been their enemy, was anything but light-hearted. The moment he saw the man who had just appeared and rescued the two sisters, his expression turned deadly serious. How is this possible? How could he still be alive? It's absolutely impossible. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could any human survive the combined attack of more than 10 gods? It was simply impossible for a human to possess such strength, let alone reach such a level.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.